You ready, Jacob? We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, August 7th, 2023. All council members are present, as well as town manager, town clerk, and town attorney. If you'll please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's a beautiful day. We ask to be blessed with wisdom as we discuss our strengths and our weaknesses. Help us to work as a unified team as we listen politely to others' point of view, celebrate our diversity despite our differences, and boldly steward Fort Myers Beach towards a bright and healthy future as we work together on our shared mission. Amen.
Beginning of the meeting, if we could just kind of take a consensus vote on if we want to continue to allow that or be consistent with what we do with public comment as far as testimony and having that in person, not via phone. So I'll reach out to John, you first. Are you in favor of allowing the testimony by phone or not?
I'm against it.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I am inclined to be against it, but there may be very unique situations that I think we ought to vote on a case-by-case basis. But as a policy, I would be against it.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
I actually don't have a problem with by phone testimony. I think whoever it is should make every effort to be here if at all possible, but I don't have a problem with it.
Councilor Reed?
I would actually mirror what the vice mayor said. I think that there are cases. I know that everyone's spread around. A lot of places don't have a place to stay down here. And so they just can't be around, even though they're trying to rebuild the property and they may want to be heard. But I think that if they ask in advance, then I think that maybe we can consider it on a case-by-case basis.
Could I also add too, I mean, if they want to write a letter and that to be read into public comment or on the record, I have no problem with that either.
Yeah, I just want to be consistent. As I said, some constituents reached out and weren't very happy that they couldn't testify one way or the other on certain hearings, but other people were allowed to testify via phone. So I just want to make sure, and speaking again with the attorney, we want to make sure that we're consistent, that if we're going to allow it, we allow it across the board or we don't. So it sounds like I'm hearing, take it as a case-by-case situation and we'll go from there. But
Mr. Mayor, just since the attorney's here, if we did do it by case-by-case basis, could we have a notice requirement where they would petition maybe, I mean, it's going to be awkward. I'm willing to, quite honestly, leave it to the discretion of the mayor, because again, if somebody does it and wants to come and or can't make it for whatever reason, and they have a really good reason, they may not, the council may not have a chance to consider it unless we're going to literally consider it that morning. But I would like to give the mayor the discretion to consider each situation. Assuming the mayor wants it, he may not want to take on that burden. But I just, from a procedural standpoint, we need to have a process to sort of mediate that dynamic, because I do think on it there will be cases where we're going to want to show some deference to our residents who are having some hardship being here for whatever reason.
understood. What do you think?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. On every individual subject matter, particularly if it's a quasi-judicial hearing, I think that you definitely should, if one side can appear remotely, the other side also should be able to appear remotely. So maybe there could be a situation where if someone wants to appear, they could notify the town, let's say 7 days before the hearing, and then it could go up on the website. or some other way of notification to people that if you want to make comments on this particular hearing, then you can.
I like that idea. I think as long as there's enough time for both sides to be able to understand that they could do it remotely, if that is indeed the case that we're going to go with. So
Okay.
that's something that you can work on with the town clerk, and like
Oh,
you need more work, Amy.
Absolutely. And I believe on Thursday, we're going to delve more specifically into this. I was just concerned about, the hearings today.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is I've received some emails from people about obviously some emails and comments and things that have gone back and forth over the last few months. And I wanted to try to be as compassionate as I can. The town council is certainly not here to censor anyone's comments during public comment or any other presentation for that matter. But I urge you to be compassionate. Every person that sits up here, every person that volunteers, every person has lost a lot of things. Everybody's rebuilding their lives. So being compassionate, I think a lot about, had the pleasure along with Vice Mayor to serve with the late Dan Hughes. And one thing I noticed about him is he may not have agreed all the time with the people that were in front of him, and sometimes very strongly, but he was always very professional and he was always very polite. So I take that to granted, and I take that to heart. And I say that just because, tensions obviously are high on the island, as expected about a lot of things. We're all in different stages of grieving, rebuilding, moving on with our lives. So I just bring this up to say, be pleasant, as pleasant as you can, both council members as well as the public. Again, we certainly do not want to tell you what to say or how to say it, but just try to keep that in mind, that everybody's working hard to try to get us back to where we were on September 27th. So I'll stop talking on that point and we'll move forward with the approval of the final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
So moved.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Public comment, Madam Clerk.
First up, I have Amy Lowry.
Morning, Amy.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Amy Lowry. First and foremost, we want to apologize to all of you for the additional work that you have had to contend with concerning our garage. Our sincerest apologies for taking away your valuable time that could be put towards other islanders' issues and permits. We never anticipated when we challenged Mr. Popinski's answer 7 weeks ago that we would be where we are today. Furthermore, in a million years, I would have never dreamed my husband would be on the roof 24/7 for 6 days. So we are hoping that some good will come out of this and the media coverage that has resulted from Rick's rooftop protest. We are trying to get this message across to the media that this is not just about our garage, but about the problems our fellow islanders are encountering and how you, our local government, is struggling. We know Town Hall is extremely short-staffed and current staff is overwhelmed with no light at the end of the tunnel. At the end of the day, we are hoping the state and FEMA will realize that help is needed here for everyone on our island and within our local government. This is not just about us. This is about our entire community. We appreciate you putting out the 2 news presses to the media, providing them with details. As each news crew has shown up to report on this, we have passed along a book with the emails between staff and ourselves so that they could be educated and report on this with all the correct details. We realize there's a lot of misinformation going around about there, especially on social media. Islanders are very passionate people. We all know that. That's part of what makes our community so great. However, that also leads to a lot of personal speculation and non-factual details. So y'all's press release was greatly appreciated. The last thing we want for the town's rating with the NFIP and FEMA is to be lowered. It would be a tragedy that would affect all of us, ourselves included, me and Rick. We apologize for challenging Mr. Popinski. He is only doing his job and standing by his ruling, and I respect him 110% for that. We cannot thank Kristen Schumacher enough for bringing the 3 FEMA representatives to our property Thursday to help work on a resolution for us. They are meeting today about us, although we don't know if we will receive an answer from them or not. When we came to the island, we fell in love with Fort Myers Beach and all that it offered. After Hurricane Charlie, we realized our community had the most amazing people. We've never regretted our decision to become full-time residents and always told people it was the best decision we'd ever made in our life. and that still holds true today. After Ian, we were more inspired by our community. However, once we hit this permitting issue over our garage, we have to admit we came a little disenamored for a few weeks. For the first time in 22 years of living here, we considered moving off the island. We even went so far as to look at properties off island. And quite honestly, we thought we'd leave. When Rick went on the roof Wednesday morning, the enormous amount of support we received from our fellow islanders was truly overwhelming. The last 6 days of our lives have shown us just how strong of a community our island community is and the love and support that we all have for each other. There are those that don't agree with our garage issue and those that do, but regardless of which side they sit on, they are so incredibly supportive of us. That is what makes our island community so incredibly unique and creates the bond among all of us. Never have the words FMB strong ever meant so much before. So no matter what the outcome is of our garage, we will rebuild, and we hope to live here the remainder of our lives with the most amazing community ever. We thank you for the impact that each of you, I mean each one of you, make every day for the lives of our citizens, and we appreciate you and our town staff for all that you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Mark Ludwigson. Mark Ludwigson, sorry.
It's okay. My name's Mark Ludwigson. I live here on 281 Ohio Avenue. I am here for the man on the roof, Rick and Amy. I've just met them recently. Building official Steve Poposky, I hope I got that one right, and Florida Department of Emergency Management and Floodplain Manager Con Cole may have all the technical rules, which I am not arguing, but the question in this situation seems to be attachment of this garage, which was permitted in 2019. It seems that building prints show some form of permanent attachment to each, which was never done. Contractor built garage as self-sustaining with no attachment, and evidence can see it survived with minimal damage. I've been in construction with my tool belt on for 50 plus years, a licensed contractor here on Fort Myers Beach. I have built homes, renovations up the East Coast from New Hampshire to Florida Keys, including Hawaii. I have visually inspected the garage in question, and there was never a permanent attachment, mechanical attachment from home to existing garage to the new garage. Nowhere, no how. No rebar, no concrete, no bolts, no attachment. The only attachment being a metal flashing that was installed with caulking between the two. So here's the question, attachment. Evidently, Florida's floodplain manager, Con Cole, is adamant about it was attached. Now, I'm not sure if he physically came out to look at this or he's looking at it by the prints. It's, from what I understand, it shows some form of attachment. In 2019, this garage was permitted and inspected, and evidently inspectors did not pick this up. In 2023, they pulled 2 permits, new garage door, new electrical service, including new wiring. Question, at this time, why were these permits okayed with the question of the garage in question? So added expenses have been added to this garage, which seems to be the verdict is take it down. How do we convince Con Cole there was no mechanical permanent attachment? It seems that FEMA has been out here and their recommendations, they have a few which I don't have in front of me, but it seems like if we can show that there was no permanent attachment, which I'm saying there is no, was, how do we don't even need FEMA because they're out of it. This was a building that was built to code in 2019 and survived it. They've gotten building permits to further do what they needed to do to make it usable. And I don't know where they can go. I don't know where I can do anything further. I think it's a matter of wording. You know, what Con Cole has been stating is making our building official kind of in like, which decision does he make? You know, we have 7, I believe, members here that, you know, maybe we just don't want one person's opinion on this. Maybe if we have a few opinions, we can take this a little further. I'm going to start the babble here, so I'll
I
let it go.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we move on, I forgot to mention before we started, if you have comment on one of the 8 quasi judicial hearings, you may want to save your comment until the public comment portion of that so that it goes on the record for that hearing, just in case anybody was going to come up and talk about one of those 8 items.
Ed Rude.
Mr. Rude?
Good morning, everyone. Ed Root, 8150 Estero Boulevard. I won't, I'll keep it short and not try to make it long. Our neighborhood and myself have had some gatherings. I had meetings written down here, but there weren't really meetings. We've had some gatherings in our neighborhood with the immediate neighbors that are behind the pond that's in question.
Ed, can you move a little closer?
We've had, there's been some gatherings with some of the neighbors that live a little bit farther south, a little bit farther to the north, a few people from Laguna Shores. And the overall attitude from everyone, a couple of things. We realize that since your approval that has been contested by the people, a handful of people that oppose it, a couple of things. We wanted to thank you all for your staying the course and standing behind your decision that you made in the face of these few people that keep bringing up the same things over and over. We do appreciate it. They're all very grateful, including myself and Kurt. The decision you made was a right decision. It aligns. Your decision was aligned with the other state and federal agencies. Some things that have happened. One of the reasons why I wanted to come today also, and I'm sure some of you probably are aware, our neighborhood, one of the gatherings that we had a few months ago after your approval, it generated a new excitement in our neighborhood that we would be regaining the access that we once had to the beach. And because of that, it was decided we organized a group on social media called the Friends of Little Estero Island. And it's we're kind of proud of it. Just in a few short months since we put that out there, we have over 360 members. And so, and I've been going through the members and the membership that have joined the group, and almost all of them, I mean, I'd say probably over 90% of them are people that live right here on the island. I've had some conversations with Rebecca Snyder with the FWC in Lakeland. She's the Southwest Florida Regional Biologist for the FWC. Contrary to some things that you've been told by the opposition, the FWC is not now and has never been in opposition to this project. They are aligned with the decisions of the DEP. As a matter of fact, with the conversations that I had with Rebecca, she is also looking forward to forging a new relationship with the people in our neighborhood and the people that are in the area down there.
Easy to wrap it up, Ed. If you could wrap it up, you've had your 3
Yeah,
minutes.
I'm sorry. Anyway, along with that, the FWC has informed everyone down there that they will, after this year, they'll no longer be able to provide the funding for the tilling of the area, which is it's mandatory in order for the birds to return. Our neighborhood got together. We formed a nonprofit organization under the group,
Right.
the Friends of Little Estero Island. And our neighborhood, and including the neighbors to the south and to the north of our neighborhood, will be involved in raising the money and providing the funding to continue that tilling that the FWC won't have the funds for.
Ed, I need you to, you can come back up. There's another public comment at the end. There's a lot of people that are here to speak, so we want to make sure we try to get as close to that 3 minutes as we can.
Thank you. I would like to do that.
Okay, yep, you're welcome to come back up at the end for the last. Thanks, Ed.
Becky Gidry.
Hi, I am Becky Gidry. I am not one to talk in front of people, so if I sound nervous and shaky, it's just because I am. I live out by the car wash. We received a code violation mid-July for stone landfill without a permit. From what I'm hearing, I'm one of many. The short story is we've been trying to contest this for the last 2 weeks. I eventually started an email thread with Steve Poposky, and I did include all of you on it just to keep everybody in the loop and if anybody had advice for us at this point. Every time that I provided evidence contradicting the violation that he sent me, which did change details throughout the course of our emails, I was sent a new statute. Like at first it was impervious, and then it was, okay, it's not impervious, but we look at other things, and it just kept going on and on. Eventually, I was basically shut down with him saying that the code is clear and the town staff could assist me if I needed any further help. My next step is to hopefully schedule a meeting with Mr. Andy Hyatt. I'm trying to go up the chain of command properly. I don't want to skip people. I'm just trying to understand the whole thing. I'm not trying to fight. I'm not trying to break any laws. I just want somebody to sit down and actually just explain to me the entire situation. It seems like the codes are interpreted by one person, however he sees fit, and it's not objective. I've read the entire code of ordinances for Fort Myers Beach multiple times on Municode. I've scanned through them. I've used the find search. I've different keywords. I can't find anything about my situation in this violation that's clear in the codes personally. We have multiple permits that are issued and in process right now. We are trying to follow the rules. We're not just trying to do all this work without permits. We understand that they are necessary. And I am literally losing sleep over this. I am a rule follower. I'm not, like I said, I'm literally not sleeping. One thing that was very disturbing to me last night is I looked up our code violation again, and originally it had 2 pictures of our yard, current pictures with the rocks in the yard. We have rocks in lieu of grass, and it's been that way since long before we bought the house 5 years ago. And it was a notice of violation attached to it as well. Last night, when I looked up our code violation, there were 2 new messages attached that I was unable to open, and a drone shot of our house that appeared to be taken just a couple days after the storm. My husband's truck is in the driveway. It's just our house. It's got red lines for our property lines, and you can't make out my driveway, my yard, my property lines. You can't make out anything, which is, it just kind of gave me the creeps knowing that that's the picture. First of all, that picture was taken. So my husband's here a couple days after the storm trying to get our house, not even back together, just trying to work on our house. And he hears these drones thinking that they're out here doing rescue, and it's really the town. But I can't imagine that this is the picture that people are using to compare for this violation. It doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Becky.
That is all I have signed up except for one, and he would like to go after everyone else has spoken.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak that did not sign up? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. Then John Duslier.
My name is John Dislier. I have had a house here on Flamingo Street, and we will again. And with all of the serious things and all the serious business that you have, sometimes the last thing you want to see is an artist come up and tell you something. But all my years in sports, I've been shooting photographs all over the world and looking, through the screens, this is why we're really all here. And even though we're looking at these 2 photos that I put on aluminum as something you can get really angry about, you can get really frustrated about, but you can also look past them and see the sunset and the reason why we're here. So I just wanted to give these to the town, and maybe we can cover some blank walls in the trailers for now, and possibly, if not, I'm sure the library or somebody would love to have them hanging. So enjoy.
Thanks, John. We'll make sure they go to a good spot. One last time, anyone choose to speak, change your mind? All right, we'll close public comment. Local achievements and recognitions. Counselor King?
I've got three. Thanks again to Beach Talk Radio for their 4th of July concert fundraising in Times Square and their beach cleanup on the next day. Also, my deepest sympathy to Kim and Ed on the loss of Ed's brother, Tony. It's amazing that his family has been called to service of communities they care about in different ways, but Tony was a fire chief in his community. I had the pleasure and the privilege of attending Jim Rodwell's memorial service. I met his wife, Dorothy. I got the history of Jim and his activity, not only as a veteran in service to this country, but his service to this community. I dropped off the nameplates that he had used when he was chair of the Anchorage Advisory Committee, the Audit Committee, and the Community Resources Advisory Board. So it was just my pleasure to do that. And then finally, congratulations to Scott Worth on his appointment as fire chief for Fort Myers Beach Fire Department. Looking forward to continuing working with him.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Erholt?
I just want to say briefly, I don't want to be redundant because I thought Amy did a beautiful job this morning of sort of recounting what's been happening for the last few weeks on the island with respect to her situation. I know there's others that are struggling as well. And I just want to say, at least from this counselor's perspective, I'm guessing I speak for my colleagues as well. There is no animus towards Amy or Rick. In fact, I have nothing but admiration for both of them. They have every right under the First Amendment to petition their government for grievances, and and I would just say that based upon everything I have seen, I was in the most recent meeting with Amy and her team and the town staff. I've watched all of their posts on social media. Amy and Rick have conducted themselves with grace and with dignity and respect. And I hope and pray that our friends at FEMA today come up with a path for them to move forward with their lives. And I just want to thank them for how they've handled this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Woodson?
I'll just go on record to reiterate exactly what Jim had to say about the law freeze. I can't even tell you how burdened I am with this. I know Rick and I have talked many times. So I wish you the best that we can get this settled. I've been gone for a month, took advantage of the month of not having meetings. And I'll tell you, even though we don't think things are moving, I came back after being gone a month and saw a lot of progress, a lot of changes. That Times Square tower is phenomenal. I mean, those artists are just nailing it, and I'm so excited for that. Just to see the additional cleaning up, if you will. Trailer parks gone, buildings down, lots cleaned up. I mean, there is progress. And so just taking a different perspective of being gone for a month and coming back renewed, refreshed, ready to hit it hard. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Reach?
Yeah, I want to expand a little bit on Jim Rodwell because he was one of the people really that made volunteering very enjoyable here on the island, and he taught a Florida Master Naturalist class that I took. That was first him and Mick, and he instilled a love of native plants, particularly in my wife, which is her happy place now here on the island. So he is quietly, I would not say unassumingly, because he can be pretty he could be pretty assertive. He has really improved some people's lives on a very fundamental level, and he leaves this island a better place. Also, with the Lowrys, I had a nice conversation with them. I'm kind of in a similar situation. I appreciate that. One thing that became clear when I was hanging out there is that they had a river of support going down to Estero. They're very connected to the community, and they get a lot of support. I think there is a lot of some misunderstandings. Like I've said before, I'm not a bureaucrat by personality or by training, but I understand that when they're saying it's an attached structure, that means it was permitted as an attached structure. There's nothing really physical about that. It just has to be a superficial attachment. If it needs to be separate, then it only has to be separated by an inch, and they consider separated. But without that attachment, it wouldn't have been permitted because it would have been an accessory structure between the house and the street, which is not allowed in our code. But that is something we could give a variance for, unlike the FEMA stuff. And then last, I was out walking the beach this morning, thanks to jet lag, and came across the crawl down by Newton Park, and it was a disorientation. And within 15 minutes, there were volunteers crawling through the pool of the condo where all the turtles went, through the vegetation, through the scours, and through everything else to rescue turtles. And now there's, I think, 30 odd baby turtles sitting on our garage waiting to be released sometime. So that was the way people turned out for that was really impressive, that there are people that really care about these things. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Benefits of going last, or I don't know if it's the benefits, but I won't reiterate a lot of the things. I was unfortunately unable to attend Mr. Rodwell's memorial. He has done a lot for this island, as you have said, Councilor Beach. He's left it in a better place. And we thank him and his family for that. Also, Scott Worth, congratulations on your official appointment of fire chief. It has been an honor to work alongside you through this since the storm, and I look forward to working with you going into the future. Amy and Rick, obviously you're hearing a lot of support from the council up here. They are truly the idea of what this island is. I just hope that FEMA sees the light. I'm always a person that tries to find solutions, and I think that with the support that you have and with the details that are involved, hopefully FEMA can see the light at the end of the tunnel and understand that there are other ways to do business. It doesn't have to always be specifically what a rule book says. Rules constantly change, and hopefully they will see the light. And lastly, town staff and the residents. I don't think the town staff or the residents get enough credit for the pressure that they are under. It's easy to forget that town staff members have suffered just as much as we have. And to give them a little latitude sometimes, as well as the staff giving residents some latitude. As I said at the beginning, it's always easy to lash out at people, but it takes a lot more work to say thank you and work together. So thank you to the staff and to the residents for continuing to work together, keeping communication open, and trying to find resolutions. With that, we will move on to advisory committee items, reports, and appointments. We have Steve Johnson, chair of MRF here. Steve, come on up.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Madam Clerk, Mr. Town Manager. For the MRF Advisory Board report today, following our July 12th MRF meeting, there's two items that a motion was made to present. The first being, actually, it's an award. Unfortunately, it won't be presented to you. It's a kind of odd situation. But essentially, this award was actually presented to the Lee County Florida Master Garden Chapter for doing work in collaboration with Fort Myers Beach. In January 2021, the town of Fort Myers Beach and the Lee County Extension Service for Master Gardener volunteers walked every street of the FMB community and recorded the invasive plants they saw. So this was during COVID. The MRF Advisory Committee selected 10 species to focus on. The goal is to eliminate or significantly reduce invasive plants by raising public awareness of what plants were invasive and substitute with suitable native and Florida-friendly plants. Free parking was supplied by local residents, and there was a total of 27 individuals that participated in the program, along with 3 Lee County Extension employees and 1 local Native Plant Society member. The results were tallied, and 761 properties were identified as having at least one of these 10 invasive plants. Following the step, a subcommittee was formed in September 2021 that was reviewed the city and town vegetation ordinances along with the west coast from Treasure Island down to Marco Island. The subcommittee came up with 18 suggestions to update the FMB vegetation ordinance. The suggestions were proposed to the town council in January 2022, and from my understanding, we'll actually be meeting about that at the MFP meeting this week. A significant component to the project was the educational impact. Articles were written for the local newspaper. A PowerPoint with slides identifying each of these plants was generated. Presentations were also given on the plant project to two local organizations, the Estero Island Garden Club and the Fort Myers Beach Women's Club. Additionally, material was provided by UF-IFAS on plants and was distributed at the Murph pop-up tent. So due to the collaboration in the Fort Myers Beach, the local Lee County Extension actually won an award. So they wanted to send their thanks.
And I just put a thanks out to Rose Larkin because she was really the point person on that.
Exactly. Yep. She's definitely our plant lady. The second item, there was a unanimous vote, and this one might not be a little bit as easy, but it was a unanimous vote to correct the record from the false allegations that were made by Councilman King during the June 20th Town Council meeting in regards to the Murph discussion held during our June 14th meeting. The Murph Advisory Board was able to discuss your statements at our most recent meeting, and many were bewildered and also hurt by your statements. First accusation was that disparaging remarks were made, crazy raking that's going on even up onto the berms. People are raking up and on and next to the berms. This was indeed mentioned by a board member as he commented on the topic of dunes, plantings, and storm resiliency. It is a known fact that beach raking and grooming are deleterious to a healthy beach as it prevents primary dune creation, which is the backbone for storm resiliency and wildlife habitat. The councilman continued to state that in no way were these remarks substantiated with any kind of evidence, yet this subcommittee or this committee member was allowed to disparage the reputations of individuals, Bill Perry, Will Perry, and Chris Weber. Councilman, as you know, raking and grooming is allowed by law, however regulated by the town and state DEP. There was never an accusation made nor a name presented, not Mr. Perry, his son Will, or Mr. Weber. If the entity that was performing crazy raking was never named, how can one possibly disparage or sully their reputation? There are many raking grooming entities on the island. If you allowed the chair to respond to your email, you could have reassured you that there is indeed resident eyewitness as well as both photo and video evidence of at least 2 instances of raking on the berm to the extent an escarpment has formed. There would be no need to offer evidence at our meeting as there was no personal accusations made and statement was used to make a point in the context of the member's statement. In your accusation, Councilman King, you actually created named raking victims in order to then defend them publicly in an attempt to humiliate the Murph Advisory Board without any factual knowledge. Furthermore, to publicly announce that, and I quote, "These individuals care about this island as much, if not more, than anyone who serves on Murph," is an absolute indignity to the Murph Advisory Board and a less than honorable statement for an elected official. You are falsely and publicly pitting non-resident for-profit service providers against hardworking resident volunteers appointed by the town council to serve on an advisory board to look after the best interests of this town. You then stated the attacks escalated as you chastised the entire southern end of the island. Not once but twice you used the word poison in describing the residents of the south end and what you said was a big problem. First and foremost, no one described residents of the south end of the island as poison. As a matter of fact, over half of the Murph board lives on the southern half of the island. The discussion began due to an unsolicited communication sent to the chair from the FW species conservation biologist, as noted by Mr. Root earlier, looking for help due to, and I quote, "a lack of understanding and unreasonable resistance from the community." It's silly to even suggest that there's not a conflict going on at the shorebird nesting area. To be perfectly clear, never was a resident, a single property owner, nor condominium named nor faulted for causing any issues, but the problem remains. The chair even stated, "We aren't really sure who they are," as well as, "I just don't want to lump everyone together." At the public town council meeting, you also concluded with a statement directed at Murph that, quote, "accusations were made and you called people names." I requested in my email response to you, and I'll request it again, please review the entire meeting in question and find even a single instance that even could possibly be construed as name calling. This is very unfortunate for our community. You've had a chance to respond to the chair's email and were also invited to the MRF meeting to discuss your concerns. But instead, I found you chose to forward your original email accusations along with the chair's private and discreet responses to Ed Ryan, the editor at gmail.com. The following day, there was a hit piece involving this exact situation and the false information printed in the social media newsletter that resulted in hateful comments directed at the MRF Advisory Board. We were dumbfounded by these series of events. The Town Council, Advisory Board, and residents all need to work together if we want to become the premier community that we are all aspiring to be. Again, we appreciate you reaching out to the chair with your concerns, and I hope you'll consider the benefits of a constructive and factual discussion in the future. Thank you for allowing us to correct the record.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions for Steve?
Before you could leave, Steve. So Thursday, we're gonna be talking about the tree ordinance and the vegetation ordinance. Are you gonna be on Friday for that? Or are you gonna, anything you want to say now?
Nope, it's just that these are three ordinances that we've had ready for codification for a while, and we're glad that you added them to the agenda. And I suppose the the project manager should be able to answer any questions you have regarding our recommendations.
Okay. And I'll just point out what I said before, is I think it's important to give people as much direction as you can as they rebuild, to put it, make it as communicated as effectively as possible about, what is recommended practices when they rebuild.
Yeah, I think one of the key, actually, I think the key point is that we don't replant invasive species. There's a class 1 list of invasive species provided by Florida. And if we can actually codify that, then that could prevent then the planting of that as people rebuild back. And that's really the main point.
And I think probably that it takes too much longer for people to rebuild. The entire island is going to be dune sunflowers.
That's right. That's right, Bill. Ben, thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Do
Next.
I get a chance to respond, or should I wait for my comments at the end? or-
I understand both sides. Quite honestly, I wish it wasn't going to be such a public thing. I think we're all adults here. We all have frustrations. We all volunteer at times for a lot of things. I think this could easily be handled between the two sides. I don't necessarily think this I'm certainly not going to tell you can't speak. You're more than welcome to speak now or during your comment if you'd like. But as I said at the beginning, I think this is a time that we have to be respectful of one another. We're all suffering. We're all working very hard. We're all volunteering our time to do a lot of things. So respectfulness goes a long way. But you're welcome to speak now or during your items, whichever you prefer.
I think since it's currently on the table, let's talk about it. You can paint me out to be the bad person you want to be, but all I did was shine a light on what was said. Whether you went with the 3 people that I mentioned, or you cast a wider net for the 6 people that rake currently on this island, I don't know how that makes it any better. I checked with staff. Staff told me there was no raking of the burns. The accusations of the poison that you mentioned twice on the south end came after you mentioned at 1 hour and 56 minutes into it, Islands End, Castle Beach. You erroneously called an agreement with Sanderac, but it, in essence, is Carlos Point, and it's not a pesticide agreement. It is an agreement that allows the raking and the birds and the use of the private property of those 3 condos. So that's very clear to me. Also, what I didn't mention was, and we found out today about a 501c3, when that was brought up by staff, one of your members called it positive. The next member said wasn't positive, it was more manipulative. And then you wanted to look into it. And I'm not sure that goes into the parameters or the purview of what your committee should be doing. I mean, I'll go back to what MRF responsibilities are. The goal is to sustain the quality of life in cooperation with all whose livelihoods or lifestyles depend on the health of Estero Bay. And I think we've gotten away from that. And that's why I brought that up at the meeting. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Next, we have a presentation, Evergreen Solutions. Who's doing the presentation? Sir, come on up.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Carl Fuchs. I am a senior consultant with Evergreen Solutions. We have been working for the past 6 or so months, I guess 7 months at this point, on a compensation and classification study for the employees of the town of Fort Myers Beach. have a presentation to come along with this, so I'm gonna wait until we get online with that.
Carl, when you are speaking, if you wouldn't mind being as close as you can to the
Oh,
mic so
sorry.
that the people watching can hear what you say. Sometimes it's difficult to pick up.
Understood. So I guess I'll start off, if it makes sense, while we're kind of waiting here to alleviate the moment of silence here. But so work for a company that specializes in doing class and comp studies for public sector organizations. Obviously, the town of Fort Myers Beach is one of those. We've been working, collectively with the HR department here and those that preceded that were on contract, the current town manager, as well as the two previous as well that were on contract. So we've come up with a couple of different options, and we've really, I feel like, zeroed in on where we need to be at this point. And as soon as we get the PowerPoint up, I will talk through what that is.
Carl, just in the interest of time.
Yes, sir.
I know everyone's very dependent upon
Sure.
PowerPoints these days, but talk a little bit about, kind of set the table for us. What did you find when you came to Fort Myers Beach?
Perfect. Yeah. So, so obviously I was first here in January, came on site actually in this room, had an opportunity to speak to every employee that was employed by the town at that time. We did, what we do as a part of an outreach. And so we get some of the atmospherics from the organization to kind of see what's working well, what could be improved. In addition to that, part of our process looks at some of the structural things that exist inside of a compensation and classification plan. So we're looking at how are positions aligned, what are the salaries that that are associated with those, how are those things, how do they look in term of an equity from an internal standpoint. And so I'll talk a little bit about those here as we go on, but is that hierarchy, does it make sense from a level of complexity, leadership, things of that nature? And so if I may, I will kick through that here as we go. So just an overview of what we'll do is we'll talk about some of the goals that we outset and what we were contracted to do coming into the town, what the phases of our project look like, what went through some of those meetings that did exist, the current system findings, so that will address your question, Mr. Vice Mayor, with the market results garnered as far as, what's the market competitiveness of the town versus some of the other organizations that we looked at. I'll talk to you about that and what that looks like a little bit. And then we'll go through some of the recommendations that we've talked through with, again, the town manager and some of the folks that were here proceeding along with the HR staff. Or not. There you go. Oh, I just lost me.
You can keep going. Do you have a copy of this?
It's all up here, sir.
You want to use my copy? We just
It's
to
fine.
keep us moving.
So I guess as we go through, what we'll look at is, again, so what our goals were and some of the things that we were looking at were to ensure, our mission as an organization, I think complements well with what you all want to achieve as well with the organization. And so, how we operate is that we are, set in a way that we provide some studies that come back and really get the town in the best position possible to maintain relationships or to continue to retain employees that are valuable here in the town and to be able to recruit folks to fill the vacancies that may exist. Understanding the very unique dynamic that exists here in Fort Myers Beach and that did, immediately at the onset of our study, we do understand that, there's a couple of very unique challenges that exist. I know that there was some hemorrhaging of employees in the beginning. And so we really took all of those things into consideration. But that was the vast majority of what we were doing there as well, is to kind of keep all of those things bound together in a way that allowed the town to be a good steward of the taxpayer money, but also to be able to retain and recruit talented folks to be able to come in here and do what it is that they need to do to continue to provide services to the citizens of this town. So we go through a couple of phasing options, right? And so our initial phasing, what we do is we go through and we have a conversation with the organization. We're able to get some data that comes back. So that's where we get employee data from the Human Resources Information System. We go and look at what the current pay plan is, and we kind of, go through that and figure out, are there salary compression issues? Is there anything of that nature that we need to maybe more closely look at as we go through our study? We're able to produce typically something that we would call an assessment of current conditions. And what that allows us to do is really see how do the individuals in the town as employees fall into the pay plan that exists that the town has adopted. What we found was that I think that there were some Band-Aids put on a plan that existed previously. It made it very difficult for me to do that assessment of current conditions as a result of having classifications that exist that were within the town organizational structure that didn't exist on the pay plan. And then there were folks that were being paid outside of the parameters of what that pay plan looked like. So when I did complete, and what you all will see on our final report, is that when I did complete that assessment of current conditions, what I did is I aligned that with what we were recommending as a pay plan going forward that is inclusive of all the employees in the town. The other part of what we did is that, like I said, I came out here and was on site, spent a day here in this room, spoke to every employee that was employed with the town on the day of January 26th, to include all the directors and some of the contracted staff that was here as well. Able to provide from that, again, some of the areas where the town is winning. We have an understanding that not all things are necessarily compensation related, that there are areas where organizations win that go past simply what's on, what shows up in somebody's bank account. And so, we get some of the good and some of the bad. And what we want to be able to do is address that and make sure that we're not missing the mark from the perspective of the employees of the town as well. I have provided a chapter back based on that. And I think I outline here on some of the slides what those are. Again, I think that from what I've heard today as well, I think the pervasive theme during that was that this is a community in addition to an employer for many of the folks that work here. I think that they feel that there is this for me.
You just love technology.
It's the best.
It's great when it works.
Sometimes, yeah. And so, so we really were able to take some pretty positive things away, in that aspect. There were some challenges that were brought up as well. And so, see if we can get online here and I can.
You're doing a great job without the
Yeah,
PowerPoint.
we don't need the PowerPoint. Keep going.
Okay. And so there's some challenges that exist as well, right? And so every organization has challenges. Again, some of the, look at this. So again, some of the challenges that exist are, there were some changes that were made over a period of time. So I think that the retirement was brought up, as that at one point there was a higher contribution from the town. It was reduced. Somewhere back in the middle. Some of the growth, as far as professional growth goes within the organization, I think that maybe having some layers in some positions, and what we've done is, as part of our restructuring of the organization as far as classification goes, is that we've taken like type positions that might be, we look at them as from like an 80% if they're within 2 standard deviations of each other. We would look at potentially combining those into the same role and maybe adding a layer there so that there is growth potential. The other thing that we did in the structure of just a pay plan in general is that we moved beyond the $1 a year pay increase that everybody got over 5 years. And so what we did is we broadened that pay band a little bit to incorporate that, whether there be growth in title, there will definitely be growth in what exists as far as compensation as time goes on as well. Some of the issues with scheduling, some folks mentioned that there were some concerns as far as the traffic to be able to get on and off the beach, especially during the season, and how that correlates to to callback hours and to what the compensation that exists there is. And then lastly, there was some concern about parental leave, which I believe, to my understanding, and I don't even think it's to my understanding, I think it has been addressed already. And so based on the conversation that existed that day, the town has already taken some action to rectify some of that as well. In addition to this, as I go through this as well, there were some measures that were taken. Additionally, I think is kind of some triaging of the hemorrhaging of employees that was existing to get folks back into a competitive salary set that was done a little bit less scientifically than kind of what we go through here, but we'll talk through that as we go. So again, current system findings. Again, everybody knew what their raises were and when they were going to get them. The weaknesses were, as I previously spoke about, that not all the classifications existed on the pay plan. Some of the ranges were exceeded, the spreads were inconsistent across pay grades, and that the steps were applied somewhat arbitrarily. We looked at a compression analysis. So what compression analysis allows us to do is look at it from a perspective of, do folks that are doing very similar type things or within the same classification earn similar type salaries? Can they expect to have the same buying power? Or is there an inverse relationship that may exist? In addition to that, we looked at rank compression. So what we're looking at there is the relationship between supervisor and frontline employee. We looked at a market survey. So our market survey resulted in responses from 12 peers, including 10 cities and 2 counties. We can see what those are here, and I don't want to mess anything up, but I know there's a pointer on here. But what I'd like to just kind of speak to a little bit here is that there's a cost of living index in that second column there that is representative of the towns, cities, or counties that exist there. And there's a cost of living factor that's applied. So when we do go out, and obviously it provides the same level of buying power to the employees here that they could expect to get in any of these peer markets that we looked at. So 49 classifications were benchmarked and compared directly to the market. And we averaged about 6 responses per classification. And again, I believe that 49 classifications encompassed almost everything that existed at the time we started this study. And I know that there have been some that have been added on, and we've looked at those as well in a little bit different of a light, not necessarily as clearly as we did here. So
just before you move on from that,
Yes, sir.
I noticed here that your cost of living index, it seems like you have one number for the entire county.
it's based on county, yes, sir.
Okay, so that means you expect people to be able to commute.
Correct,
within
yes,
the
sir.
county.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and we understand that there's, microcosms that exist there as well, but, the way that we get that information back is by a county by county basis there. Again, so when we get the market results back, there's a little bit of explanation that I think is relevant here as well. And so the unadjusted results, so that's not adjusted for the cost of living factor that we talked about, there was a disparity of about 11% at the minimum of the pay grade for the average, and a disparity of about 40% at the maximum of the pay grade. And so what I want to emphasize here is that this is looking at pay grades as a whole. This is not looking at individual salaries. And again, that the reason that there's such a large disparity on the high end, again, goes back to the size of the range that existed previously with that $5 incremental range that the town had adopted previously. Whereas we're looking at something on the average of about 60% range spreads from the organizations that we looked at. So there's a significantly broader range spread that exists there. So even though you might be about 10% off on the bottom end, you're close to 40% off on the top end. And that, again, persists as we looked at those adjusted scales as well.
Now, when you came up with these numbers,
Yes, sir.
are you also considering the size of the organization, the responsibilities? So someone who's like a director at a city like Cape Coral has a lot more responsibility than someone from Fort Myers Beach.
Sure, understood. Yes, sir. And so So there's a couple of different things that we do during that outreach, right? And so, like I said, I came here and I was able to speak to some of the employees. The other thing that we did is something called a job analysis tool. We implemented a job analysis tool where we get feedback from employees on basically what is it you say you do here. And so what that allows us to do is then see like, senior consultant for an organization, what is it that I actually do? And so we have been provided some of the position descriptions that existed previously, and then we get to see what folks are actually doing. I would say that there are, as we look at that, we're able to do a cost, to do a contrast and comparison to what other organizations do. What I would say that as we looked through this, I think that what we found was that though there might be a broader scope of responsibility in some other organizations, when we're looking at it from a perspective of complexity, leadership, what the decision-making potential is and how that impacts the organization, what an individual's autonomy might look like, those things are very similar. In addition to, as we kind of moved away from that director role, a lot of the folks that are currently working here probably likely, and that certainly were in January, we're doing a multitude of things so that they were picking up a lot of slack that existed in the organization. And again, I think that our goal here is to be able to get this to get the town back to a spot to where those vacancies can be filled and that workload can kind of be fleshed out. So those things being what they are, we do a comparison based on what those job descriptions say individuals do, and we do contrast that with those the results from that job analysis as well. And so I don't know if that directly answers your question, but we do take a lot of those variables into consideration as we look at what's what. It's not simply a comparison of this title to the same title in a different organization.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Again, I spoke to the response average and the range spread that exists, 58.7% from the respondents, where the town average was just a shade over 17.5%. Again, so that significant disparity in the range spread really speaks to why the maximum of those ranges is so significantly off. So we made some recommendations, again, coming back. Easy fixes, first of all, was to make sure that all of the classifications are included in the pay plan, and to create a pay plan that has somewhat of a unified structure that is able to have a logical progression as we move through the pay bands and a consistent range spread that exists as well. We reassign pay grades to positions based on an internal equity. So again, we kind of racked and stacked the organization to figure out based on complexity, leadership, those areas that I spoke about earlier, where those positions should sort of lie. And then we kind of blend art and science when we look at it from a perspective of what are the peers telling us that those classifications could expect to receive from their organizations or from market peer organizations that you are in the same labor market, competing for employee talent from. And we're able to utilize that in such a way that we can blend those things together and came up with, a fairly comprehensive plan. And then what we do is we pace employees within those new recommended pay grades. And we select an implementation methodology that aligns with whatever the constraints or restraints are that exist for the town. Again, there was an adoption of a 6% benefit allowance that significantly mitigates the cost of the implementation as we go forward. So I would say that when I was here in January, it was a bit more of a cost. I think it would have been a little bit, more difficult on the pocketbook of the town at that particular time. But the adoption of that 6% benefit allowance significantly mitigates that, that ask. So what we have here is some of the implementation options and costs, and I can talk through these very briefly at a kind of 50,000 foot level, and I'll be more than happy to answer your questions as we go through these. But what we look at is a bring to minimum, class parity, hybrid parity, and a tenure parity. And then we were looking at, again, previous to the 6% benefit allowance, we were looking at maybe just a potential 5% increase across the board. And so what we're looking at here is the implementation option, what that will cost the town in perspective to the salaries that exist, how many employees are going to be affected by such an implementation, what their average increase would be and what that percentage of payroll looks like from a broad spectrum here. So bring to minimum is essentially what we've done is we've created a new classification structure in the pay plan. We put folks into that pay plan. If they are making less than, if they're earning less than what the minimum of that new assigned pay grade is, we bring them to the minimum. There's no other adjustment at that point. As you can see, it is a very cost-effective methodology. It impacts a very few amount of employees, and it's a very small portion of your overall payroll as well. Some of the issues that exist there are that we can really create some added compression if it exists within a classification, and that there's not really an application of any sort of tenure or merit base as we look at making those things. So it's a very foundational beginning, I would call it. The class and tenure parities, I'll talk to those sort of at the same time. So what we're looking at is a realigning employees along their recommended grade based on their amount of time in either their classification or in their time with the organization as a whole. They are given a one-to-one credit for their time with the organization in either, again, their classification or time. And that kind of falls out into where we would look to fill the organization on a 20-year parity plan. The hybrid parity realigns employees along kind of a combination of those two things. So what we do is we would give half credit for time in the organization, where we would give full credit for time in their current classification. And what that does is it's probably, as we've discussed it, the most equitable option moving forward. And I believe this is the methodology that we've kind of stuck our flag in. And when I say we, I mean a combination of the HR department, the town manager, and our recommendations as well. And so what this does is it answers the mail on both time with the organization. So it has value on institutional knowledge. And then it also has a different application towards time in the specific classification and what that looks like from the knowledge just in that classification as well.
So I have a question on
Yes.
this.
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand the standard 5% increases across the board, but in these other categories, are there duplicate employees? Like can an employee fall into two different categories when you have a number of employees adjusted?
So you're talking about as we're looking at the number of employees that are adjusted,
Correct.
are some of those the same people in those
Yes.
different methodologies? Absolutely. So every single one of them is going to be at least a bring to minimum. Our primary goal is to
Right.
get folks into the pay plan
Right.
at the most basic end. And then again, as we look at a class parity or a hybrid, the tenure parity, those are going to impact potentially different folks, but as they're looked at from the hybrid perspective, it's going to be a combination of both of those individuals. The methodology on how we get there is just a little bit different. Again, so what we do is we take, like I said, we're going to create a pay plan that has a 60% range spread. So we just look at it from like $10 to $16 or whatever that would be, and broad numbers. And we would say that if you've been here, we chop that up into 20 equal pieces. And then based on that methodology, we would align where an individual would fall based on their tenure with the organization through either one of those three methodologies. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Carl, if I
Yes.
could,
Yes, sir.
I've got a little bit of experience in state government, and and we did some pretty innovative things in Indiana based upon the merit of the employee
Yes, sir.
performance evaluations.
Mhm.
I don't hear that in this. I know we're talking about classifications
Yes, sir.
again, kind of restructured,
Mhm.
but shouldn't we be basing some of this on rewarding those employees who are exceeding expectations? Because it can be very disheartening for them to see everyone rewarded equally, particularly if it's based on tenure or it's a 5% across the board. It seems like those employees, and we've got a lot of them, who are working really hard and are exceeding expectations, they ought to see a process that rewards them. And I don't quite see that here, but maybe I'm mishearing you.
No, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I'm glad you bring that up. And so this is an implementation, right? And so this is basically, I'll talk about it in a weird analogical kind of way, is that, if the pay plan is a bus, everybody has to get on the bus at some point, right? And so, and then the bus is going to drive down for wherever. And so folks are going to have to move from the back of the bus to the front of the bus, hopefully one day get off and be able to retire, right? And so the folks on the bus have to move at a quicker clip than the bus is driving. And so in order to keep the pay plan, I'm kind of skipping ahead here, but I just want to answer your question, sir. To be able to keep the pay plan competitive with your market, it's going to have to move on its own. To be able to have folks to be able to move through the pay plan, there's another mechanism to be able to get them, to get to that point as well. What we're doing with this on the implementation, sir, is that we're solely just assigning seats at this point, if I can really beat this analogy to pieces. And so once the seats are assigned, once the bus starts moving after it's implemented, how we move folks through that is a conversation that we haven't really even had at this point. But there's definitely merit options that are involved in that. There's a lot of different things that we can work through based on some of what I got back through the employee outreach that we did in January. Whether or not it's been addressed or not, I think that the performance management might need a little tweaking going forward to make sure that that's a viable option. But those are all things that come into play sort of post implementation, sir. And we definitely have the ability to provide some of those tools to the town as well.
I hope as part of your recommendations, you'll build that into your recommendations, because I think that's a key part of this whole puzzle.
Yes,
I understand this is the basic infrastructure,
Mhm.
but that merit piece really drives excellence. And I
Yes.
appreciate if you build that in as best you can in the next phase.
Absolutely, yeah, and we'll come through and on our recommendation, we do talk a little bit about, what the preventative maintenance of the plan looks like. And obviously being able to get to that point is something that we will look at as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir,
If I
absolutely.
may, Mayor, Vice-
Yes.
sorry. Vice Mayor, part of my plan going in for the new fiscal year is to put performance measures in place for everybody. My understanding, this is like the baseline, and then going forward, we'll look back, look forward, and we'll be more objective instead of subjective about how we evaluate employees, which would incorporate that dynamic into the plan.
Thank you.
And that is what I have today. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have going forward. And if I have none, I thank you so much for your time. I appreciate what you all do.
Any questions for Carl before we? Nope. Thanks, Carl, for
Fantastic.
the presentation.
Have a good morning.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good day. That brings us to the approval of the minutes. We have minutes from the town council meeting on June 20th, the management and planning session from June 22nd, and the special town council from June 26th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second? I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next is a consent agenda. We have 10 items on there. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. That will bring us to the public hearing. Does anyone need a quick 5-minute break before we start these?
Yes, please.
All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 10:20. One of those little Nerf guns with the rubber darts.
Right.
Let's see that come up in the budget request.
Right. All right, everyone, we're going to call the meeting. Jacob, you ready back there? All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. It is 10:23. We're going to start the public hearing. I've got some new reading that I have to do, provided by our wonderful new town attorney. So I will start. The next 8 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Okay. Good morning. Zoning revisions, special exceptions, and variances, and we're going to be here's may be applicable has been satisfied. Pure speculation or mere opinion not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by the town council in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area is considered competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, etc., or testimony based on personal information. If you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, and your qualifications or interest in the matter. Now, for purposes of efficiency, before beginning any of the public hearings, I need to dispose of a few matters. Town clerk, were all agenda items properly advertised if needed pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they were.
At this time, if any town council member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, please disclose this for the record at this time so that we can assure that we'll have a quorum present for review of each of the items.
Yes, I have a conflict of interest on the first public hearing, ordinance 23-09, the TPI FMB. I will fill out the proper paperwork with the town clerk at the conclusion of the meeting.
Perfect. And if you're the only one with a conflict, then we'll have, does anyone else have a conflict on any item? Okay, then we'll have a quorum for all of them. So we don't need to worry about that anymore.
Madam Town Attorney, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just a question.
Yes.
It seems ever since I was on the LP and since I've been on the council, our previous town attorney, I want to choose my words carefully, but diminished and admonished us on occasion to diminish the testimony of citizens, neighbors, etc., as we make our decisions on these matters. And I was struck by some of the information in your script here, and which I was pleased by, because it always seemed odd to me that other property owners on this island whose property would be impacted, we were often admonished not to over utilize or have that be the deciding factor as we made our decisions. And it sounds like the advice you're giving us is a bit different from that. Quite frankly, welcome. Would you just reiterate a little bit about that and talk more? Because it just seems like this is a new path, a little bit new. It's not going to completely flip the paradigm, but I just want you to expound on that a little bit, because it's been my experience where, and quite frankly, this is refreshing, where we're allowed to give our residents, again, as long as this is not, opinion or personal animus, it's fact-based testimony that we're allowed to give that equal weight as other testimony. Would you just expound upon that for a minute?
Yes. And I've been doing this for 50 years, and the case law has been consistent throughout that time. that testimony by neighbors, people who are affected by something that is being requested in a quasi judicial hearing, can provide fact-based testimony, which is as important as an expert's testimony. They're kind of different in kind, but you need to listen to all of it because it's all important. If a neighbor were to come up and say he's a lousy neighbor, I just don't like the idea, it's not a good idea, that's not fact-based, and you should ignore that. But if someone comes up and gives information, particularly neighbors have information typically that the experts might not have and that y'all might not have, because most neighbors are involved with other neighbors and they know what the circumstances are in their neighborhood. So you definitely need to listen to it. And I'm not being critical of the former attorney. I don't know what his advice was based upon, but I'm very familiar with the case law out there.
Thank you.
And just kind of a clarification, because the other thing we were told is that when you have a hearing, you should limit your decision be based on what was presented during the hearing, not what you've heard outside of the hearing.
You should make your decision based upon what you hear in the hearing. But you are residents of the town. You have a knowledge of what is going on in the town. You definitely need to utilize that information. But if you heard a rumor or if you got an email that gave you different information than what you are hearing now, you need to, under the case law, decide based upon what you know personally, because you live here and you wouldn't be sitting there if you didn't live here, and what is being presented at the hearing.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, so at this time, if there is anyone present, and I'm sure there is, including the applicant, the property owner, staff who intends to provide testimony in any of the 8 hearings, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Stand. Okay. Everyone ready? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. All right, the first item, this item is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 23-09 entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing the town of Fort Myers Beach ordinance number 18-04 and amending the conditions for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 1170, 1180, 1192, 1204, 1206 Estero Boulevard, 251 Crescent Street, 1150 5th Street, and unaddressed parcels. Parcels generally identified as strap number 24-46-23-W3-00205.0070, MCP parcel number 3, 24-46-23-W3-00006.0000, MCP parcel number 1, 24-46-23-43-00206.0060, MCP parcel number 1, 24-46-23-43-00009.0000, MCP parcels number 2 and number 5, 19-46-24-W4-U0494.2609, MCP parcel number 2, 24-46-23-W3-00205.0070, 19-46-24-W4-U0491.2610, MCP parcel number 2, 19-46-24-W4-0140B.0070, MCP parcels number 2 and number 5, 19-46-24-W4-U0496.2608, MCP parcel number 2 and 19-46-24-W4-U0498.2607 MCP parcels number 2 and number 6, Fort Myers Beach, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Well done.
Whew.
Now he needs a break.
If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place and correspondence that you received or observations made of this site. Councilor King?
I had one email from a resident. Is that good enough, or you want the name, or?
Does the town clerk have a copy of that?
That I could not tell you.
Okay.
Did it go to your your council email?
Yes.
And she
Okay,
does.
then we have it. Yes, you can say the name if you remember it.
Tracy Gore.
Okay.
I too received an email from Tracy Gore, former mayor, as well as former Vice Mayor Joanne Champ in opposition.
That was a while ago.
Councilor Wisdom?
I received an email from Joanne Champ and just had a conversation with one of the people in our audience today.
This is all before the first hearing, but I've met with Tom, I've toured the facility, and I've gotten the same emails that everyone else has.
And do I need to disclose my expertise?
Yes.
Okay. I have also received an email from Tracy Gore, Joanne Champ, met with the applicants as well, and toured the property. All of that is.
Yeah, I mean, I toured the property, but it wasn't related to this.
It wasn't related
particular
to this,
issue.
no,
Yeah.
but I didn't know if that was something that was important or not. Sarah, where's Sarah? There she is. Are there any individuals who would like to be qualified as expert witnesses on behalf of anyone at this time?
I would.
You would, okay. Has the
Is
property,
there anyone else?
is there anyone else? Jason Smalley. Does he need to come up?
Yes.
Okay. This is all new, so we appreciate you bearing with us, but it's insightful.
I will say that I forgot that I earlier had received that email from Joanne Champ as well, but it'd been a while, so I forgot.
And while they're coming up, just if we disclose things that happened before the first reading, do you have to disclose them again for the second reading?
Yes, they're both quasi judicial hearings, but you can just say same as last time.
Okay, ditto. Okay.
Does Jason need to identify himself?
Yes, since are there any other people here who are going to, on this hearing, be an expert witness?
On behalf of the
Okay.
town, correct? Yes.
Okay, so would you please each individually state your qualifications, and then the town council will vote that you are approved as an expert? And then that'll be the last time you'll have to do that ever for
Okay.
them,
Okay, ever.
ever.
That's a big word. I like it.
Ever.
Expert forever.
Sarah Probst. I have a master's in urban and regional planning. I've been an urban planner for municipalities and private companies for 15 years, and I am AICP certified by the American Planners Association.
My name is Jason Smalley. I'm a planner here with the town. So I also have a master's in urban and regional planning. I have approximately 7 years experience working in Southwest Florida on barrier islands, doing plan review and general planning.
Is there a motion to accept Jason and Sarah as expert witnesses?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations, experts. Has the property owner seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes.
Okay. Will the staff please proceed with the presentation of this item? Thank
Certainly.
you. Are there any questions? Oh, go ahead.
That was fast.
That was a good.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. The property owner of TPI FMB is requesting an amendment to two conditions of approval in Ordinance 18-04, the commercial plan development that approved TPI FMB, known as Margaritaville. The applicant is requesting amendments to conditions 14 and 20. Condition 14 requires that the landowner execute and record a restrictive covenant that states all allowable density and intensity on parcels 1, 2, 3, and 5 have been used and that no additional development may occur. Also, that the landowner must convey a restrictive covenant to the town for a perpetual conservation easement over the portions of parcels 2 and 3 which are not constructed on in order to limit additional development on those parcels. The applicant proposes removal of the restrictive covenant requirement and the conservation easement requirement and proposes that future development beyond the approved CPD would have to be approved by town council and comply with the comprehensive plan and land development code. Condition 20 requires that parcel 3, which consists of a surface parking lot, be included in the covenants and conservation easement described in condition 14 to ensure the maintenance of the view corridor. The applicant proposes striking through the requirement for the covenants and conservation easement on parcel 3. The town has received several letters of objection for this case. At the May 9th LPA hearing, the LPA recommended approval of the request, and this is the second town council hearing. The applicant is here, and I am also available to answer any questions you may have.
Where was that? Hold on.
Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions from the applicant or town staff? Questions for Sarah?
Now, okay, for the applicant, though, but the applicant comes up separately. So at this point, we're asking town staff questions.
Just town staff. Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions for Sarah?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's, an item 14, we talked about this before. I'm just kind of reading through all the strikeout stuff. And it says that prior to the town issuing any development orders for demolition, site work, or new buildings on parcel 2, the landowner must execute these covenants. Now, has that work been done? Is this already in violation?
I am under the impression that that work has already been done and that was not taken care of in advance.
Okay, so that is a violation. Now, the other question I have is, I'm reading through this, and it seems pretty clear the intent here in some of the language that's striked out is that to say that all the allowable density and intensity has been used in this project. And striking this out, my concern is that this would mean that if they want to come back and do more density, even on the beach side, that they would just need approval of council.
That's my understanding of the strike through language.
Okay, thank you.
Am I allowed to add questions even though I can't vote?
You actually are.
Okay. I was going to ask a similar question to that. Does this automatically guarantee them additional density?
No, it does not. They would have to come back to an amendment to their CPD MCP.
Okay. That's the only question I had.
Okay.
Any other questions for Sarah? We're good for now. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Will the applicant please proceed with your presentation on this item?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. My name is Steve Hartzell. I'm with Pavese Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, TPI FMB. With me today are Tom Torgerson and John Dammerman, the two principals in the TPI organization. As Sarah has pointed out, our request to you today is to amend conditions 14 and 20 of ordinance number 1804, which approved the Margaritaville CPD. It's important to underscore that today we are not asking for any changes to the approved development plans. The question really is, why are we asking for this amendment? This is the second reading. We've had that discussion. I'm happy to go through the presentation in detail, or I would be happy to respond to questions that you might have, but I'll leave that to the council. I know you've got a number of items on the agenda today, and because it's the second reading, I'm happy to simply respond to questions.
Well, I'll ask the fellow council members, is there a need to have the applicant go through the presentation again? And also, Becky, is it a requirement that they have to go through the presentation again?
There is no requirement that they do that.
Okay. Is there anyone on the council that would like to hear the presentation again?
I thought it was an extensive presentation and discussion on first reading, and it would not be necessary from my personal preference.
Okay, Council Kane,
I'm good.
Council Woodson,
I understand what all the positions are, so I'm good.
Council Beach.
I was riveted by the first presentation, but I don't need to see it again.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Go ahead.
Okay, you said just now that, that right now you're not asking for any density. Now, the question I have is this would open the door to the potential of adding density. And it was specifically striked out in the language. So the question is there an intent in the future to come back and add for more density on parcel 2?
And the quick answer to that is no. The reason that we are here today is because you all have experienced, we've experienced something that's unprecedented, that nobody expected before. And you are on a daily basis dealing with that unexpected circumstances and something that has changed the entire character of the island. What we recognized is that in the future, if something like that happens, there may be reasons why you or a future council would like the flexibility to be able to make some changes to Margaritaville. We submit that there is no reason to put a restrictive covenant or a conservation easement in place that says no changes can ever be made to this in the future. Right now, we're prohibited from making any changes to the development plans until we come back to you and present those changes in detail and answer all the questions about them. So if in the future there's any desire to increase density or change these plans one way or the other, we would have to come back to you and make a detailed presentation for that. That's why I've kind of cut to the chase here. The clean version of the revised condition number 14 says no additional development may occur beyond that which is approved by this CPD without prior approval of the town council. The intent of this condition is to require that any future changes to the CPD have to comply with the Fort Myers Beach plan and the land development code in effect at the time of future application. We're simply trying to make sure that you don't tie your hands in the, to the extent that something changes in the future and you would want to come back and look at this. That's why we're asking for these two amendments.
Okay, now, but with the ramifications of Ian, is this necessary for you to essentially rebuild what you lost in Hurricane Ian? Do you know what I mean? I'm saying, like, this is about density, but if there's something like, I know the old Cigar Hut building that now needs to be rebuilt in a different way, is that something you're not allowed to do with the existing?
I don't know that there's anything, Tom can correct me. Yeah, yes, Mr. Torgerson.
Tom Torgerson, resident Fort Myers Beach. To answer your question, by the hair of our very chinny chin chin, the answer to that is no. Very close to having to come back to you and make changes to the CPD because of the Cigar Hut building. We were able, because it is, I think, approximately 10 foot from the velocity zone, it's in the coastal A zone. We were able to modify the reconstruction of it to a dry proofing flood system. And meet compliance with FEMA and regulatory requirements. The other alternative, if we were not able to do that, say it would have been one of the other buildings, we'd had to come back to you because we'd had to raise the building 15 feet, 15 or 18 feet, and that would breach the the restrictive covenants that we're trying to avoid being put in place.
Okay, so you're saying, well, and I know it's a bit of a hypothetical, but if you had an additional,
Our hands would be tied, literally.
Thanks. Tom, before you, would it be safe to say, just trying to summarize what you said there, should we ever have an unfortunate incident like this where one of the other buildings was destroyed or beyond repair, with the current wording, there would be no way for you to be able to build back what you had because of the restrictions within this current CPD?
It would be if FEMA regulations changed. So if a height change, which is customary, with the passage of time. At this moment, I don't think there is something in place that would be inconsistent with what is being constructed there, but 5 years down the road, very, very likely.
Okay.
Yes.
Any questions for Tom?
and I understand what you're saying, Mayor, that if there's no code changes or the flood elevations go down, which I hard to imagine that happening, that they would have, they could have difficulty rebuilding because it has to be higher. Okay.
Thank you.
John, do you want to say anything?
John Dammerman, Fort Myers resident. The only thing I would say is that I can assure you, we have no plans currently to do anything other than what has been approved and what's under construction. I mean, we're spending $175 million to build a resort. The last thing we want to do is make changes at this stage. So I think what we're asking for is the opportunity in the future, should anything as devastating as Ian happen again, the opportunity to be able to come before either this council or future councils, and be able to rebuild. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any members of the public who would wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in.
Good morning, council. I believe it's still morning. My name is Mike Miller. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach at 290 Bahia Villa. I also am an owner of 1249 Estero Boulevard, which is catty corner to Margaritaville. And I don't have a problem with anything that's going on. I encourage what he's doing, and it should be changed. I just want to ensure that the parking lot that was donated to the city will remain where it is. That's the only thing that I have an issue with. I do not want that parking lot moved. It is key and vital to the local businesses of being able to spend $5 or $10 instead of $20 or $40 in season to be able to park, to come to the restaurant of the Whale, Yo Taco, or Rude Shrimp Move, and any other local businesses or like Tuna Skin to go get some t-shirts. I don't feel that Margaritaville should be in this position at all. I don't feel it should have ever been an issue of, he's already at the maximum density. And be honest with you, he just wants to play in the same sandbox as everybody else. No one else has this restriction on this island, and nor should they. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else? Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant?
Yes, sir. Steve Hartzell again for the record, just real briefly, because Mr. Miller's question came up at the first reading. The parcel he's talking about is parcel number 4. That parcel is now owned by the town of Fort Myers Beach. It has been conveyed, so it's certainly not within TPI's purview to determine the future of that. So that's entirely with the town of Fort Myers Beach. So that's already occurred. That was a question last time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can he had one public comment? Can he do another one, Becky? Is it,
That is up to you.
should come up to the mic, Mike.
Is the parcel that was in question is parcel 6, I believe it is, on your master plan, not parcel 4. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did. Well,
It is parcel 6.
Okay, well, thank you.
I guess if we would have gone through the presentation again, we'd all know that.
But I think the message was clear that the parking lot is town-owned. All right, there's nothing else. I will now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Conversation?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
at the risk of being redundant after my comments in the first reading, I think it's worth stating, just in case new folks are watching. One of the reasons I support this ordinance is it cleans up some language of the CPD that I think potentially is challenging and certainly something we should be mindful of as we move forward post-Ian. And again, I've had some experience at the congressional level as a congressional staffer. I served in the legislature. I now serve on the town council. So my experience in legislative bodies is you can't bind future legislative bodies. As wise as previous councils may have been, as wise as we may be, we cannot bind future councils. So they're also elected by the public. Moods change, times change. And to put in language that binds future council, to me, is inappropriate. And I think anyone who has concerns about this, please know that anything new that would come out or would need to come before us have to be approved. There would generally go through the LPA, go through the council. There'd be plenty of public comment opportunity, and those elected officials would then be held accountable for whatever the decision they would make. So there's nothing nefarious going on here. It's just, I think, appropriately removing the bind that we're placing on not only TPI, but also future councils. So therefore, I support the ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just kind of a question for you, Vice Mayor. I know you say that, but when we approve something, we are binding future councils. Because when we approve something, that is with the land. That is their rights now. If we improve a development, extra density, whatever the plan is, they're essentially binding future councils. I mean, it's a two-way street.
Well, it's really a one-way street because when that CPD is agreed upon, you're guaranteeing appropriately the rights of that particular private entity that you're working with. So this, to me, would be a policy change. This language here binds future councils from, if again another Hurricane Ian, whatever the circumstance might be, it prohibits future councils from changing or working with the applicant to modify. I think somebody said this morning, $175 million resort to benefit. I would argue there would have to be public benefit. So we would be denying future councils the opportunity to serve the public benefit of Fort Myers Beach with the current language, and I think it's appropriately struck in this ordinance.
And I'm just going to reiterate though, when you approve something, you're giving them that, and no council is going to take it away from them. That is a bit of a bind.
I agree. We're not going to take their rights away, but we're also not going to limit the options from the policy options of this council and future councils if we enact this language.
And I'm just trying to clarify. I'm not really trying to argue here, Jim, but the other thing is that using someone granting a conservation easement in exchange for something is done, I think, fairly typically. There's a lot of places, especially in, farmers will give up a development rights in order to get some benefit and still be able to operate a farm. But they can't come back in the future and develop it because they've given up those rights. So I agree with you saying, but I think that it's a two-way street. I think that, if you approve something, you're binding future councils. Usually if you deny something, you're not. But certainly this easement would be would restrict the developer from being able to develop, but it's not necessarily because of council, it's because of the agreement that they agreed.
That's a fair point, Councilor Veach. Here's how I would respond to that. I think you have a situation going forward, and we can't underestimate future councils. They would be mindful of the fact that there was some horse trading that went on to approve this TPI's plan, and the CPD. They understand, and they would know through history what was traded, what was agreed upon, and then they would have to make an informed decision as to whether the public benefit warrants making a change based upon TPI's request. So that the point that you just make would not be lost, and certainly would be able to be considered by future councils. No?
Well, I think that we're, if you want to use the horse trading analogy, we're giving away some horses.
I don't think we're giving
before
away
really-
anything. I think we're giving the right to future councils to consider options that might benefit the community. I mean, that's just my opinion. I see your point, but
Yeah, you know, you're talking about horse trading, and this is a result of horse trading. I mean, this is an agreement that was mutually agreed upon. And I don't have a problem with modifying an agreement if it's clearly defined what the problems are that we're trying to resolve with it. My problem with this is it's open. I mean, they've used the term, they're not currently looking at any future development. But to me, that's the analogy. If I would tell my wife, you know, I'm not currently having an affair, it implies that maybe there's some potential plan down the road that I might.
You sure that's a rabbit hole you wanted to go down?
Well,
Yeah.
I guess just to simplify this, to your point, there was a negotiated settlement on the CPD, and I watched it. Probably everybody in this room watched it. It was a 5-0 vote in support based upon a negotiated settlement, publicly negotiated, very appropriately negotiated. And future councils will take that under consideration as they make their judgment. We are not so wise that we can deprive them of that opportunity. Many may say, to your point, they may say, gosh, that was a negotiated settlement. We're not changing it. Some may say public benefit or public interest demands that we change it. We don't know what the future holds. And I want to give future councils the flexibilities to be discerning and to make appropriate changes if necessary.
You know, I think I'll kind of jump in there and give my 2 cents on it. I think to answer your question, Councilor Veach, to me, what it's trying to solve, I know you were trying to drive and, you know, were there any buildings that were just specifically looking at this? If Ian did anything, in my opinion, is it showed us all that there's a much stronger power than any of us 5 or future 5. And to have these restrictions in place, doesn't one seem fair to the island residents? It doesn't seem fair to future councils. It doesn't seem fair to potential owners down the line, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when we're long gone. I think about what position would we be in if other CPDs that are currently on the island had this restriction in there, where we would be at? Would they be able to rebuild? Would they not be able to rebuild? The fact that there's no ask, there's still a process that you have to go through to be able to get any kind of future density or anything. The process is still there. This is just leaving that door open to keep that open process part of functioning government. And I don't think closing the door for anyone, whether it's residential or commercial, on something that could be potentially out of all of our controls is a fair way to do business.
And I'll just tell you, you know, I do support the Margaritaville project. I think that what they did with the, and this was hard-fought negotiation through a lot of parties, but what they did with keeping the beachfront parcel more open and not put big buildings in there, not make tunnels down Estero Boulevard, and putting a bridge over the road. Those are all admirable things. I'd like to, and I think that I would like to preserve that. I mean, particularly in light of some of the proposals we're seeing from some potential developers, it's a very smart, neat design. I'd like to keep it that way.
I'll move to approve ordinance 23-09.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is this a roll call vote? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Councilor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Veach?
A nay, I'm just saying because I think it's overly broad. I think it'd be tightened up.
And Mayor Allers is abstaining from the vote. Motion carries 3-1. Next is item B. This item is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions / denying special exception SEZ 2023-0052 to an amend resolution 13-09 conditions of approval, which limited the area of consumption on premise to the building and did not allow live music for the property located at 1249 Estero Boulevard, and providing for an effective date. If there is a town council member that has had any ex parte communication to disclosure, please let us know the subject discussed, the identity of the person, the group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made at of the site. Councilor Beach?
I would just say no, Becky, that if we've got emails through our town email address, then does that have to be disclosed as already matter of public record?
Yes, you should disclose them, and if they were not part of the public record, then you'd have to send them over.
Okay.
But yes, you do need to.
Yeah, I've received emails in opposition.
I too have received emails opposition.
I also have received emails in opposition and have obviously been to the site several times.
Same as the mayor.
I'll give it a unanimous received emails.
All right. So I don't have to do the Sarah part this time? I don't have to do the witness thing again?
No, you do not.
We're good.
They are now qualified
That is forever. I could cross that off?
forever. Yeah.
Wow, just a little less reading.
Until somebody new comes along.
Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff?
Greg Von Krumberg, yes, Mayor.
Okay. Will staff please proceed with their presentation on this item? Oh, he's right behind you. He goes first.
Oh, perfect. First,
Hey, Greg. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Good morning, councilors. My name, again, for the record, is Jason Smalley. I'm town senior planner, and I've been sworn in and accepted as an expert. It's an interesting place to be. So today we are here to take a look at 1249 Estero. This is a request to change two existing limitations within a previously approved special exception from 2009. These limitations are number 1 and number 3 in that original resolution. Number 1 limitation is a limitation on where alcohol could be served on the site. It is specifically pegged to the building. As you can plainly see, the building no longer exists, so they have requested that that be removed to allow for alcohol sales on their site, not just particularly limited to the building. Number 3 removes a limitation, or they're requesting to remove a limitation originally approved in the 2013 special, in the original special exception, which limits live music. During the LPA meeting, there was an agreement to forward a recommendation to allow for a 6-month limit on these approvals, on the removal of these approvals, and to give town council another opportunity to reassess in 6 months. Along with that, as you can see in the resolution, there were a few other limitations that were requested from the LPA, which would include preclude the use of drums at any time by live musicians, and it recommended approval based on limitations Sunday through Thursday, where live music would end at 6:30 p.m. Amplified live music would end at 6:30 p.m. and then on Fridays and Saturdays to end at 9 p.m. Those were the recommendations that were forwarded by LPA, and staff is here with any questions or concerns that you may have.
Jason, have you seen the form that Mark just gave us with the decibel levels and things like that?
I have not seen that as of yet, no.
So I guess just for the record, we were given a sheet of all the acts that have played since the 16th of June through the 5th of August, listing the decibel levels from 6 and 7 at 8 p.m. And then a brief description of if it was rained out or not rained out. So we'll make sure that we get a copy of this to the town clerk for the record. You have it? Yes.
Should I go ahead and give this?
Yeah,
to
I
you?
think
Yeah.
my question is if you can look at these decibel numbers and how do they correlate with the noise ordinance that we currently have in place? If you know that off the top of your head.
Not off the top of my head. I'd be more than happy to go back and take a look at it as what the maximum decibel level is. Now, one thing I would ask from staff's perspective would be, how did they do the sound measurement? And was the meter correctly calibrated? Excuse me. Sorry, Monday morning. Not to say that these aren't correct measurements. I just don't have any way to discern whether or not that would be enforceable by the sheriff's office. But if you would like, and you can give me a moment or two, I can go take a look at the maximum decibel level and give you an answer to that.
I just
It's
looked
on the
at it
front page.
and it is.
Oh, limit.
The
That's
front
right there. I
page.
missed it.
Yeah, it is
It's
on the
correct.
Never
front
mind.
page.
Okay,
And that's what's in Muni Code.
perfect. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Jason?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Jason, I watched the original LPA hearing. I did not have a chance to go back and see it a second time, so my memory's a little fleeting. So if you could help me, I thought there was a pretty healthy discussion between the applicant and the LPA about some guidelines, and you stated what they were. Do you know, or do you remember if they were agreed upon? Were they going to implement those right away, or were they going to, were those to be implemented after council's action? I can't remember how that conversation went.
I would defer to the applicant as far as what they decided to do pre-approval, but staff wouldn't be able to implement any of those limitations until it's actually approved.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if there was a gentleman's agreement. I'll ask the applicant, but thank you.
Any other questions for Jason? Thanks. Greg? You were sworn in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So Greg Von Cromberg, managing partner of the Whale. Just want to talk briefly about my history and how I came down to Fort Myers Beach. I was born and raised over in Cape Coral. About 11 years ago, I started at the Pink Shell Resort. It was my very first job on this island. I instantly fell in love with this island and the community. Even though I was not very far away, I didn't come down here very often when I
Pull
was a
your mic
kid.
down a little bit.
Great.
Oh, sorry. So I did not come down here very much as a kid, unfortunately. I wish I would have, but now after being down here for 11 plus years, I really can't imagine calling anywhere else home. So I love this, absolutely love this town. I love this community. Back in February, my partners Mike and Dawn and I had a conversation on what we should do with the Whale. What should we open? What should we try to do something in the meantime while we're getting permits for the new building, things like that. It was my job as operations manager to let them know it was very likely going to be a bleeding operation. It was not going to be probably very profitable, but they'd said let's go ahead and do it anyway. And the reasons for that was, we really wanted to keep the spirit of the Whale and Fort Myers Beach alive. We had a lot of staff. We had 39 employees prior to the storm. I have 3 now, including myself. We're very community driven. It was very important for us to keep something going, give it the town another, all the community another place to go. At the time, there was not, I think there was 2 places open, I think, maybe 3. It was important for us to provide places for people to go and kind of maybe just for an hour or 2 to have a cocktail and forget about everything that happened in the last few months. But I think it's important to note that the original conditions for this special exception mention the outdoor proposed deck on the old building, mentioned a number of times. And as you all know, that deck no longer exists, unfortunately. The very first sheet you guys have in front of you is the current noise ordinance that states 72 decibels on average from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then down to 65 decibels after 10 p.m. to 75 to 7 a.m. Excuse me. We've taken a number of preventative measures for music to travel, including 4 8x10 soundproof panels, or sound absorbing panels, I guess I should say. We face, anytime that we have any kind of music, we make sure everything faces out away from the neighbors, away from the community.
Greg, when did those panels go up?
They went up on,
This ballpark.
I have it actually noted in my decibels. I believe it was June 24th.
Thank you.
I consistently monitor our decibels, as you can see by the other 2 documents that are there. I measure them right after the music starts, right at about usually 6:05 p.m. or so. And then I take another measurement again at 7, another measurement at 8. We've had a few different ones in there, which again, if you read through the notes, that were a little too loud in the beginning. I asked them to turn it down, and I had to do that several times.
So did you take these readings?
I do. Well, there was one weekend that I was out of town and my wife did. But other than that, yes, I did.
And so tell me how you took them. Where did you stand?
So we do have a calibrated sound meter on the property. I stand at the corners of Primo, or our property corner on Primo, and then our property corner on Palermo. So that's, you can see noted in there as well. And what I did is I stand there for 60 seconds and then I note the highest decibel recorded. Our meter does not have a way to average it. So what I did is I noted the highest decibel level that I received, and that's in dBA, and that's on this low setting. So it's about every 1 second or so is when it updates. There was a few times that, especially the 6 p.m. one, where there's construction trucks going by and things like that, that absolutely spiked the decibel levels. So I had to restart, but generally, like I said, that is the highest decibel that I noted in a 60-second period at those property corners, which is my understanding is the receiving land. It seems to get a little bit up for interpretation what exactly receiving land means, but my interpretation is it's the property lines. That's in my sheet here. The LPA recommendations, while we're thankful for them, they were a little difficult. It's a little difficult to operate under them, and mostly because the terms amplified and unamplified, it seems like people have different understandings of what those mean. Amplified sound means it's music or speech projected or transmitted by electronic equipment. We are amplified right now. If we were under the tent, all sweating our butts off right now, I find it hard to believe that we would be a nuisance to the neighbors. But this is technically classified as amplified. If I turn my microphone off right now, I'm sure they would have a hard time recording, understanding what I'm saying. So I think that's an important thing to know going forward with when we can play amplified and unamplified. I'm sure if you dine at any restaurant, pretty much in this entire world, they have ambient music playing, and those are all amplified musics. If you, like you said, you go into a restaurant and you just hear, your favorite song in the background, whatever, that's all amplified. So operating in the summertime under a giant tent with no music is tough, very, very, very tough. So the things that we're requesting, originally we requested just to follow the exact noise ordinance guidelines that you have in front of you. I've learned a lot in the last 2 months. Definitely fine with keeping the drum sets away. As much as some of the community enjoyed it, I can obviously see how disturbing and much of a nuisance that could be to neighbors. So definitely fine with keeping the drum sets away. I have to give a little bit of a kudos to whoever put those noise ordinance guidelines together, because anytime I'm under that quiet time decibels, it seems like that's when no neighbors have been bothered by it. So that's what we're requesting going forward, especially in the meantime when we're operating the way we are. That's 65 decibels throughout the afternoon, and then we're happy to go down to 60 decibels in the quiet time. So we're happy to be lower than what's on the current town's noise ordinance guideline, and that's again just because of the state of everybody.
So your and your table here, and this is very useful. Thank you. Did any of these bands have drum sets?
Any of those bands? The very first one, no, excuse me, on 624, they play bongo drums.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
it's not like it doesn't have a snare or anything like that. It's literally just the hand bongo drums. But no, sir, I believe they do not, because that was after the LPA meeting, we said no drum sets. I canceled all of my bands with drum sets. So, and I will say, no, there's no way, because they wouldn't be at these decibel levels. Let's see. One other thing that I will say I've experienced in the last few months is the Whale, with its history of music issues from prior ownership. It seems like anytime that somebody hears any noise, it's automatically the Whale. And I will say I've gotten phone calls and text messages about music when we weren't open. So I just want to let you all know, and the community know a little bit, that it might not be us. There has been a few cars and boats that have been playing music very late at night and that I've witnessed. And like I said, that was not us. So I just don't want to always be the scapegoat there. And I think it's also important to note that in the 8 weeks, so on Thursday nights were one of the nights that we stopped doing music completely, because 6:30 p.m. is, you can't really play music up until 6:30 in the summertime and expect to really do much business. But the 8 weeks prior to that, when we were playing music on Thursday nights, and the 7 weeks after, there was a 60.1% drop in sales. And that affects obviously not just the business, it affects staff, it affects, musicians, everybody.
So the live music brings in that much business.
I mean, I'm sure there's other factors at play, obviously the time of year and things like that. But yes, there's a huge difference in foot traffic. 90% of our business is foot traffic, and people walking by without music and people walking by when there's music playing is a massive difference. Absolutely massive difference. I mean, you're talking, I'd say 7 out of 10 people walk by and come in when there's music playing, and it's more like 2 or 3 without it.
And what about even the 9 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays? Because it looks like the code says that the quiet time is between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m.
We can, happy to keep it at 9 p.m. On Fridays and Saturdays. Even weekdays, I'd like to go a little later than 6:30. I mean, right now, I think it gets basically pitch black at about 9. So the sunsets, I believe, 8:20-ish right now. But happy to keep it, weekdays we can go 8 p.m. or maybe a half hour after sunset, or any wording that you all would like to do with that. But for me, I think I've noticed that it's really all about decibels for me, and bass. Bass is what number one spikes the decibels, and bass is what carries. I think that 60 decibel range right in there is where we can play behind those sound panels, and it doesn't project hardly even to the property corners, and definitely not enough to be a nuisance to anybody, in my opinion. And
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm trying to look through here, and I don't see, I like you, Vice Mayor Adderhold, I watched the meeting, but it's been a few weeks and my memory's a little foggy with the recommendations. Am I missing it in our packet? I don't see the LPA recommendations in our packet anywhere, or any suggestion of approval or denial from
I believe it was in
staff.
there, but I mean, I definitely can iterate it for you. I memorized it.
Yeah, I don't see it, but I could be missing it. If someone knows where it's at or what packet page, I'd like to take a look at it again. But yes, if you know it, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's Sunday through Thursday.
Mhm.
It's up until 6:30 p.m. We are allowed to play anything amplified, unamplified after 6:30 p.m., which would also include small speakers for any kind of ambient house music. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, it's until 9 p.m.
It's on page 208 of our packet.
And I'm sorry, what did you say on the weekends? It was what?
Till 9 p.m.
Amplified, and then
Amplified and then unamplified after.
up till 10 or
I mean, I guess theoretically, it doesn't say anything about any time after that. But honestly, unamplified means you're not bothering anybody. Because if I went unamplified right now, you guys probably couldn't even hear me. So I don't think that unamplified is even in my opinion, an option going forward.
Are there any questions for Greg?
I do have a little bit of a closing statement as
Oh, go
well.
ahead.
Just
But before you close, Greg.
Sure.
Just could we a little bit better understand the business model right now? I know you said you have 3 employees. You must have more than 3 because you're obviously got that whole operation going. Is that what
Actually, I have 3. Yep, I do a lot on my own, but other than that, I just have 2 bartenders.
So the goal then at this point is it's not really a revenue driver for you all. It's just to keep some folks employed,
Sure.
keep the name of the Whale
Mhm.
out there. I'm just trying to understand the business model. Is that in essence what you're trying to?
Absolutely.
And
You know,
obviously give the community a service and so forth. Yeah.
Absolutely. You know, we get great turnouts on Friday and Saturday nights. Unfortunately, most of them show up a little later as it's so hot right now that You know, it's mostly 8:30, 9 o'clock, or 8:30 when people really start coming out, which I have to stop music a half hour after that, which is what it is. But it's absolutely is. You know, our staff was affected a lot as well. You know, I have bartenders that still call me every day and say, if you got any extra shifts, I'd love them. You know, and a lot of my 39 employees still haven't found consistent work, and same for the musicians. You know, it's a lot about it's about the community, and that's what we're really doing.
And I'm not trying to probe into your business plan, but if you can share, as I understand it, I just saw the unveiling of your plan yesterday, which looks really interesting and wonderful.
Yeah, very excited.
So, but I think I remember you saying at some point, and maybe it was at the LPA hearing, that you're going to have to shut down this operation once you commence construction, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a timeline as to when that would begin?
We would love it to be tomorrow, but that's probably a better Mike question, but kind of going through the process with that. I mean, ideally in 3-4 months. So at that point, obviously music would shut down. We won't be open there operating until the building is rebuilt. And I do think it's important to note that we're happy to, long term, we would like to follow the regular noise ordinance guidelines that you have in front of you. And
As I understand it, long term, there will be no problem at all.
Shouldn't at
because
all.
it'll be indoors, yeah?
We actually are going to be utilizing a lot of different soundproofing techniques, which is what we talked about yesterday at our unveiling. We'll talk about when there's proposed new buildings in front of you guys.
But it'll be indoors, right, on that
The second floor
right?
will be indoors, which was where we'll play the vast majority of music. We would like the ability to play, let's say, a solo act downstairs or upstairs on the outdoor during the day. And on Sunday afternoons, I measured up 2 weeks in a row, and the decibel levels were in the 50s. I mean, they were so super low, and that was still with a pretty open building. So I don't foresee that being any type of issue personally.
So roughly, and I know it's hard to predict, the issue we're talking about today is really for the next 3 or 4 months.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, just trying to understand. Thank you.
And again, like we would request that this is downtown zoning. This is where we're zoned. We would request just to follow everyone else's noise ordinance.
And as you remember, Greg, from the LP hearing, was there an agreement to what the LPA suggested, or were you all not completely comfortable with what they suggested?
Well, we weren't completely comfortable with it, and mostly because of the 6:30 p.m. on weekdays. If we could go, especially since I think at the time the sunset was 8:31 or something. I mean, it's even at 9 p.m. there's still some light out. And with it being summertime and so warm, it's you really can't. It's hard to operate after that time without being able to do anything, any type of music or anything.
And just so I understand your ask, then is your ask just to go with what you handed out here today, or are you willing to maybe do a little bit of modification of
Yeah.
it?
So the perfect ask would be a modification of the exact noise ordinance you have there just for temporarily. So we would happily go down to, like I said, the quiet time noise ordinance during the actual the higher peak. So 65, we would have to do from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then 60 after 10 p.m., which is basically just house music anyway. Which again, like I said, it doesn't put out enough sound to be any type of nuisance or disturbance. And then maybe put an effective date in a year from now or something like that. We would go back to just the same noise ordinance that everyone else is
And I
under.
guess the other ask, which I don't think people have problems with, is just to be able to serve alcohol wherever you need to on the property.
Correct.
to
Right
make
now,
it
our
functioning.
tent is our building.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay.
So,
Greg, obviously you've heard that we've received opposition, although people are very, they love the whale. They patronize the whale, but they're concerned. Obviously they're rebuilding just like you are. But it doesn't sound like you're, I guess my question is, I know that it's not ideal for you, but are you okay if it gets approved moving forward with the LPA recommendations at the decibel levels that you were just talking about, the 60 and the 65 versus what is here, the 72 and 65? Is that something that you would consider, should it get approved today?
for long term or
Well, it'd obviously be short term. I believe the recommendation was 6 months to revisit it.
Okay.
Depending on when you're, so is that something, or are you?
Yeah, I would
stringent
just
on
like
that
a
you
little
don't
bit
want to-
more freedom, a little bit longer timeline during the week.
Sure.
I mean, and I think operating at 65, and during the week, I'm not going to be trying to get a full band on a Wednesday night in the summer in August. It's
Right.
not ever going to happen, which full band we don't do anyway, but it would all be solo acts, things like that. I would just like the ability to play a little later than 6:30, play while it's dinner time. People like to come out, tourists especially, but locals too, but they like to come out while they're eating dinner and listen to some music. I mean, I'm sure you guys all know that. Like,
Well,
so-
I will say I didn't have to leave my lanai when the drums
Yeah,
were playing. I could
right.
hear it.
That's
and
why we
and
were
I'm-
happy
I'm south
to-
of Publix.
Correct. I mean,
So
the drums
I could
was
hear it.
the drums was mostly, and a lot of people came and requested. I think people were
Yeah.
looking to kind of have some fun after the storm and
Sure.
just get a, like I said, forget about everything for a few hours. But 100% was way too much, and we've gone away from that, and we're happy to continue going away from that. Happy to include that in our language.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm just trying to struggle with the balance between what you need to do, obviously, to bring people in. People need a place to relieve stress. And,
Mhm.
we're all working very hard, and we also have to juggle what, the residents around you
Sure.
have concerns with. So that was I guess my question about
Yeah,
the
and-
LPA recommendation.
Yes, sir, and I agree. And and the reason why I opened with my history on this island is because I do love this community, and the last thing I want to do is irritate neighbors, especially consistently. I know I used to go to the Whale a long time ago, and I know exactly what it was like. So I can only imagine living there. I can only imagine how bad it was, but that's not in our business model. That's not what we want to do going forward. And I'm happy to put that on paper as far as no drum sets, as far as I believe, again, 60, 65 decibels without any type of like bass, like what the drum sets would provide, wouldn't even be a nuisance even to adjacent properties.
Just a clarification there on what you're suggesting. So you're suggesting it on the Sunday through Thursday at 6:30 that their decibel level would drop.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of getting at the timeframes that they had there. You had mentioned the 60 during the quiet time, if you will, and 65 during the versus 72 for the normal
Mhm.
up to 6:30 or till 9 o'clock. Is that something that you would consider?
Yeah, like I said, the biggest thing for the decibels is, especially during the week, is not. It's important, but it's really more the time that's important because we would only be playing solos anyway, and I know I'm not going to get anywhere near those decibels.
Right.
So it really is the time. It's just the ability to be able to do something, while people are eating instead of it just being quiet.
I certainly appreciate you providing us with these numbers. It shows that you're at least being proactive and you do care about what's
Well,
going on.
and like I said, I've learned a lot over the last couple months. I don't pretend to be an expert, but I definitely think that, like I said, the original ordinance was very well done. I think when before Ian, I think those numbers were good to not provide or to give businesses a little bit of an opportunity to play music and not to be nuisances to their neighbors. I thought they were very well done. I think because of the current condition of the island and there not being as many structures, that's a big reason why happy to come down off of that, since sound is obviously going to travel a little bit more.
Just real quick, Greg, I've received I'm desperately trying to find his email. I can't
Sure.
find it. I got so many emails these last few months, but there was a gentleman who's a realtor on the island who's had some challenges with the noise. It's my understanding you've been giving your cell phone number out, and you're usually
Absolutely.
on the location. Is that true?
95% of the time, unless I have to run and get ice or juice
No, I
or mixers,
understand
but
that,
yes.
but you're around.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You're giving the neighbors your
Yep.
cell phone number, and
Mhm.
I'm trying to think. I wish I could find the gentleman's. He's very thoughtful in terms of his concerns, and I just want to make sure that if somebody's a neighbor and they walked over, they found you, they could get your cell number. And
Of course,
see it.
absolutely. And again, this all goes back to I do love this community, and I
No.
I have
no,
enough
I'm just-
headaches on my plate. I don't need,
no.
I don't want neighbors having to call me all the time. So I want to be in an area where they are
But
happy as well.
I wanted to highlight your willingness to talk to people.
Of course. And I have a stack of business cards in my pocket right now. If anyone's here and would like one,
Right. No, and
absolutely.
I know that's the case. I just want to give you that opportunity to highlight the fact that you're available.
Yep, that's actually in my closing statement. But yeah, I
Okay.
appreciate
All
it,
right,
Jim.
great.
Thank
All
you.
But I just kind of looked through this list, which is very interesting because I'm kind of a numbers guy. But maybe we should get Red Hannah and the Carnival of Soul to sign on to
So-
this agreement as well.
So Bill, I appreciate you seeing that. So Carnival Soul, we actually had them last week, and they were awesome at keeping it much lower. A lot of musicians, and I think we've got a few here today that want to talk, but a lot of them definitely have the idea that loud is better, and it's not always. Especially that tent, the sound bounces plenty through there. You don't have to be loud under there. So that's another thing that I've learned. And,
That's experience I've had is you don't want to give a musician the volume control
yeah, exactly.
or a deaf sound man.
Yeah, exactly.
You said you got to.
Yeah, just in closing, I just wanted to it's a little bit more for the community than it is for you guys, but just let us find a happy medium, and I know there is one. I think actually we've gotten really close in the last few weeks. I think there's a gentleman that lives right across the street. He's unfortunately in an RV. A really nice guy. Him and I were in constant communication through this whole process, and he hasn't been bothered in the last couple of weeks, and he is definitely the closest to be being bothered. Or at least he hasn't called me or texted me, which he was doing whenever he was bothered. So, but I think just let us find that happy medium. Let us show that we're good neighbors. And I know a lot of the neighborhood is pretty traumatized from the 20 years of noise complaints and what was going on. I know that, but we aren't previous owners, you know, and we do really care about this community, and I would just like hope to get that chance.
Any questions for Greg? Thanks, Greg.
It's
Thank
not
you.
really a question. I just have a comment on the 6:30. You know, I don't know how when all of you eat dinner, but if I can get my husband out of our lower level before 7:30 or 8, I'm doing really well. And so that means dinner's at 8 or 8:30. And just to be able to go somewhere and decompress and have some nice music, have some dinner, that it's really, really important. And I personally think 6:30 is way too restrictive. I think it should be more at the 8:30 or 9 o'clock level, all the way through, and 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. So my opinion.
Well, when we have a discussion, you can bring it up. And if you feel like you want to make a motion, you're welcome to do that. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Yes, sir. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bob Tabarini. I'm a local musician. I'm also on the board of directors of 2 local 501c3 music charities, the Louis P. Tabarini Children's Music Outreach Foundation. We provide instruments and lessons in Southwest Florida, and the Music Alive SWFL charity was created to help musicians that lost not only their income, but everything else that happened right after the hurricane. So this is hugely important to me. I'm very passionate about this subject. And I think that as someone that plays the whale and did play the whale, when it was still a building, I was scheduled to play the whale right after the hurricane. And so to come back and be able to play there now, it's emotional. And I moved down here to play music on this beach. This has been my home for almost 30 years. This is my passion. And so to find a win-win that we can all agree on, I think it's important. I think that because music is the heartbeat of Fort Myers Beach. You know, when people come down there, there's something about when you show up and, like you said, you go out to dinner and you hear some music, it's got a psychological component to it. It really does. So I think that people don't understand how important it is until you take it away. And so what the Whale has been doing is they've been bringing back live music as a way to tell people that we're here, that this is a comeback story, that we're going to find a way forward. And when we see our friends come down to the beach and they see this, the live music is the counterweight that makes it where coming to the beach feels like it still has a purpose. You know, so rather than just coming down here and seeing devastation, yeah, you can come down here and cry, but then you can go to the Whale and you can have a drink and you can smile and you can laugh. So the fact that they've got it going on right now and then they started as soon as they could, I think it's something that we should all try our best to find a win-win solution that we can get behind. And so as someone that's been playing there since we've had these issues with the sound, I can testify that Greg does go to the border of the property and he measures the sound before the show, during the show, and towards the end. And sound is somewhat directional. So when we realized the sound was an issue, we pulled away the drum set. You know what I'm saying? And we really were working. People will leave an establishment because it's too loud. They won't leave because it's too soft. So we always err on the side of caution of being able to provide music, but not having it loud. When you talk about amplified music, this is amplified right here. This is not crazy loud. But the difference between us having a microphone and being able to hear and stepping away, that's the subtle difference. So when you guys are talking about amplified music, it's not about having big stacks of speakers and trying to blow the chicken wings out of the Gulf of Mexico. It's about making it so people can hear the music that we're playing. And that's really the short version of it. If you have any questions that you would like to ask me, I would like, because I used to be the entertainment director at the Lonic Eye as well. So I understand the challenge of trying to present music and trying to work within the ordinances. So if you guys have any questions that you would like to ask on my end, I would prefer to take them.
Just so you know, if you don't get any questions, it's part of public comment.
Okay,
We usually don't take questions.
okay, I just didn't know if you guys had any questions you want to ask somebody that knows a little bit about the subject, so. But that's the short version of it. So thank you so much for your time. And if there's anything that we can do to make this work, let us know and we'll make it work.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming out. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Hello, my name's Brady Smith. I can't be as eloquent as Bob just was probably, but my wife and I live down at 261 Egret and we're musicians on the beach. And yeah, just piggybacking on how proactive we see the Whale has been about monitoring the sound levels, reaching that compromise that isn't having people complaining, but it's also allowing a business to bring more people in and also providing work for musicians that live locally here. We took a huge hit financially with the hurricane, and if we don't have businesses to play at, we don't have a business ourselves. So extending hours on weekdays, things like that, and just giving opportunities to people who moved here, just like he said, to play music and provide a service for the community, as well as create our own livelihood. It's just really important to me. And, you know, it is a huge thing about Fort Myers Beach. And if a place has live music and this place doesn't, and tourists want to come, or locals, and go to a place with live music, they're going to go to the place with live music. So, yeah, basically just piggybacking on what everyone else is saying. So just want to let you guys know that.
Thanks, Brady. Pat?
Bring it down for me. Good morning, Town Council and the strong people of Fort Myers Beach. I live on 247 Palermo Circle, less than 500 feet maybe from the Whale.
You gotta state your name too for the record.
Huh?
State your name for the record.
Oh, Patrick Duclos.
Thanks, Pat.
I'd like to speak today in my support to get the town's approval to allow amplified music again at the Whale. First, I'd like to point out that amplification, I think we've spoken, other people have discussed this, is not the problem with loud music. The problem is owners and managers of the establishments that don't adhere to the decibel levels approved by the town. But music does need amplification. Second, Fort Myers Beach needs our local businesses to survive. In order to survive, they need a draw. Amplified music from many of our local places is the draw. Third, Cindy and I moved to Fort Myers Beach, specifically on the north end, close to the entertainment and music, close to the great places to eat, and most of all, close to the great people that visit those establishments. If we limit our local establishments' ability to provide entertainment, we limit their ability to survive. So please, allow the Whale music again.
Thanks, Pat. Anyone else? Mike?
My name is Mike Miller again, and I think it's afternoon, so I can say good afternoon. Council.
Not yet.
Oh, it's not yet?
Why do you gotta rush it?
Oh, you're killing me here. Now, for speaking, can I give you guys a document to sort of follow what I'm doing? We allowed to do that? Or is it just like, was only Greg?
I don't, unless Becky has any objection, I don't. Who wants to
Oh,
kind of-
sure.
Oh, okay. One, sure. I don't know who needs one. I'm a double store.
Thank you. That's all right. We could share.
Okay.
I'll share it.
Yeah, I'll make sure. Okay, again, my name is Mike Miller. One of the things I want to go over is we read up and down about the some of the emails that were sent to you guys that were put with our pamphlet with public knowledge. I was going to, if you notice, I've already ripped one of the pages off. This is page 2. And in light of what Mayor had said here in the beginning of everything, I went ahead and removed number 1 because, I don't need to be sitting here speaking about what people say about us negatively. Okay. On page 2 here, where there's a dash about midway down, I was actually going to read that here, and I decided not to because I want to keep this positive for the most part. Well, all the way. Let's see here. But if you run to page 3 real quick, page 2 had basically said that we did not have any approval or anything from Fort Myers, from the LPA. On page 3, clearly under D and E, it says amplified music is allowed. Also, what we did is, like Greg said, we took the initiative of getting, when the LPA made the recommendation, we changed. We didn't wait until we come up in front of council to try and make a decision. We want to be proactive instead of reactive. And one of the things is like you had said, please understand, I don't want to hear to discredit anyone, and I really want to correct, that was said about us. That's what I wanted to do there. People on the north end of the island, okay, they enjoy the ability to walk to local shops, restaurants, and bars. They enjoy the nightlife and not have to worry about driving and traffic congestion or anything. They even pay a premium for their property at the south versus the south end of the island. They all live in the entertainment district. They bought knowing this area is where the action is on Fort Myers Beach, and even people that rent on the north end know that this is where the action is, okay? Now, with that being said, I want you to understand something. Every person on this island, whether you're on the north end or on the south end, have rights to quiet and quiet enjoyment at their homes, 110%. I don't discredit that. I happen to live on the south end of the island, and it is much quieter down there. But on the north end, it is a little bit louder, but on the same token, they are entitled to their quiet enjoyment. And one of the things, I think there was a misconception that we are asking for this approval for a parking, to be able to do this in a parking lot. We are in an unenclosed structure, meaning that we have a roof and limited walls. Music is being played inside our structure, not outside in a parking lot. And let's take one moment and flip to page 4. Okay. There you'll see our property is only 103 feet away from parcel 2 of Margaritaville. Okay. On page 5, you will also see that 122 Primo is only, that's one of the closest homes currently to parcel 2 of Margaritaville, is 207 feet from parcel 2 of Margaritaville. And from what I can see is they're all going to be playing music towards the residential neighborhoods versus towards the beach that we're going to be doing. I'm sure everyone is wondering why I'm mentioning this. On page 6, and it's 18-D, it states in Margaritaville's approval, amplified music in unenclosed hotel, restaurant, and bar on parcel 2 are limited to 7 a.m. till midnight. Okay, so their what do I call this? Their unenclosed structure is facing the pool area, which is also facing the residential neighborhoods. Okay, we're facing the ocean, completely different, and it's 207 feet away from a residential home, of which some of these people have concerns.
Mike,
Okay.
I need you to wrap it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. No, I guess I'm pretty good. Okay, I'm moving forward. After the building's built, we want the same consideration as everyone else. We adhere to the city's current and future decibel levels and hours of music without a bunch of restrictions like everybody else.
Thanks, Mike.
No problem. Thanks.
Anyone else like to speak? Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? Seeing none, I will now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Any discussion?
I'm still struggling with the end of my drumming career.
I didn't even know you had one.
Yeah, yeah, John, I'm sure you could violate these decibel levels without a drum.
Maybe he sings too.
Oh, he does, just not well.
So, one thing that's interesting is that is with this is that it's the interim when it's really a problem, right? Because we're sitting here and they're in a tent and someone who's, now in a trailer, they don't insulate very well. So the sound really does carry. But I really appreciate, I think, part of this and part of what I think is sometimes missing with people is it with the times that we're in where everybody is a little bit on edge, it's a frustrating time, and it's a very, very important to be a good neighbor. And I think that at least what they're demonstrating here is that they're really trying to be a good neighbor. I think that's very important. I look at this as being really an interim, that when they build a building, there's more possibilities. But when they get a building, hopefully their neighbors will be back in houses that have proper insulation and they don't hear as much noise. So I appreciate what they're working on. I think that I liked what I think was kind of implied by some of the conversations that letting them have amplified music after 6:30, but at a lower decibel level. I think that would solve a lot of problems. And I appreciate that Karen goes out to dinner at 8:30. I don't go out that late. There's a lot of people who are settled in by then.
It still means I'm home in bed by 10, just so you know.
So anyway, that just as a conversation, I don't want to make a motion because I like to hear what everyone else has to say, but the idea of dropping the decibel level at 6:30 on a Sunday through Thursday, I think would be a good solution.
Counselor Woodson, you want to restate maybe what you said at the end there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's realistic to have a 6:30 deadline during the week or really at any time. I am more in the line of following what the code is, which is 10 p.m. If they're willing to give to 9 p.m., I think that's great too. But I think if we follow the code, then we should all be in alignment with everything. I am really curious about page 6 of these documents that Mr. Miller gave, and I want to know what the dates on there, or is there a different thing on the beach at midnight versus 10 p.m. or when this was actually put into place? I'm just really curious.
Was that DPIs?
CPIs.
Well, I don't know. That is, I don't know that.
I don't know. I'm just curious about it. Just ask the question. But I am definitely in favor of moving this, and I would like to see that 6:30 restriction lifted and keep it in line with the normal code.
And are you willing to lower the decibel requirements after 6:30?
Yes. Yeah, whatever is listed in there, and I think they're willing to do that as well.
Counselor Vice Mayor Adderall?
I want to find a compromise. I don't know what the compromise is yet. I'm listening intently to the discussion. I don't know where that spot is, but I certainly would love to find a compromise.
Then I'll make a motion. Is there anything special that I should do here, Becky, to make a motion, or just try to speak
No,
clearly?
just explain exactly what you want it to be.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 23-80 with LPA recommendations, with the exception that to allow amplified music from 6:30 to 9, Sunday through Thursday, at the lower 65 dB commercial decibel level.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Is there discussion? I just want to get some clarity to what you just said there, Bill. So you're essentially saying that they can play till 9 o'clock every day, but the decibels from 6:30
On
to
Sunday through
9.
Thursday, from 6:30 to 9, they have to lower the decibel levels.
Okay, so you're not following the recommendations of the LPA then, because their recommendation was to
Right.
end music at 6:30.
Well, I follow the LPA recommendations except that
Except
one.
when- Okay, so they will, just for clarity, they'll get to play till 9 o'clock, but Monday through Thursday,
Sunday.
or Sunday through Thursday, I'm sorry, it has to be at the lower decibel level from 6:30 to 9 o'clock.
Right, and the COP goes through.
Any other discussion? This is quasi judicial, roll call vote. Counselor Beach,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Congratulations. And Greg, good luck with that phone number handing out thing.
You're going to get a lot of calls asking for smoke wings.
Yeah, exactly.
When are
Yeah. That brings us, the item is item C, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying variance VAR 202-30078 to reduce rear yard setback by 5 feet from the required 20 feet to 15 feet for the property located at 432, 434 Harbor Court and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know now. The subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor King,
I had a telephone call with the developer.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
I believe I'm in the same category.
Councilor Woodson,
I've talked to the developer.
Councilor King. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Veach.
Nothing.
I also have had nothing other than to drive by the property. Sarah, will the staff please proceed presentation on this item? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I forgot a step. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Take it away, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Samir Malvia with Homebound Florida LLC is requesting a variance for 432, 434 Harbor Court. The variance is a decrease of 5 feet from the rear setback requirement of 20 feet to allow a rear setback of 15 feet. The property is zoned RC and is non-conforming in depth. It is 75 feet deep and the minimum depth per the code is 80 feet. Prior to Ian, the property contained an at-grade duplex with a 6.5-foot rear setback and a 22-foot front setback. The applicant is proposing a single-family home that meets the 25-foot front setback, the 7.5-foot side setbacks, and a 15-foot rear setback. Several of the existing homes along the block provided setbacks of less than 20 feet. At the June 27th LPA hearing, the LPA unanimously recommended approval of the requested variance. We have received one letter of objection from a property owner in the vicinity, and the applicant is here, and I am also available to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Sarah?
Now, this is, I think if I was trying to find the map, so this is one that was like a small duplex, right?
Yes.
And what is the square footage of the original house compared to the square footage of what they're proposing?
I would have to look at the plans. I can tell you that it was a single story at grade duplex, didn't meet the front setback and was only 6.5 feet from the rear. It did have more side setbacks, but it was very non-compliant. So this one would actually comply with the cottage load administrative setback variance. However, they're doing a 2-story. So if they were doing a single story above grade, they would be able to apply for the cottage variance. So that doesn't answer your question, but I can look at the plans and
I'm trying to get to the de minimis part. Is this going to be much bigger? The other question is, by doing this, will they be forfeiting the ability to have a duplex on the property?
No. Actually, I would have to look at the square footage. The RC zoning district does allow duplexes. However, I believe based on the size of the lot, it is a fairly small lot. I don't believe they would be able to get the density in order to have a duplex again.
So if they were to, if they were to
yes.
try to, if they were going the route of the post-disaster build back, they could have the same square footage as a duplex. But if they go to a single family home, then they really can't go back, right?
Yes.
Because they would lose the post-disaster build back.
Yeah, they would lose that duplex status and not be able to get 2 units again.
Thank you.
It looks like if you want to look, Bill, at page 276, it shows that each side of the duplex was 46 foot 3 inches by 12, so 555 square feet per side. So about 1,100 square feet. I was going to ask the exact same question, so. Any other questions for Sarah? All right.
Thank you.
Sarah. The applicant, have you been sworn in? Okay. Go ahead and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shukran.
Good morning or good afternoon, I suppose it is now. My name is Samir Malvia. I work with Homebound, a semi-custom builder that is working with about 50 plus homeowners on Fort Myers Beach to rebuild their homes after Hurricane Ian. Joined today by my Director of Construction Operations, Ernie Jamie, and my internal architect, Drew Whiting, who has historically appeared by phone but is here with us today. The first variance we'll be discussing today is for 432/434 Harbor Court. As Sarah mentioned, this was originally a duplex, a home that had a duplex on it. The applicant we are looking for a single family, single structure on this lot. There's 8 lots in the Matanzas View subdivision that have atypically short lot depth, 75 feet deep versus the normal 80 feet deep for a conforming lot. We're asking for a reduction of 5 feet to the rear yard setback to allow the owner to build a 35-foot deep house. This will allow us to keep the front and side setbacks at the standard 25 feet and 77.5 feet respectively, which would preserve the streetscape from the road. Drew, I'll invite you up here to make some comments as well.
Hi, Drew Whiting with Homebound. I won't further reiterate kind of the other points that were already made, but the big thing that I just wanted to point out is relative to the rest of the neighborhood, we're only asking for this on the rear setback, as Samir was mentioning, to maintain the streetscape. So any kind of injurious effect that this would have on surrounding homeowners would be to the respective homeowners on the other side with the exact same lot condition of that 75-foot depth, that presumably they could have a similar condition to apply for that reduction as well. That would give them a similar buildable footprint.
Drew, on packet page 278, you show the existing setbacks and roughly what could be built without asking for any variance. What is the square footage of that red box? I don't see it anywhere on here.
That would be, I believe, one sec. That'd be a 30 by 35 foot footprint, about 1050 square feet.
Per floor. And in
Yes.
this area, they could do, if I'm not mistaken, 30 feet there above BFE.
Yeah, so they could do 2 stories.
So roughly, that red box could technically be over 2,100 square feet roughly.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for Drew? And what did you say? I'm sorry, what did you say the dimensions were on this? 30 by 35?
30 by 35 is the existing buildable footprint there.
And you're proposing what size?
35 by 35.
Okay.
The actual house footprint is 32 feet wide, so slightly reduced for a slightly larger side setback on each side, but the depth is that 35-foot depth.
Any questions for Drew?
And so what's the area of that footprint, 35 by 35? I don't want to test my math skills.
I think it's 150, 1,050. Is that about right?
The existing 30 by 35 is 1,050, so that'd be a 2,100 square foot if it was a 2-story building.
1220.
But we are not building to that full footprint. The proposed structure is 2,065 square feet, I believe.
Because you're still at the 32-foot width instead of the maximum width.
And we have a cutout for the front porch at the front. There is some relief that occurs at the front. It's not just a straight rectangle extruded up. So there is some slight reduction there.
Any other questions for Drew?
Thank you.
Thanks, Drew. Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Is there anyone here that chooses to speak? Seeing none. I assume there's no additional comments, rebuttal comments, since there were no comments. I'll now close the public hearing and request the discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Back to the council. Discussion?
Well, I'll tell you, as far as kind of being equitable, I think in giving up the right to a duplex and with a little less width and a little bit more in the back, it seems to me to be a fairly de minimis request. I mean, it's possible for them to do this without the setback. It might be a pretty weird looking house.
I mean, personally, this is my neighborhood, and knowing what was there before, which was, it was a duplex, but it was the skinniest little duplex you ever saw. And I think it was a prefab. It didn't make it at all. So this would be a huge improvement, I think, for the neighborhood.
Vice Mayor Holt, discussion?
Just based upon what I've heard so far, if it's not premature, I'd move that we approve resolution 23-72.
I'll second.
We got a motion and a second. All right, the discussion. I just have a few things that I want to bring up. You know, when I look at this, I don't know what is behind it. Is there anything coming forward or not coming forward? And we're potentially going to make a decision that could have an effect on the person behind it without knowing what they're doing. Reading through what the findings and conclusions with the staff, I agree with their point that there are not exceptional circumstances. That this is not a de minimis. It is we're allowing a semi, to use Samir's language, a semi design builder to build something that doesn't fit in a footprint. And again, this is we have this in place for a reason. I agree with you, Councilor Woodson, that whatever gets built here will be an upgrade to what was there before, and obviously a much stronger structure. But I have to look at what's allowed there by right, and what they could get by square footage is far greater than what they had before. So the design of it, I understand costs and I understand all of that, but at the end of the day, our code has a requirement in there, and that's the first one. This is, there are not exceptional or extraordinary conditions or circumstances that are inherent to the property in question, or that the request is not for a de minimis variance under the circumstances or conditions, where rigid compliance is not essential to protect public policy. And then staff goes on to say that this is a design choice and not an, I don't want to speak for you, Sarah, but essentially it is a design choice and not an extraordinary circumstance. So it's for those reasons, although I'm very encouraged that people are building back and things are getting done, I can't support this for that reason. Councilor King?
Are you wanting my vote or?
Oh, no, I just, we're still in discussion. We've got a motion and a second. If there's any discussion.
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hatterholt, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Veach?
I appreciate what you said though, Dan, but I think in this case, they're giving up things that are equivalent.
Fair enough.
Aye.
Aye. Councilor King?
Aye.
And Mayor Allers, nay. Motion carries 4-1. Congratulations. That takes us to item D. Get back to my cheat sheet. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions denying variance VAR 202-30062 to reduce the Harbor Court street setback by 17 feet for any 8-foot setback where 25 feet is required for the property located at 405 Harbor Court, and providing for an effective date. If the town council member has any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor King?
I received one email. I think the name was Crow. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Vice Mayor Hatterholt?
I would associate myself with Councilor King's remarks.
I also received the same email correspondence and have driven by the site. Councilor Woodson?
I've gotten the same email from Mr. Crow. This is my neighbor. I've talked to my neighbor. I've talked to the builder.
Okay. Councilor Veach?
Just the same emails and some, of course, work on LIPA.
All right. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff?
Yes.
Okay, Sarah, please proceed with your presentation.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with, good afternoon, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Samir Malvia with Homebound LLC, Homebound Florida LLC is requesting a variance for 405 Harbor Court. The variance requested is for a decrease of 17 feet from the front setback requirement of 25 feet to allow a setback of 8 feet. The property is zoned RC and is conforming in depth and width. The lot is 50 feet wide and ranges from 100 feet to 85 feet in depth. The property is located on a cul-de-sac style right-of-way easement, which is not paved as a cul-de-sac. This cul-de-sac cutout along the front is the reason for the lot depth change. Prior to Ian, the property contained an elevated single-family home that appears to have met the setbacks of the zoning district. The proposed location of the residence, only 8 feet from the right-of-way, would not allow a space for visitors to park within the property line. The configuration of the driveway of this home, along with other homes on the cul-de-sac shaped easement, will require coordination to ensure that no one gets parked in. The driveway location will need to be reviewed and permitted by the town. At the June 27th LPA hearing, the LPA recommended approval with conditions on a 5-2 vote. We have received one letter of objection from a property owner in the vicinity. The applicant is here and staff is also available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Sarah? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Samir? I don't know that I have to ask you if you've been sworn in again, but I'll ask anyway.
I have been, yes.
All right. Take it away.
So the explanation I'm going to offer here will apply to the next 3 discussions that we have, but happy to repeat it for the record. Good morning. Name is Samir Malvia. I work with Homebound, semi-custom builder here on Fort Myers Beach. The variance we're discussing here is for 405 Harbor Court, though my comments will apply to our next 2 variance requests for 800 and 810 3rd Street. If you look at the drawing that we've provided here, this little loose leaf piece of paper, you will see that each of these lots appears to be on a street that meets at a right angle. When you review the plat, but however, each of these lots is impacted by a cul-de-sac, which appears on the plat and impacts the front property line. But as you can see on the picture in front of you, the cul-de-sac does not visually appear on the streetscape. In fact, when this street was repaved a few years ago, the cul-de-sac was not poured into the repaving either. The recessed property line, due to the mythical cul-de-sac, greatly constrains the buildable depth allowed on these properties. In the case of 405 Harbor Court, the 50 by 100 property would otherwise be able to fit a 35 by 50 foot house, but due to the recessed property line, can only fit a 35 foot by 33 foot house. While the variance request is technically asking for a 17-foot reduction in the front setback, the house will maintain a greater than 25-foot setback from the implied property line of the street and maintain a more normal streetscape consistent with the rest of the neighbors on Harbor Court. I should note that we've received letters of support from this variance for the residents of at 800 3rd Street and 810 3rd Street, and this passed the LPA as well. Drew?
The only clarification I wanted to make on this was the proposed setback at the front here to the main house is 11 feet. The front stair is going to encroach in, and that's what's coming up to that 8-foot line. So we're a little bit further back than I think what was initially said.
Drew, I have a question for you. Obviously, we've got several of these, and you've been before us before. With the amount of work that you have on the island, I think you said it was 50 homes or something. Why has there not been an urgency from your company to try to conform to the current requirements to the Land Development Code and Comp Plan, as opposed to coming in for a variance for it seems every single house that you're going to be putting on the island? It seems like there would be some initiative to want to try to, the only reason I say that, and that's my only statement for that, is because I think this is going to open a lot of doors, or potentially open a lot of doors for other people who are paying very close attention to this. And my fear is that we're going to see a lot more of this. So I guess my question to you is has there been any discussion from your company to alter some of your plans, perhaps to maybe make it a little easier going forward to fit some of these into some of these non-conforming lots?
Mayor Allers, this is only the 4th variance we've been here for. This is the 3rd one that we're hearing here. I know it seems like we're up here a lot, and it seems like there's a lot of press and a lot of coverage about Homebound itself, but I think there's some of that has to do with us being first. This is the 3rd variance that you've heard from us, and each one of these variances, us trying to put a square peg in a round hole here wouldn't help. These are all very unique lots that have very unique street conditions. The other 30 other lots that we're building on do not require variances because they are more standard shaped and sized lots, which meet where we're happy to meet the LDC guidelines. These lots have some 106 Hibiscus was the first one, 432 Harbor we just heard, 405 Harbor, and 810 3rd Street and 800 3rd Street. These are all irregular shaped lots. No amount of us sort of trying to tweak our plans would create a standardized solution for each of these. So each one of these lots would require a custom home. Requiring a custom home would drive up costs for the homeowner, and also would require significant staff time from a permitting perspective. So if you look at the other custom home builders on the island, they're averaging between 4 or 5 comments from staff that requires a turnaround to resubmit that. That takes the permitting duration from 4 to 8 weeks that's projected by Mr. Poplawski's staff to 3+ months. So what we're trying to do is apply for the variances on these irregular shaped lots so that we can apply one of our standard plans that the town has reviewed to get people through permitting faster, to allow them to build a more affordable house and get them home faster and return them to the tax base faster.
I understand and I appreciate your explanation, and I'm by no means trying to say that I don't want people to get in their houses and be as cost effective as possible. My concern is that you use your word standardized. So you're looking for a standardized solution to fit within the requirements that are currently there through the Comp Plan and Land Development Code. And my question was, why has there been no at least effort put forward from your company to try to work some of these? Like, we'll just talk about the last one because that was the dimensions were essentially the same size without 5 feet. I've built many homes and I've designed many things, and I understand what goes into it and the cost. And so I understand that. It's just, I feel like we're just taking what works for your company box wise and putting it on a lot because it's standardized. And as I said, there's people that are paying attention to this, and I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more of these come forward. And I again, I'm not trying to hold progress back here. I'm just trying to look at what we have there and try to work with companies like yourself to come up with a solution that, one, helps alleviate some of the staff time, as well as making an affordable solution. As you said, I believe some of the previous hearings, there's so many of these lots out there. Just my 2 cents, and it sounds like I'm in the minority here when it comes to these, and that's fine. It's just I'm trying to balance between getting people built back right, but also following the guidelines that are in place without having to do variances for everything.
I have a feeling that we seem to uncover the more variances. The lots on the island, this is not a master plan community by any means, right? So there are lots on the island. I would venture a guess that some of my colleagues in the build community here have told these homeowners that we just can't help you. And we, as Homebound, as a large company that's done this in 6 different disasters, that's not good enough for us. So we have options where we can tweak our plans and charge a homeowner an extra $30,000 to $40,000 and help them and subject them to long permitting times that some of our competitors are dealing with. Or we can come to the town and say, these are irregular lots. It's not like we're coming to ask you for a variance on a 50 by 80 lot, right? A normal conforming lot. These are all non-conforming lots that have some sort of quirk to them. And we're fighting on behalf of our homeowners to give them an affordable solution to get home. Because if they were to go to one of our competitors and design a fully custom home or do that with us, that would likely push them out of, especially in the case of the homeowner at 405 Harbor Court and at 800 3rd Street, that would push them out of the affordability of being able to build. So these homeowners that have been here for 5 to 10+ years would be forced to leave the island if I was not having this conversation with the town council and the LPA.
Well, I guess we'll agree to disagree on that. I can't speak for the homeowner, and nor can you when it comes to what they can afford or can't afford, or what they can design and can't design. So what their ability or not ability to design something custom to build back, neither one of us could really speak to that. But I understand your point. I think we both made our points, and I won't bog this down any longer. We will, any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, well, kind of along the same lines. So it seems like, though, without the variance, you could build, would you say, a 35 by 32 house here? And
35 by 38.
35 by 38, but they do 32, so it'd be a 32 by 38 with their restrictions.
So no,
That-
the
Diagram on page 4.
with just the red at the most constrained point, that's 33 feet deep there.
That looks like a 30. Okay, so
Yeah, sorry, it's right over that.
33 by
black line.
35.
So yes, it does have that depth. To the plan that we proposed in the previous session just before this, that was 35 feet deep. We could only be asking for those 2 feet. This homeowner was looking for a smaller plan that was more affordable for their budget. So this plan is actually a one-story plan. With that, it does have additional depth to it in order to fit. I believe the size of the home is 1,170 square feet. So it does have additional depth. It's a different plan, a different proportion, different height.
But they could essentially build on this lot without a variance, almost what the people have on the previous lot.
Delta in cost between what the people in the previous, the delta in cost between what the people had on the previous lot and this lot is about $500,000. So our smallest plan is what they're looking to build, which is this dimension.
Sorry, say that again. So the one we were just looking at on,
That's a two-story plan that would be somewhere in the high, well over $500,000. Our smallest plan that is what this homeowner is looking for is well south of that. And so that's what they're looking to build on this lot.
so you're saying that the single floor plan costs more than the 2-floor plan?
No, the 2-floor plan is significantly more. It just fits on a 32 by 35 footprint. The single floor plan does not fit on a 32 by 35 footprint.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to think through this because my understanding is if you build 2 floors, you have one foundation. So you save money on the foundation by doing 2 floors to get the same amount of square footage.
The foundation cost would be maybe slightly less, but it still is more weight coming down because of 2 stories. So the dead loads and live loads coming down would be greater. As far as the conditioned area, you're spending more on your mechanical system and your overall finishes for the house, gypsum framing, all of that is mostly a cost per square foot metric. So when you're talking roughly, I said 1,170 square feet for this plan on 1 story versus 2,060 square feet on 2 stories, just by the extra 900 or so square feet, that's where the large part of that cost difference is coming from.
I want to just jump in real quick. As much as I am sympathetic to costs, it is, if I'm not mistaken, it is not one of the requirements that we are to review to approve or deny a variance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
My other concern is, although again, you have to be sympathetic for it, obviously, but it's not a reason to approve or deny something. My other concern is with the layout that you're showing. Although I do see that you have parking underneath 2 parking spaces, is because of the design, is that going to push any extra parking out into the town's right of way?
That there's one parking, sorry, on the wrong page. If there were additional guests, they would technically on the driveway be in the right of way, in that green portion, that's the cul-de-sac, but it would be fully off of the actual street itself.
I'm just curious, you think about fire trucks and things that we hear all the time about being able to turn around. If cars are parked in the right of way, that's going to cause a problem for people potentially getting tickets for parking in the right of way, as well as safety potential issues for search and rescue or fire people that get in. It's just a concern that I noticed by the way the cul-de-sac goes and the way you have the stairs proposed and the parking. So that's a concern that I have.
So as far as the LPA meeting went, we did agree, or there was a conditional agreement to leave the underside of the ground level completely open so that parking was more available. So for both the homeowners or for guests versus an enclosed garage where someone would be apt to park in front of it. Responding to the firefighter standpoint of a fire truck trying to turn around, it would be off pavement anyways, and I don't think the fire truck is going to be using that space to try and turn around when they have a chance of getting stuck because they'd be off in grass or off the road.
Yeah, I don't know. Fair enough. I'm not a fireman, but I don't think the first thing that would come to my mind is whether or not I'm getting stuck if there's someone I need to get out of the building.
That's fair. I wouldn't see this as the turnaround that you're seeing on the
Sure.
map.
Fair enough.
But it is an interesting point. I mean, it's a variance. It's not a vacation of the right of way. The right of way is still the right of way. And so in front of there, it's an 8-foot depth. Unless you have a smart car, I guess you're probably not going to park there.
I don't even know if a golf cart would fit in an 8-foot. Any other questions for the applicant?
It's not really a question, but more of a comment. Um, and, on all three, I understand what you're saying, Mayor, but on 405 Harbor Court, 810 3rd Street, and 800 3rd Street, unbeknownst to any of us who have lived there, and we've been there since 16, in no way did we ever hear of the cul-de-sac there. Even 3 years ago, when all the new sewer lines were put in, the street was totally torn up, and the town literally redid the pavement in a 90-degree angle, not taking any of the cul-de-sac in, thought for that. So, I mean, in these three lots in particular, I look at this as, a total variance situation because of this cul-de-sac that you don't even know was there or see, and we'd never know it was there if we didn't have a hurricane.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I do have one clarification from staff. What is in the resolution, I based it on their first plan, not their second plan. I need to make that correction. You want an 11-foot front setback? Is that correct? Okay, so the stairs will need to be modified and you'll need to resubmit plans because the stairs can only encroach half of that distance. So 5.5 feet is what you'll be able to encroach into that front setback. It looks like it's doable. Do you agree with that?
So I did realize just before stepping up here that there's 2 pages of proposed plans. There's page 4 and page 5.
Yes, I also didn't realize, I based it on the first one, did not move to the second one.
Okay, so the second one in where the stair is on the north side of the lot is the side that we are looking at.
So just for clarity, in our packet, it's either 327 or 326. You're proposing, or you're wanting to move forward with 326, where the stairs would be, if you're facing the front of the building on the right-hand side?
I don't have 320.
Okay, well,
It's where you're holding.
so this is the stair. That's the one. Okay.
Okay, so it is an 8-foot setback then.
Yes, I think we were discussing back and forth initially on mirroring the stair versus not, as far as providing parking versus having maximizing the front setback. And
Okay.
this is what we kind of agreed upon as the better solution of the 2 answers.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I
Yep.
had my resolution correct.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Karen, I do want to explain, in looking at the cul-de-sac, they did ask about the potential to vacate that cul-de-sac. We believe that cul-de-sac was designed in that subdivision in order to get an extra lot. No, they wouldn't have access to the right of way without having that bulb there. So I think that's why I don't think it was needed by the town. I think it was a design component in order for the developer to get an additional lot.
You're good? Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Anyone choose to comment on this public hearing? Seeing none, I assume you do not have any rebuttal. I will now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion?
I can start out. I kind of concur, I don't think I've ever been in a situation where I'm driving 50 miles an hour in a 35 zone and I get pulled over and the police officer says, "Oh, we'll change the speed limit to 50 miles an hour." I think that, these footprints are here. You have a small lot, you have a small lot. I don't like the idea of saying that you're just going to build a house according to your plan and then ask for it to be made to fit. It's supposed to be the other way around. So to build a house to fit on the lot that you have. If there's really critical circumstances, I can see granting it, but I think it's just doing it as a rubber stamp. I don't really agree with. Plus, I think that these people we've seen, they can build a house that other people can build in the neighborhood. This variance is not required for them to utilize their lot.
Fair enough. And I won't restate my position again, but I cannot support this for the same reasons as the first ones that I stated. So I will not bog anybody down and restate what I stated before. Any other discussion? Is there a motion to approve or approve with conditions or deny?
I'll make a motion to deny resolution. There's a bunch of them look very much alike here.
23-73.
Okay. I'll make a motion to deny resolution 23-73.
I'll second that. For discussion, any discussion? Hearing none. Counselor Veach, how would you vote?
Aye to deny.
Well, just so we're clear, you're voting, you're saying aye to your motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Nay.
Aye. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Nay.
Counselor King?
Nay.
Motion is
Defeated.
3-2.
So I will make a motion to approve this with the conditions that have been stated.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Just going to explain my vote on these parcels. I just have great respect for the mayor's position and Councilor Veach's position, but my view is a little bit more simplistic. These are extremely difficult times, and these are very bizarre plats. And the way this was cut up and chopped up by whoever did it presents real challenges. And if this can help people get back in their homes quicker, and I know the mayor and the Councilor of each want the same thing, but for me, it seems worth the risk to support this variance.
That's fair enough. And, my concern, I share the same sympathy that you do with getting people back in their house. And it's just where does that line end? Where do you where do you decide that too far is too far, I guess.
It's a fair point. Fair point.
Yeah, and I appreciate that too. I want to get people in their houses, but keeping in mind that, my old house stayed there 90 years and it was 3 feet off the ground on a bunch of wooden pilings. These houses are going to be here for a really long time. So we're going to be living with these decisions for a really long time.
There's no other discussion? Councilor Woodson? Oh,
Are we ready
it's
for a
roll call
vote?
vote. Yep,
Okay.
roll call. I'm starting with you.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Veach?
Nay.
Mayor Aller's a nay. Motion carries 3-2. Congratulations. That brings us to the next item, item E.
Can we maybe have a break, you think, Mayor?
If you want to take a quick break, we can do that. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. We'll come back at 12:40. Jacob, are you ready? All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order at 12:42. We are on to public hearing item E. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying the variance 2023-0063, a variance of 12 feet, 8 inches from the required 25-foot street setback for the property located at 810 3rd Street and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of this site. Councilor King?
Correspondence from Mr. Crow.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I think I'm in the same category.
I also have received an email in opposition. From
And today's request, they've actually reduced the request by 2 feet, 3 inches. And we would note that that does extend the proposed area for their third parking space 2 additional feet. So that has addressed staff's concerns that they were accommodating relatively smaller vehicles and not perhaps larger trucks. So they've given us 2 additional feet in that assumed parking area for the third vehicle.
And Jason, if I may, what was the vote at the LPA?
The vote at the LPA.
5-2, I have written down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just so we have the clarification at the beginning, of the 2 that are on here, page 4, and I'm assuming it's supposed to be page 5, but it says page 4 on here.
Page 5.
Page 5 is the one that
Correct.
we're looking at.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the one with the additional 2 feet. Staff is here for any questions that you may have, and as well the applicant is here.
Any questions for Jason? None yet?
Just one kind of question. I'm kind of curious because when Sarah mentioned that the reason why this cul-de-sac was there was to feed the properties. Now, is the town going to have to go and pave that to keep these properties all accessible if we allow these variances?
Well, I think there's a discussion to be had that both with the design and in general, they will have to come back to us for a right-of-way permit for any of their driveways that go into the town's right-of-way. And then we made the point on both this one and the next one that it may come to be that the two lots, 800 and 810, may need to work together on a shared parking plan. Just because when you look at both lots together in both of their parking areas, they're relatively close. You'll see on the next one, 800 3rd Street, that the parking itself is very close to the minimal side setback that they're requesting. Did that address your question?
So you said they work together instead of just having the town pave everything over so that they.
I don't think there's any intention right now for the town to go in and pave any of that area. My understanding is that will continue to be green space until the town, in conjunction with the right-of-way division, comes back with a plan to do something with that area.
All right, thanks, Jason. Samir?
I'll spare you my usual preamble and just say that I can speak on behalf of both the homeowners at 800 and 810 3rd Street. If there is any cooperation required between the 2 properties to share parking, we can certainly make that happen as part of our plan and part of our relationship with both homeowners who have actually approached us as a cul-de-sac. They approached us as a team, so we're very willing to cooperate and work together. But I'll let Drew take you through the diagrams.
Just before you leave too, are these, vacation rentals or these people who
No,
live in them?
no. So these are residents, one that lives in Wisconsin, one that lives in Washington. These are not rentals. They do not rent these out. These are their primary second residences that they do spend significant amount of time in. These were not bought as investors after the storm. These property owners have owned these lots, all the three cul-de-sac 405, which we just heard, 800, 810. They've owned these properties for over 5+ years and well before the storm.
Samir, what do you, if these go through, what is the time for construction? When do you expect to start to be able to?
So
start
we have completed the pre-construction work on these lots. We would be submitting for their permit within the next 4 weeks. And from there, we would probably be through that process in 6 to 8 weeks. And so that call it about 12 weeks from, let's say, right now, we'd be in a position to start the homes.
And what is the time? I mean, because you
8 to 9 months
to build.
Built.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Drew, it's nice to actually see you in person.
Thank you. Thank
Got
you.
a face with a voice now.
Just to answer Councilman Beach's question about the shared driveway, if you look at actually page 1 of this packet for 810 3rd Street, you can see in the satellite imagery the existing condition is actually a shared driveway between those two inner corner lots at 800 3rd and 401 Harbor. Where because there isn't that cul-de-sac condition, they're essentially sharing a single driveway that splits into two onto their respective properties. So based on that, I would assume that would be the continued state of the driveway.
Okay, but there's no formal agreement because that's all town right away.
Yes, that's correct.
Any other questions for Drew? Thanks, Drew. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you are sworn in. Is there anyone that would like to speak during public comment for this public hearing? Seeing none, I assume there's no rebuttal. I will now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion? I will just say for the same reason as the previous two, I won't restate it. I cannot support this, but. Any
I'll
other
make
discuss- Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve with conditions, 810 3rd Street.
You got a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
You got a second? Any other discussion?
I would just say, maybe I could say after my vote, but I just say whoever drew this particular plat, it was particularly imaginative. This is one of the most bizarre, poorly drawn, and I don't blame the current homeowners, but my goodness gracious, but I think this is a reasonable solution given how bizarre and poorly this plat is drawn.
Any other discussion?
I would just say though, I think that probably when this was platted, people just put little tiny cottages. It was, there wasn't very much space needed. And they managed to get one more lot sold. Hey.
All right, roll call vote. Counselor Woodson?
Yay.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yay.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Veach?
Nay.
Mayor Allers, nay. Motion carries 3-2. Congratulations. That brings us to, let me go back to my notes again. This is item F. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying variance 202-30061 to reduce 3rd Street setback by 2.5 feet from the required 25 feet, to reduce the side setback by 2.5 feet from the required 7.5 feet, and to reduce the rear water body setback by 7.5 feet from the required 25 feet from the property located at 800 3rd Street, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received or observations made of this site. Counselor King,
Email from Mr. Crow.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Same.
I have also received an objection letter from Mr. Crow. Counselor Woodson.
Letter from Mr. Crow, neighbors, and have spoken with the owner and the builder.
Just the email.
All right, Jason, take it away.
Good
Oh,
afternoon.
sorry.
Yes.
Has the property owner, applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup material from the staff? Perfect. All right, Jason.
Jason Smalley, Senior Planner with the town's Planning and Zoning Office. Again, this is 800 3rd Street. This is the neighbor lot to the lot we just discussed earlier. To reiterate, their request is a 2.5-foot front setback, providing 22.5-foot setback to the home. They are requesting setbacks on both sides. So it would be 2.5 feet on both sides to reduce the side setbacks to a 5-foot setback. And then the rear setback request is 7.5 feet, and they will be providing then 17.5-foot setback. I will note here, because it was brought up during the LPA meeting, that all of these measurements are being made to the property line, and you'll notice that the property line is not parallel necessarily with the seawall. So just make that point. The LPA forwarded a recommendation of approval with a 4-3 vote. If there's any questions or concerns for staff, I'm here to answer those.
Just an educational question for my own personal benefit, Jason. The tip of this property, I see this circular line here. Who is that town right away? Who owns that? Right here. That corner.
So technically that is town area unless it's been deeded to or is put into an easement for some other entity. There are some number of lots on the island through one way or the other where their property line does not mirror, for instance, a seawall. There could be a lot of different reasons for that. Rarely is it somebody came in and just backfilled it, but I think it was just a mismatch from what was platted and the actual ground when they got to, or the actual ground as it exists. So there is an opportunity that can be vacated. There can be a request for that, but that is a different question and they would need to deal with the town.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So that means that where this line, this curvy line, is it like part of the pool was actually in town right away?
Correct.
Again, it looks like there's two. Are they the same drawings? I'm trying to switch back and forth.
Two different options.
There are two
I
different-
believe you're looking at page 3 in this packet, if you have the same one that I do. And I believe it's called proposed option 1.
Which one are we on now? 800 3rd Street, right? That's the one we're looking at.
803rd, correct.
Okay, I got the wrong one. There we go. So we're looking at well, I've got page 3 doesn't show anything. So
Actually, I think it's page 5. Isn't it?
page 4 or 5, or 5
Five
or
on the
6 are we
printed.
looking at?
5 or 6 in this packet.
There's some blue text in there that calls out proposed option number 1. It should be,
The very back page. Okay,
gotcha.
that's
So
all right.
page 6 or page 5 of the packet.
So those that may still be paying attention out there, and it's page 393 is what the one we're looking at on the agenda packet.
And what's
And
the difference between the two and why are there two in the proposal?
So the staff were given a few different options when these packets first came in for initial review. And through that process, the applicant and the homeowner decided on one of the options. Now, why multiple options were offered, I can't state that.
Any other questions for Jason? Thank you, Jason.
Thank
Samir?
you.
We know you've been sworn in, so I won't ask again.
Don't worry, guys. I'm on a flight out of here in 2 hours, so this will be the last for me today. I won't say much other than the fact that the reason multiple options are presented is we're very fortunate to be working with Sarah and Jason to make sure that what we're doing is sort of the most palatable to the town, right? In any one of these variances or any of these questions, we have a great line of communication with Sarah and with Jason, with Steve in the permitting office to really work with them to say, hey, we're trying to figure out what the best course of action is here to sort of minimize friction and really help our homeowners and while still meeting the goals of the town. So that's why there are a few options presented. I believe the one that's been settled on is the one on the last page, which I'll let Drew walk you through.
Samir, is this your last one, or do you have the next one as well?
No, the next one's not me, I promise.
Okay, just for in the future, when you guys give us these, do you actually have a picture of what the home's going to look like as well?
We could provide that, sure.
I think that would be helpful because I think there may be not necessarily from my colleagues, but just as we discuss this publicly, I think people need to know these are nice homes that are going in, correct?
Yes, they are.
And
We're
tell
pleased
us why they're nice homes and that there's a price point to these that are significant. This is a quality home. This is not, right?
Yes. So, I mean, we as a builder build 500 homes a year nationally. We have an entirely in-house design team that is incredibly well qualified that designs things to meet the aesthetic of the neighborhood. Each one of our plans comes with 3 different elevation styles with multiple color options so people can sort of personalize their home. In terms of construction, our construction team led by Ernie over there has built homes his entire career in the state of Florida. All of our homes are built to at or better than local code, including the height of the home, including the materials that are used, whether it's hurricane impact windows, metal roofs, etc.
Thank you.
No problem.
And and just so that you're up here, Samira, this one is a perfect example of what I've been opposing and not being able to adjust. A simple design, that would not have any effect on the cost of the building of this, could have been done to save the side setback requirements that you're asking for by simply shrinking that deck on the one side and shrinking it a little bit on the other side. You could shift this entire thing over and fit within the side setbacks just by looking at the drawing. Yet there's no discussion of or willingness to do that. So again, I have the problem with we're trying to take a preconceived drawing and shoehorn it into something, and instead of making simple non-cost, this would not, I think you can agree, this would not be actually would probably save a couple dollars by shortening the deck. Would have nothing to do with the footprint of the house, but it would alleviate a lot of some of what we're asking for today. Is that a fair statement?
You design these things.
I just did want to update from the initial presentation that Jason made with the 5-foot setbacks. That was what we presented at the LPA, and this one's actually did change their design where we're now at a 6.5-foot setback on one side and 6-foot side setback on the other side. So we have been working to reduce that footprint and make it as fit as best as we can on the lot.
And what were the changes? What are the changes? What changes were made?
So with this one, they actually shifted from a 2-story plan that we had initially proposed down to a 1-story plan that has a tighter footprint. And so with that, we maintained the same rear setback, and the side setbacks are slightly larger, going from 5 feet to 6 feet on one side and 5 feet to 6.5 feet on the other side. And then the front setback went from 22.5 feet to 22 feet and 8 inches, so a 2-inch difference. But given the front setback is barely an encroachment because of that cul-de-sac is already so far recessed, we did feel that was okay.
And I understand that. And this one is I'm sensitive to, obviously, from listening to the testimony from the fire district as far as, and from Steve Poposky as far as the side setbacks and safety issues. And I think with just a simple design change to the deck, not even to the building itself, you could easily shift this to the left and be well within that 7.5-foot setback on each side. If you see that top left-hand corner.
Your proposal would be to tighten that bottom deck, bring it in a little bit and shift the plan back a little bit.
Yeah, I think even if you were to say the front of the house, if you were to that square of that deck, I understand it would no longer be a wraparound deck that you could go from what I'm assuming is the master bedroom around to the living room, you would lose that ability, but it would be able to minimize that side setback requirement and potentially could eliminate two of the asks that you have here before us, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're correct that you could reduce that geometry. If we were to remove that whole extension, that's going out 6 feet from the edge of the house. So our rear setback ask would still be a 1.5 foot reduced
Sure.
from the 25 feet.
Yeah, you would have 2 requests versus 4.
Well, we would also likely, because of that, then be pulling the house back on the lot in order to relieve itself of the 2 side setbacks. Because that tapered shape is the way it is, we need to pull it back into the left in order to relieve the 6 inches on one side and a foot on the other, right? So we would kind of be gaining back that rear encroachment. We did play around with this one quite a bit, whether it was kind of aligning it more to that left setback, whether it was kind of splitting the difference between the two, so only the front corner of each was encroaching into the front setback or into the 2 side setbacks. And ultimately, you end up with a larger encroachment with kind of how it fits into the
It's just
pie.
a very bizarrely shaped lot. Please trust that we've tried to play with this geometry as best we can to fit it on the lot. And as Councilman, as Vice Mayor Adderholt pointed out, whoever drew this really was on the way on something.
All right.
And I will point out too, and if you go back to page 4 that shows the existing house that was on the lot, you can see that the rear setback ask that rear setback that lot or the house had was down to 8.83 feet at that closest point to the rear property line. And so we do feel that we're making a significant improvement to that by reinvigorating a good portion of that rear setback off the canal.
I think that's a fair point, but you're also shrinking the side setback on both sides by doing such.
Yep, it is a game of compromise, and I do fully understand that.
Any other questions for Drew? Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Anyone choose to comment on this public hearing? Seeing none, I assume, Samir, you have no rebuttal. Is okay. I will now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion?
One thing I find is interesting is that the LPA, this was not as popular with the LPA. It was a 4-3 vote. And I do think that, like you mentioned, Mayor, you could argue that the odd shaped lot with a little cul-de-sac was the driver for some of these variances, but this one they can do without the variance. They could, and I understand the rear setback variance a little bit because of the lot line doesn't seem to match what's there, and no one's going to go and tear their pool down. But I think that this one is more workable without the variance, without the side setback variances. And the side setback variances affect view corridors and your neighbors.
Yeah, this one, I agree. Watching the LPA hearing, I agree with a lot of the things that they said. In this case, the rear setback to me isn't as important as some of the other ones because you're backing up to the canal. You have no effect on someone that's building behind you. So pushing it closer to the rear of the property line, I could live with that. It's the side setbacks on this one. I think that there is a simple design change that could have been done to remove the requirement to have the 7.5 foot setback down to the 5 foot. And it's for those reasons that I can't support this one. Any other discussion?
I'd also just point out that in their little cheat sheet here, it says that we are supposed to consider the LPA recommendations and staff recommendations. And it seems like we've been going with the LPA recommendations, but staff has been routinely recommending denial on these. And as we just swore them in, they're experts.
Official title. Any other discussion? Is there a motion? I will make a motion to deny resolution 23-74 based on the LPA decision as well as the testimony from our expert witnesses.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, roll call vote. Mayor Allers, aye. Counselor Veach,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Nay.
Counselor King.
Nay.
Motion is defeated, 3-2. Is there another motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would move approval of resolution 23-74 based upon the majority decision of the LPA.
But not on staff.
Fair point.
Fair enough. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? Roll call vote. Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
I don't know who got the second, but we'll go Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Veach,
Nay.
Mayor Allers, nay. Motion carries 3-2. Congratulations. That brings us to item G. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying variance 202-30061, 4 variances from Land Development Code Table 3-34-3 for 2 lots to decrease required lot width by 28.75 feet from the required 75 feet and lot area by 2,412 and a half square feet plus or minus from the required 7,500 square feet in the RZ zoning district for the property located at 4830 Coral Road and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject disclosed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of this site. Council King,
Nothing that I recall.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Same.
I believe I have spoken to the applicant about this briefly. Councilor Woodson,
I watched the LPA.
Councilor Veach.
Nothing.
All right, Sarah. Oh, hold on. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes, I have.
Perfect. Take it away, Sarah.
Good afternoon. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Lonnie Letary, owner of 4830 Coral Road, has requested a variance from Table 34-3 to allow for the creation of 2 lots that are less than the minimum lot width and lot area for lots in the RS zoning district. These lots would be the result of a lot split of the existing 4830 Coral Road, composed of combined Lot 9 and Lot 8, minus the 13.5 feet along the northwesterly property line of Holiday Shores subdivision. In 1988, lots 7, 8, and 9 were owned by the same family. The northwesterly 13.5 feet of Lot 8 was granted to Lot 7. It appears to allow the construction of the house that is currently constructed on 4838 Coral Road. The ground level houses that were at 4830 Coral prior to Ian were built in 1957 and were in existence at the time of the property swap. The property consisted of 2 separate homes with a storage or garage type area between them. The request for a variance from Table 34-3 to allow the property owner to subdivide the existing 92.5 foot wide by 110 foot deep property into two properties, both 46.25 feet wide by 110 feet deep. The proposed properties would be 6.75 feet narrower and 742.5 square feet smaller than the original Holiday Shores lots 8 and 9. The proposed property split would not create additional density as the combined current lots have been developed and utilized with 2 dwelling units since 1957. The LPA heard this case on June 13th and continued it to the June 27th hearing. The LPA voted to approve the request with conditions on a 4-3 vote. The applicant heard the LPA's concerns regarding the need to expand the variance request. He has submitted an updated application which requests 4 total variances for lot width and lot area for 2 lots. Staff and applicant feel that this is the appropriate request and maintain that no additional density will be created by approving this request. The property is in the RS zoning district, which does not allow construction of a duplex. However, the pre-disaster build-back ordinance would allow the reconstruction of 2 units. If a lot split is not granted, the applicant will have the ability to construct 2 separate dwelling units on a single parcel, allowing the creation of 2 parcels where 2 parcels were previously existing, albeit modified, would create no additional dwelling units.
If the lots can be created, the number of allowed units will be the same number of units allowed by the original subdivision and the same number that have been in existence on the two combined parcels. Creation of two lots will allow Mr. Lettieri to construct a single-family home on a single parcel for himself and a single-family home for his adult children on a single parcel. Staff is available to answer any questions, and the applicant is also here.
Sarah, just refresh my memory. I watched the LPA meeting again, but it was so long ago. What was the initial request for the variances? I know that there's 4 now, but I don't remember the details of what their conversation was about.
Originally, the request was for lot width.
Lot width.
Yes.
Okay. Not the square footage of the lot.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now I remember. Any questions for Sarah?
So before the storm, they had two structures on the property. So was it considered a duplex or was it, how was that considered in?
It wasn't designed as a duplex. Looking back at the records, and for some reason, the property appraiser's records didn't show up for a period of time. You click on it and you just couldn't find it. It just said it didn't exist. Those are now showing up again and showing us that there were 2 separate structures. And it appears that basically a garage was built between them. The applicant can explain more about that. But they appear to be 2 actual separate structures, not a single structure with 2 units within it.
And so structurally, the difference by splitting them, it means now they'd have to have setbacks between the 2 properties, which if they built them on the same lot, they wouldn't have to.
They would have to have fire required setbacks. The largest problem that we see is that this would create a very non-compliant potentially lot within the subdivision. And what's proposed appears to be more in compliance with what the intent of the RS zoning district was, not having 2 single structures on one lot, but having them on 2 separate lots, which would have the same setbacks as all the properties around them. And yes, you're correct. There would be setbacks, but not the zoning setbacks. They would have to be back from the sides and from the front and the back, but from each other, it would just be fire separation distance.
Okay. And so, I mean, one of the other differences is that they had separate lots that they could sell them independently.
Yes, if they had a single lot with 2 units on them, they would, if they wanted to sell, they would have to condominiumize that, which means they would have to create a legal entity for that purpose with agreements. So it makes it a lot more complicated. It makes it a bit more complicated.
Sarah, on the 2 properties that are here, it looks like they all meet the required setbacks if it was an individual lot. Is that a safe, except for maybe the one that looks like it's like 24.42 feet from the rear?
You mean the current, the
proposed
houses
ones that they're
the
showing.
proposed ones
Yeah.
would meet all the setbacks.
They would?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they're proposing the creation of 2 lots and the houses within those would meet all required setbacks.
Okay, I appreciate it.
But this in front of us is just the splitting of the lots.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
And it isn't even the actual split. It's a variance to allow for these smaller lots to be created. You won't have to approve the actual split. That will be a staff administrative action.
So does that mean anybody who has a lot big enough to split into conforming lots can do that without coming in front of council?
Yes, that's correct.
It's just that they're not
If,
conforming.
if it's large enough to be conforming and it meets all the other criteria such as density and anything else, it would be administrative.
Any other questions for Sarah?
I just briefly, Sarah, I can't remember the dissension in the LP was regarding what? I can't.
There was a discussion that one member did not feel that the requests were adequate. And after, the hearing, we understood what he had meant by that. So that's why the applicant came back with the additional variance requests. So one concern was that.
So there's
he
been some
wasn't-
additional clarification since the hearing?
Yes,
All right, thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
But also there was a concern that there was a creation of density, but we now have adequate records to see that that is not the case. These were 2 separate structures since 1957.
Very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Come on up. Couldn't see you sitting back there.
I moved up a little bit.
You've been
cleared
properly,
out a little
you've been
bit.
properly sworn in?
I have.
Okay.
I have. My name is Lonnie Lettieri. I am a beach resident for 27 years on Fort Myers Beach. Also a property or a business owner on Fort Myers Beach that does work for many businesses on Fort Myers Beach that don't exist anymore, but that has nothing to do with this. I have prepared some packets that can help visualize, understand this property because it was a very unique property, and I'd just like to hand them out if I could.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, and a binder and everything.
Yeah, it's fancy. I'm not a gambling man, but I'd be willing to bet I could tell which one of these two houses that you have in the packet is going to be the adult kid's house.
It's definitely the smaller one. So anyways, I started in the packet. At page 1, it clarifies the original plat from 1951 that I collected at Matt Caldwell's office. It's highlighted as Lot 8 and Lot 9, and that's how these properties were originally platted. Okay. Page 2 is an aerial view of how the property currently, the layout of it is. The houses were pretty much destroyed except for one of them, but the slabs are all still there. A little history on the property. My brother and I purchased these houses together over 22 years ago. We were in business together, so we're business partners, two single guys. So this property made a lot of sense because we actually had our own houses to live in and not being roommates. It was still kind of the oddball of the neighborhood, really hard for people to wrap their heads around. The front house, when we originally purchased this, I had 3 guys living in it with no power and water. For quite some time, there was maggots in the refrigerator, stove. It was a really bad eyesore. It was really bad. The back house was used as a short-term rental. And then after taking ownership, we cleaned up the property, made everybody in the neighborhood very, very happy. Not long after we purchased it, Hurricane Gabriel came through. That didn't get a lot of recognition. I think it happened right around 911 time. Came in at 5 in the morning. We woke up with about 6 inches of water in our house at 5 in the morning. And that was our first hurricane experience, pretty much with Fort Myers Beach. We cleaned it up, got rid of all the water, cleaned it up, rebuilt it. And then about a year or two later, Hurricane Charlie came through and devastated it. That's when my brother gave up on Fort Myers Beach, and I pretty much bought him out. Now we are a family of 5. We have 3 adult kids, 2 are in college that come back and forth quite often. 1 works for us, so he's living with us, kind of honing him to run our business one day. And then my mom, 85-year-old mother, she lives right down the street. She lost her house as well. So she's relocated back up to the Midwest temporarily. But we're trying to find the answers for that too. Hopefully we can put her in one of the separate houses. So the very next page, page 3, is a little bit more of a close-up of the property. The layouts of the house are the back house was a 3-bedroom, 3-bath. The front house, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So we had 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms in this property. As Sarah had said, some point there was a storage garage that you can see there that was added separately after the fact. I have pictures proving that with the attachments. There's actually exterior windows looking into the garage, so you know that it was added afterwards. So it was definitely built as 2 houses. You cannot enter the garage from either house. You have to walk outside the houses and walk in. You really couldn't put cars in it. We just used it for tools, gardening equipment, fishing poles, that kind of stuff. So that is on page 3, more of the close-up. The next few pages, page 4, 5, 6, and 7, are just more recent. Actually, they're action photos because that was the morning of the storm. You can see my stepson closing the gate after we were throwing the furniture in the pool and stuff, trying to save it. But on page 7, that is kind of a view of where you can see the garages were built. You can see the different color paint. You see the exterior windows that were looking inside the garage. It was attached or it came up to the house on the other side as well. So I thought that would be helpful just to understand how this property was built. And the very next page is page 8. That's just a letter from the very next door neighbor. They were there actually prior to us. They've been in the neighborhood a little bit longer. And she just wrote a letter stating that it was always 2 separate houses as long as she's known the neighborhood. And further proof, the next 4 pages are just utility bills showing that we had 2 separate FPL accounts for these structures, 2 separate beach water and sewer accounts. Those are some paid receipts there. Now the fun stuff. Page 13 kind of shows how we would like the properties to be. It's the road front of it. This is kind of the path we want to go to build back the 2 single family homes on 2 separate lots, making it just much more conforming to the rest of the neighborhood. Page 14 is maybe even a little bit more helpful. It shows the aerial views with the structures, their sizes, also showing the setbacks inside the current codes. We're also following the allowable coverages and the pervious criteria. We zoomed out a little bit so that you can see how the lots are very comparable to the rest of the lots in the neighborhood and also the sizes of the houses. The pervious.
Say, Lonnie?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. These pictures look spectacular of the proposed homes. I commend you. I just curious on the page 14, is there no longer a swimming pool?
Well, the swimming pool is actually still there, but that is where from the aerial view, that is where the swimming pool is. That's another thing. We legally permitted that swimming pool in the outside kitchen area, but it's kind of in the front yard. I guess the codes allowed that back then. I don't think they do now. But we are going to break out that swimming pool, fill it in, and eventually probably build pools in the back. We have plenty of room in the back. If you can see the setbacks on one side is 30 foot and 24 in the back, I believe 20. But for a swimming pool, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 7 feet is the setback to the property line.
But that's going to come later.
That'll come later.
Right.
I mean, well, hopefully not. But from what I'm told, swimming pools are taking quite some time right now.
I was just curious. Yeah. Thank you
The
very
rear
much.
setback for a pool would be 5.
5 feet.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have plenty of room to put a swimming pool. I just don't know if it'll be as large as the one that we originally had. So
Well, the kids
that
get
kind of
to
clarifies that we are trying to abide not only with the look of all of our neighbors, because we are the only structure that has this multi-family. Again, it was used as short-term rentals in the back house. The front house had guys living in it, sleeping in the front yard. It just created a lot of problems. So, which brings us to the next step. The last several pages of this packet are all letters of recommendation and approval from all adjacent neighbors, with the exceptions of the ones right behind us that would be on Estero Boulevard. Unfortunately, all those houses were wiped out. All those lots are for sale and none of those neighbors are coming back. So I didn't find it necessary to get any letters of approval if they're not going to be here. Since the storm, we've been working on a solution with the staff from the building department. They've been very, very helpful. And we're trying to rebuild these 2 homes back in the most conforming way to the new building codes and to match the RS zone that the property is in. The LDZ code 34-642, it states that the purpose of the RS zoning district is to provide stable neighborhoods where single-family detached homes are the predominant land use. And that's just what we're trying to accomplish.
Is that it, Lonnie?
That is it.
Any questions for Lonnie? I think you did appreciate the presentation. It was very informative and one of the fancier ones I've seen. And I appreciate color.
Thank you very much.
So just out of curiosity, I mean, did you, what made you decide to not just build back a single house that was big enough for everybody?
Well, we did lose 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, and I know this isn't supposed to be about money, but right now the building costs are $500 to $1,000 a square. I don't have $2 million to do that. We are very loyal to Fort Myers Beach. I spend probably more money than I should with all the local businesses, which, as you can see, we need. This is the quickest way that I can see that we can get back. Even if we start building and one house is finished, 4 bedrooms is the initial plan on the one. We can get our whole entire family back and then a little cramped. Won't be able to move my mom back to the beach, but we have 3 adult kids. We thought that this would be the best way to just conform to the rest of the neighborhood, because this neighborhood has been, not the neighborhood, this property in the neighborhood has been a problem since as long as I've heard from neighbors that have been here since the 80s, across the street and everything, nonstop rentals, Airbnbs. Personally, a problem with it is there's no comps to this locally. So just even trying to get equity lines on these houses or binding insurance has even been a problem. Nobody could wrap their head around it. So we thought subdividing these, we're only this much skinnier on both lot. And if we abide by the new setbacks and the codes, we thought it would be the best bet. We've looked into condominiumizing, and the only other options, it just produces a duplex style house, which goes against the code that I had just mentioned. So subdividing the properties into 2, abiding by the new setback laws, disappears this situation forever. That's been a long lasting problem in this neighborhood.
Any other questions? Thanks, Lonnie.
All right, thank you.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none. Safe to say, Lonnie, you don't need to come up and rebut it. Okay. I will now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I don't want to circumvent any discussion, but I must say this is an outstanding proposal and solution. It's aesthetically pleasing. It's practically functional, and I'm also very impressed with all the work that you've done to get your neighbors to show their support. Clearly, you're committed to the community, and I think this is an excellent proposal, and it will certainly have my support. I don't want to preempt anybody by offering a motion, but I'm happy to do that as well.
Yeah, I certainly share your sentiment. I think this is an extremely good example of resident working with town staff to come up with a solution that works for everyone, increases the functionality of the neighborhood, is aesthetically pleasing, I think, to everyone that's looked at it. And I couldn't share your sentiment any stronger, Vice Mayor Adderhall. Any other discussion? If not,
Well, I'll tell you, I support what he's doing. I think that, there are going to be some difficulties. Pool's going to be smaller. And plus, if you want to put a lift in to age in place or for your mother or something, then it's going to be more difficult with 2 separate structures than with one. So you're kind of limiting yourself. I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea of setting a precedence to be able to split a lot into 2 non-conforming lots. That to me gives me a little bit of a pause, but I appreciate what he's trying to do. I don't see it being, he's not doing it out of greed. It's just the practical aspect of, I guess, have your children close, but not that close.
and they get the smaller house and no pool.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'll move resolution 23-82.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Veach,
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. That brings us to public hearing item number H. This is a resolution of the Town Council, of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying variance 2022-0027 to allow a swimming pool closer to the Estero Boulevard Street right-of-way line than the principal building for the property located at 4601 Estero Boulevard and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject disclosed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or any observations made of this site. Counselor King,
2 emails, one from Miller, one from Funk.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
I have had similar emails and I've had email exchanges, and I just had a brief conversation with one of the remonstrators in the hallway, not necessarily about this issue.
I also have received opposition emails from a couple of residents.
I have received the emails as well.
Yeah, emails.
All right. Sarah, take it away.
Good afternoon. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Anthony and Tracy Vuksinick, owners of 4601 Estero Boulevard, are requesting a variance to allow a pool closer to the right-of-way than the home. The property is zoned RC and is conforming in width and depth. The lot is 50 feet wide and 120 feet deep. The property is located on the corner of Estero Boulevard and Strandview Avenue. The house was constructed by a previous property owner 15 feet from the Strandview right-of-way property line with approval of an administrative variance in 2015. The LDC does not allow accessory structures such as pools to be constructed closer to the right-of-way than the home. The applicant proposes a pool to be constructed closer to the right-of-way than the home. The applicant proposed a pool that will be closer to Estero Boulevard than the home. The house is 41 feet from Estero Boulevard, and the pool is proposed 25 feet from Estero. The pool will be set back the same distance as the house from Strandview Avenue. The applicant would not be permitted to construct a pool cage around the deck, as the deck extends closer to the side and Strandview Street property line than is allowed. The property owner will need to construct a fence to meet the pool safety requirements. However, the fence may only be 4 feet tall within 25 feet of any right-of-way. At the June 27th LPA hearing, the LPA unanimously recommended approval of the request. Staff has received letters of objections from adjacent property owners. The applicant is here and staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Sarah, were the letters of objection from the neighboring properties, were they presented to the LPA? Or did they come after?
They came, I believe they received an email. They were not in the packet. There was discussion about it. And
There was a hard copy of one of the emails, I think, presented to the applicant at the meeting, if I memory
Okay.
serves me. Yep.
Oh, that's
yes,
right.
It,
That's right, yeah.
came, the mailers went out too late. They received, the adjacent property owners received the information later than we could allow or include it in the packet.
Okay.
I think to your point, Mr. Mayor, I think one of the concerns was one of the remonstrators was very concerned because someone was allowed to call in during the meeting, but they were not given that opportunity. I think that's what began this conversation.
Right. Okay.
During the LPA meeting, I mean.
So Sarah, in looking at, have we seen any proposed, I don't think that there's no house there, right? The house.
There is a house.
There is a house there.
Yes.
Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong, okay. Any other questions for Sarah?
Sarah, I don't know if you could comment on this or not, but there's a couple properties very close by, 4541 and 4543 Estero, that do have pools in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Can you comment on why they can do it and others can't?
They potentially could put a pool back there. It's a design choice to propose a larger pool that does not fit within, I believe they have a 29-foot side yard, or, distance behind them from Estero Boulevard. So they could potentially fit a pool. Certainly people have built pools on smaller areas. This is really a design choice. I believe that the applicant could probably speak to that better than us, or
Thank you.
better than me.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
I forgot to ask, has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff?
I believe so.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
Sir, come on up. Have you been sworn in?
I have.
You have or have not?
I have, yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Tony Buksinek. My wife, as we mentioned earlier, purchased the property in 2020. We're excited about being part of the family here on Fort Myers Beach. This is our retirement home that we're planning on having. I had a packet that I put together, not as nice as that packet, but certainly a packet last time. But I'd like to call your attention to in that electronic version to page 515, which is an overhead snapshot of the lot. And so I realized that we can put a pool in the backyard. The pool size would be 180 square feet because of if you look at that picture, you can see how set back the house is on that lot. And then you would see, and because it would be 180 square feet, we'd be right on top of our neighbors behind us. And to the point around I know I'm going to jump around a little bit, around speaking to my neighbors, I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Funk and also the other gentleman who, and his name is escaping me, that own that property, to discuss their concerns, because I want to make sure we're doing this in a neighborly type of way. We're requesting a hardship because of the size of that pool of 180 square feet. And we have availability in the front of the house to put not a ginormous house or ginormous pool, but we did some stats around average size pools, right? Because in the original document, they talked about, we had the ability to put an average size pool. We ran some stats, and I presented this to at the last meeting around the average size pools. I'm jumping around here, and I only have one copy.
Fine, we can
pass it around.
That's
And the average size pool, I think, is 360 square feet, and that was before the hurricane. And then afterwards, there's 2 pages on there. I think there's 12 on the first page and 10 on the other, that show the average size pools that have gone for permits, before and after the hurricane. So technically, yes, we could put a pool in the back. It'd be 180 square feet. It'd be the size of, 10 by 15 probably.
Tony,
Yes.
that 180 square feet that you're using, is that what you could do by right? Or is that something that would require you to ask for a variance to be able to put that size pool in?
We believe we could do that by right,
Okay.
because of the pilings that would be needed and the setbacks that are required.
Okay.
So we worked with the village and we worked with Jason and his team around opportunities to put this in front. We originally had 3 variances. We worked together to try to figure out how to get that down to 1 variance, and kind of put that together, went through the planning committee discussion, and coming out of that was a unanimous decision to allow this. And one of their reasons for bringing it up was just the location of that pool on top of your neighbors next. And one of the conditions of putting it in front was, we're okay with you putting it in front as long as you put a 6-foot, you had your 4-foot fence that you were required, and then also 6-foot privacy to ensure that, you don't have it would help with the privacy of the pool and the noise or anything that would be coming out of that.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Sarah, now, a 6-foot fence, what are the setbacks needed for a 6-foot fence?
It's actually a landscape buffer that they requested. So
Okay.
there would be a 4-foot fence and then a landscape buffer. And I believe it was maintained at, so it was a 6-foot high type B buffer between the pool and Estero Boulevard.
And with the setback, how far does that be set back from the Stara Boulevard?
Well, it would be it would have to be outside of the visibility triangle. We didn't give them a requirement for how far it was. The pool is proposed to be 25 feet from Estero, and the buffer would have to be between the pool and Estero, but not blocking the visibility triangle.
All right, thanks.
I just pulled up, so going back to where we notified of the email during the first one, I was presented with a hard copy of the email. I was able to read it and respond to it. And it was from Michael Funk and then also Greg Miller. And then I subsequently reached out to them to have a conversation about their concerns. And some of the concerns we could appease, some of them just couldn't appease. So, this is, again, this is our retirement home here. We're vested in this community. And I'm asking for hardship around. I get it. It comes down to hardship. Like, if you could technically do it, could you do it? But like, to your point, like, I got a 6'5" son that's going to be in the pool too. I like my kids close too, but maybe not that close. But anyway, it's about, I think there's an aspect of it, which is it reasonable also? And then there's an aspect of it is, if you want us to jam it in between our houses, we can certainly do that as well. So I know I'm not doing a great job articulating this, but we've got this space in front of the house that it would work. We can make it, have the privacy aspect of it. And, it's, the other aspect of this that we brought up also is, my wife has medical concerns that require her to have we got a doctor's note that said, hey, listen, she really could use of a jacuzzi as part of this. This is our retirement community. This is part of it. And I don't know how that weaves into the story, but it's certainly important to us. It's part of that. So.
Any questions for Tony?
Tony, I asked this respectfully. I just want to give you an opportunity to
Sure.
respond. The property is currently a short-term rental. Is that correct?
It is. We rent it when we're not here as a stopgap until we retire here. When we retire here full-time, we're not going to be renting it.
How do you address the concerns that putting a pool for a short-term rental right on Estero, some of the challenges that presents with it being a short-term rental? I just want to give you that opportunity to
Sure,
respond to some
sure.
of those concerns that we've heard.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing that we do with, all of our concerns around having rentals, right? We need to make sure that we follow the rules. We ensure that, renters are fully aware of the restrictions and what times they could be out. And if there's not, there's a penalty involved. And if there needs to be a way of, getting either through our management company managing it, or if we need external support to support that, we would say that. But for the most part, the folks, we haven't had any complaints on our property. We run it really well. We use a third party here to help facilitate that during this interim period. And, if there's rules to follow those rules, right? If folks are deviating from that rule, then we need to manage that. I leverage my management company to help manage that. Yeah. And certainly to that point around neighbors and being good neighbors, like our whole street on Strandview got wiped out, right? So we only know a few of our neighbors across the street, et cetera. They all have our numbers. If there's our neighbors who were against us have my number now. And we would do the same thing. If there was an issue, we'd want to know that issue because we want to be good community folks on this island. Makes sense.
Tony, what you talked about what you could build back there by right, the 180 square feet. What size pool are you looking at putting in that would require you to have to move it to the front side of Stara Boulevard side?
It's 322 square feet. So that's there's a drawing of it on page. Sorry.
It's page 529 of your packet.
Thank you. Yeah, 529. And then there's also a mock-up of what it would look like on page 530. We also put that in there as part of the package.
if it were to go on the other side. If we-
If it was in the back, it'd be on 530.
Right.
And if it was in front, it'd be on 529. And I did see in there, in the package that there wasn't another example of a house that had a pool in the front. And on the other side of the Publix from us at 4969 Estero, there's a home that has the pool in front of the house as well, just as a data point.
Any other questions for Tony?
Just a comment, 6'5" made me flash back to kindergarten.
Oh, here we go.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate all your help and what you guys are doing here.
Thank you, Tony. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Anyone choose to speak? Yes, sir.
Sorry about the stiffness. I've been out at the lot yesterday clearing some stiff from that. My name is Greg Miller, and I, along with Mike Funk, reside at 115 Strandview Avenue. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Greg Miller. Mike Funk and I own 2 lots across Strandview Avenue from 4601 Estero Boulevard. That's 4545 Estero Boulevard, which is our view lot. That is not to be developed. And 115 Strandview Avenue, and we're the second new build permit. And we're going to be back in end of October, 1st of November. It's topped out now.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We're very pleased about it. We wish to be good neighbors as well to Tony and his family. Sorry about that. And this is not personal. We just feel very strongly adhering to the LDC. We're in opposition to the granting of this variance request for a front yard pool because, one, it does not adhere to the Land Development Code. LDC 3434-1174B prohibits location of accessory structures, including pools, closer to the street right-of-way than the principal building in RC zoning districts, and this variance does not meet the requirements set forth in section 34-87. Watching all prior LPA and town council meetings and sitting here in person today, we have been and are extremely concerned with the overriding of so many land development codes to date. We believe that this subjects the town to many potential lawsuits due to these arbitrary and capricious actions, financial damage of which for legal fees and settlements come out of taxpayers' pockets. We've seen that happen in the past here. Land code is established for a reason and should be enforced short of something significant in nature. Otherwise, why have it if it's subject to regular overrides? Plus, I believe that the pool itself and the paver setbacks encroach beyond the existing 15-foot setback from Strandview at 14 feet for the pool, as per the drawing in the land plan, and 11 feet for the pavers. 2, this is a residential area. While 4601 is a single-family home, it is a business called 4601 Estero LLC, with the Vuxenics as the registered agents. An LLC is usually formed to place a shield between our business and our personal assets. It's managed by Coastal Vacation Properties, listing it as 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, sleeps 10, and listed as a whole house Airbnb and Vrbo online. Renters are there more often than not, by our experience, looking right across the street. It should not be made, in our opinion, into a micro resort with a large front yard pool, especially as all properties within a 1 mile radius of this property do comply with LDC 341174. We are not aware of any situation where a pool has been constructed in the front yard along that side of the Estero. They are on the other side, but that's considered their backyard because the Gulf is their front yard. Let's be thoughtful about how we want the new Fort Myers Beach to look under our LDC. 3, there is no hardship that is not self-inflicted here, caused upon these property owners by forces like hurricanes, etc. So no external hardship situation should be considered as a factor in favor of granting this variance request. This owner wants to build a larger pool than the backyard will fit. the backyard that he purchased with the house just over 2 years ago. Even though 4543 and 4541, 2 and 3 lots from his, have even smaller backyards with pools, they back up to ours. Variances here cannot be granted in this case due to hardship. The amended request also variance allowed for 2 additional parking spaces, but Mr. Vucinic said that he plans to withdraw from those. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, both Gregory A. Miller and Michael T. Funk.
Thank you, Mr. Melo. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? You can, yep, no one else is choosing, so feel free to come up and you get to rebut according to my cheat sheet.
Just with regards to the parking, additional parking that was in there, that wasn't something that we had requested from the planning committee. That was something that was suggested by the planning committee. And we discussed, one of the concerns was the previous owner was renting space in between there where the pool was. We have no plans to do that, and nor are we in favor, even want to do that aspect, which I sent a follow-up email on, but it's, just want to be clear that that's not our design, nor, even though there is that piece on there, we would prefer not being there. Additional parking, that's the question.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion? Councilor King, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I've got a concern about not what is being discussed here today. It's more the process of what was before the LPA, with the fact that folks wanted to testify, but were not given the opportunity via telephone. So that's my concern on this whole thing.
Okay. Yes, sir, Vice Mayor.
I don't want to belabor this, but the variances that we've had before us today, for the most part, are as a result of Hurricane Ian, and I think a hardship has been demonstrated. One of the things I look for in a variance, because you're asking for special consideration, is it in the public interest? And in these unique situations where they're in a neighborhood, I think it's so important to have the consent and the support of your neighbors, because that to me helps determine public interest. I noticed the previous applicant has in his packet had a litany of letters of support from his neighbors. And I appreciate the fact that a lot of those neighbors are no longer there given Hurricane Ian, but the only neighbors that seem to be around are in strong opposition. And I think they have a principled opposition to this particular project. And therefore, as much as it pains me, because you seem like a very nice person, Tony, I'm going to have to vote no.
Councilor Woodson, any discussion?
I'm kind of in agreement with Vice Mayor Adderholt. I think this is a choice more than a hardship. There seems to be, unless I'm reading these drawings wrong, there seems to be room in the back of the house, or the backyard, I should say, for a pool, maybe not to the size that you're interested in, but there still seems to be room. I mean, I tend to agree that I could not support.
Councilor Beach?
Well, I do appreciate the opposition. I do know that particularly pools are very noisy on vacation rentals, but I would say that I'm generally, I think we need, personally, I think we need a higher bar when we're doing variances. We seem to be passing them out pretty liberally, almost like a rubber stamp, which I object to. But as far as these gentlemen, it seemed to me that having a pool on the Estero side would be less intrusive to them than having a pool on the side that would be closer to your house. I don't see a huge impact in the variance, but I just tend to, I think there's got to be a really good reason to issue a variance, and I don't know if that's here.
All right. Well, I look at this and I try to think about safety as someone that has a pool right across the street from the front of my house. Um, it does get very noisy. It does get, I'm concerned with some of the safety things that happen over there, as well as the very bright lights that shine in my house all night long. But, I look at this and because there is room on the back side of the house, I think you did a very good job, whether it was staff or the applicant, of putting in, what it could look like if it was on the back side. By looking at the numbers and looking at the measurements, I think that there's a way to get a bigger pool back there than what is currently there by just changing a few things. And maybe there's an avenue to come in and ask for a variance for a little bit of leeway, whether it be a foot or something, to keep that off of Estero Boulevard. But I'm really stuck on remembering what it was like before the storm, having to drive out some of those side streets that had these buffers that went out fairly close to Estero Boulevard, and it was very dangerous with the sidewalks that bikers and rollerbladers or whatever. And I almost got a couple of them myself, not because I wasn't paying attention, but it was just, you can't look both ways at one time. So I don't know that I can support this variance at this time just for that, but I'm certainly willing to listen to something. I understand the need to potentially have a bigger pool for various reasons, but it's for those I will have to agree on this one with staff that this is a design choice. There are some other options here. So with that, I'll entertain a motion. I will make a motion to deny resolution 23-75.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, Mayor Allers, aye. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Veach?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. That brings us to our administrative agenda. Item A, RFQ-23-16-TC Legal Services Agreement, authorized legal services agreement with Loss Law Firm, either version 1 or version 2. Who's? Ms.
Oh,
Voss?
am I presenting? Okay.
Would you like to present?
Sure. Okay. All right. Well, I'm your new lawyer, and I do legal services, as you all know, based upon a flat fee. The RFP that y'all sent out, or actually it's an RFQ, it did not have a component that required a specific representation with regard to what the flat fee would be. And I was asked by a couple of the interviewers, not at the public interview, but at the private interviews, what I would be charging. And I replied that I was not sure, because at that point I had not taken a deep dive, had not gotten the information with regard to what the prior attorney had been charging. I hadn't requested those documents because I honestly, at that point, I didn't believe that I would get the position. We were chosen. And in response to the couple of interviewers who asked me the question, I had said, it might be similar to another barrier island that I represent, which is Cocoa Beach. And they pay us $20,000 a month, which is accurate. And after we were hired as interim, I did take a deep dive into the fees that were charged by your prior attorney. And I realized that pre-Ian, the prior attorney had essentially charged fees that were around $25,000 a month. Post-Ian, he was charging fees that averaged around $31,000 a month. So I am requesting a fee of $25,000 a month, which essentially is right about, I think it's $71 more than was charged per month by the prior law firm, and over $6,000 less than was charged post-Ian. And I will tell you that I've been practicing local government law for 50 years, and this is the most intense gig I've ever had. I mean, and I love it. It's very exciting. It really is. And I feel like I'm making a difference. But it is so incredibly intense.
Amen.
Fort Myers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We talk about it all the time, you know. But I have a law firm that has 7 lawyers, and I can tell you all 7 of them have worked on projects for the town. They are loving it too, because they're being hit with issues that we haven't been hit before with. And we just need to make it work for our firm, because I can tell you, we will be hiring another attorney. You know, it's very difficult to work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Really is. But, you know, I think that our fees are very reasonable. It actually is within $71 of the pre-Ian work. And it's not throwing stones at the prior attorney, but I've been complimented by elected officials, as well as, I believe, every staff member I've talked with about how responsive we are on things. And I've been just working very hard, having my attorneys work very hard. And I think we're worth it.
Becky, you've got the 2 different versions in here, and the only difference is essentially the dollar amount, the monthly
That's
dollar.
correct.
Are you okay with the rest of the things that were listed within?
Yes,
the
and
contract?
there is a provision that was added in that said we would not ask for any increase for 2 years, and I'm fine with that. No, I am fine with what's in there.
Any questions for Becky?
Just for the public, Becky, could you describe just in a nutshell what the difference between version 1 and version 2 is?
Okay, version 1 is what was written by the attorney who had been hired by the town to kind of, you know,
Facilitate.
The process of hiring an attorney. And we didn't get along very well, I will tell you that. And he put in the $20,000, and I asked him to please increase it. He declined on doing it, and he put in, we couldn't ask for an increase for 2 years, but we could resign with 60 days notice, which concerned me a great deal with that dynamic. I'm comfortable with it at the 25,000. I'm not comfortable with it with the 20. But I put the 2 versions in here because that's what he wrote.
Thank you. If I could, Mr. Mayor, yield to the town manager, or to Frankie, have you had a chance to review the contract? Did you have a preference?
I have. I was kind of part of the whole process. Excuse me. If I may, I'll just kind of go through it this way. You know, in her 37, 40 days that she's been here, that her team has been here, let me put it this way. Our team has seen, and I have heard from my team, the vast difference. Again, I only worked with John on a short period of time. It's not about that. It's about how we're progressing and how we see responses and how we see engagement and how we are, you know, made to feel a little more like we have a word to say. And she listens. The staff listens. We've dealt with Becky and Nancy. I feel like the 25 is adequate. She's right. As you all know, there's a lot on an average, day in in Fort Myers Beach, we deal with just so many different things that you might not deal with in 2 months in another town of 5,000 people. So we really need to make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's. I have every confidence that she's doing that. I know that, Counselor Woodson and I have spoken about it, and we've had conversations. So I feel very confident that A, you made a good choice, and second, that they're worth the option 2.
Just a question for you, Becky, just for the public that may have not read through these. Essentially, you're going to be providing the same service that was provided to us before, LPA meetings, obviously these meetings, management and planning. But I also noticed in there that there was an additional 8 hours per week of, if you will, in-house, whether it be at one of our trailers working. Is that fair to state? Is that what I read in there?
Yes, and Nancy is probably going to be doing that. I will tell you, that's not the most efficient. We will respect that if y'all want that. That's not the most efficient way of doing things, but we go with the flow.
No, I certainly understand.
if-
I think just having the ability to have that, because in my own personal experience in dealing with this as we've been going through it over the last couple of months, it would have been nice to be able to have on certain days legal representation to actually be there to physically
Sure.
answer questions as they came up. Obviously, we've progressed past some of that. We've corrected some things along the way, and we're moving in the right direction. But I think to have that ability in certain situations is very important, to be able to have the in-house person to give us that immediate, yes, you can move forward, or yes, you can. And we can obviously schedule those type of situations around a schedule that
Well,
works for everyone.
Yes, and Nancy has been providing that service. You can always get me on my cell phone.
And I
Absolutely.
And I think
all
it's
the time. And I
yeah.
return calls immediately. And it's kind of funny if I'm speaking with Andy or, anybody on the staff. Most of the time, I think it's probably about 50% of the time, when I'm talking, I'm watching the calls come in from the other staff members. And then, I'm jotting them down as I'm talking about something, and then I'll call back. It's been never ending. So
I've been part of that.
It
I
really
know
has been.
I know I've reached out on Sundays and said, hey, and you've always called back right away. So I think it's important to point out too in these, if you have not had a chance to read, that this is as you said, a flat fee. It is. It's not every time the phone rings, the meter starts. So I would be in favor of option 2 as well. I think the price that you have there is fair. It's what we are accustomed to paying before, Ian. To get the level of service that I have personally seen from you since coming on as interim has been exceptional, and I would support option number 2. So with that, I will make a motion to approve RFQ-23-16-TC Legal Service Agreement version 2 as proposed in the packet.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'm just going to say briefly, I know we've been here a long time, but when commenting on my decision to change law firms, I said we needed a law firm that has a sense of urgency about getting people back in their homes and getting businesses back open. And I have found that to be the case thus far. I think this council has been extremely responsive, has provided a fresh look and a fresh perspective, and I think they're going to be a successful fit as we rebuild this town.
Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Welcome aboard officially.
Thank you.
Next is a discussion on floor area ratio.
Good morning, afternoon, Sarah Probst. So today I wanted to go over some floor area ratio numbers to show you some examples. We've had some meetings where, you know, you were shown boxes that were pushed to the corner that didn't show any setbacks really. And I thought that while my graphics are not beautiful, they do show the town's setbacks, and you have a way of sort of understanding what these floor area ratios might be. This is not a vote. This is just a discussion item to go over, you know, visually what these floor area ratios look like, and also to show the difference between if we were to propose the first floor, if it's all parking, to not be included towards the FAR. That is one of the options that I included in the staff report to you, or the staff memo rather, that there is a potential option that was previously discussed and the LPA was in favor of if the first floor is parking, not usable air-conditioned space, and that first livable floor above flood elevation met the highest requirement of FEMA, which is 3 feet above that flood elevation, that you wouldn't count the first floor of parking as part of the FAR.
Before you move on, just an important point, I think, to point out to people that whether it's that extra 3 feet or not, the height calculations would move along with that as well, correct?
We'll have to look at height calculations, but yes, when you're measuring, if you're building to that maximum 3 feet, we start counting it wherever you've started building that first floor. If you go above that, we only go 3 feet above it though. So if somebody wanted to build 5 feet above it to build their house extra safe or their structure extra safe above potential flood, we wouldn't give them 2 more feet. They would only get the 3 feet max freeboard.
So if they went to the 3 feet, that extra 3 feet would not count against their maximum height that they
Yes,
could build.
that's correct. I apologize if that's what you were originally
Yeah,
asking
that's
and
what I
I
was trying to get to.
misunderstood. Yes, that's correct. So this one is an example of the commercial office zoning. So it's a 10-foot front setback, 10-foot side setback, 20-foot rear setback. If you have a single story over flood, and then it's 0.94. So in the commercial office zoning district, the max floor area ratio is 1.2. So if you were to put 2 stories above flood, and you count that first floor, you're already over the allowable FAR. So you wouldn't be able to build 2 stories over flood if you count the first floor as part of the floor area ratio.
Now, this commercial office zoning, this is an example, right? So this isn't one of our zoning.
No, commercial
It is?
office zoning is one of our zoning districts, and these are our setbacks and our floor area ratio. So all of these are examples from our code, except for I did provide some CPD examples later in the presentation so that you could see what if somebody wanted to do different types of setbacks, what options they might have and what that would look like on a piece of property. I've also started off with, I think the first 2 are 80 by 80, and then after that, 80 by 80 foot lots, and then after that, they're 120 by 120. So the 80 by 80 is, I kind of looked at the typical size of a lot in the downtown zoning district. And that's how I came up with the lot sizes so that you could see what that would look like.
And I think it's, you and I have worked on these a lot, and I've seen these quite often. If you look at the second one, the counting the bottom 1.4 to 94, if you just were to look at that specific one, that one really stands out to me because without any changes, you couldn't build what is showing there. You could only get the 1 story, and that would be the end of it.
That's correct. And that's meeting all of the setbacks and doing all the things you're supposed to do. You still couldn't build 2 stories, which is what the zoning district says you can do.
And the reason I wanted to point that one out is because the other ones really, I mean, the other 2, even with the change, you couldn't do those because of the height restrictions. That's a whole nother conversation. But
yes.
The second one is the one really important one to point out, that it would look like the top one without a change, just because of the way that the current calculations are.
Yes, that is correct.
And you're right, but then you could also come in from the setbacks of it and get your second floor. This
That's-
is setback
You
to
could-
setback.
this
This
is
is a
assuming you're
maximum.
going to-
Yeah, this is a maximum footprint. This is maximizing that space.
And the other reason I wanted to include all this, and the other reason why I have the multiple stories above what's actually required within our zoning districts is because previously there were a lot of discussions when the consultant came in for the comprehensive plan, he was talking about increasing FARs and what that looked like. And also when you look at examples of FARs online, they're very high. So ours are pretty low in the community, but I wanted to show you what it looks like when you increase it a little bit more, like what's a comparison.
And just a comment, we still only have one 2-lane road. So although a lot of places can fit a lot more density than we do, we're restricted.
Shay? Don't know where I need to point it.
I think to your point there, Bill, this is important that this is not
Did I not?
promoting or not promoting density. This is simply just showing what the mass of the building could look like, not necessarily what goes inside that building.
Right. And all the other things still apply. Height
Correct.
restrictions,
Right.
setbacks,
Right.
everything.
I could just tell you when to move forward.
Now, the other point about it is, I mean, it's just meant to be that the bottom is all parking or nothing. So if someone, let's say, abutted Estero Boulevard and they wanted some, or Old San Carlos, and they wanted some retail at the ground floor, but maybe not the whole ground floor. The idea that would be subdivided. So if someone had a half of the downstairs and parking, that they would get, that would not be counted the FAR, but what they are using would be.
Yes, that was the concept that staff thought made the most sense. And with discussions with the LPA, that was part of it also, that if it was conditioned usable for retail or whatever use they had, like if they had a lobby, it's a hotel. They could have that lobby on the first floor, but that would count towards their FAR.
Thank you.
No, that's what we're discussing.
Should I
And it
try
won't be a
again?
vote, it's just discussion. We'll formally bring things back to the LPA.
There we go. Okay, so this is an example of the downtown zoning district, which has different setbacks. There are differing build to requirements within the downtown. This one I used a 0 front setback, which is pretty common in the downtown, and then a 5-foot side setback, a 25-foot rear setback. Again, this is an 80 by 80 lot. The max FAR in the downtown is 1.8. But we also get into the issue of certain parts of downtown only allow 2 stories, others allow 3 stories. And then your max height is 30 and 40 feet. Those stories don't necessarily match up with what the FAR is and don't maybe make a lot of sense in the downtown zoning district. So looking at a single story over flood.
Sarah, could you go back for a quick second?
To
Certain
the,
parts of the, no, on this,
Mhm.
you're
Oh.
fine on the slide. Certain parts of the downtown district only allow 2 stories. Other parts allow 3.
yes.
Could you give us just a rough example? And do you know why that ever occurred in the first place?
I'm not sure why it occurred. If you read through the downtown zoning district section, it differentiates very narrowly. I'm sure there was a reason and a design idea. I'm just not familiar with what it was.
I think there was something in there that if it bordered, something about bordering Old San Carlos, it allowed that extra 5 feet.
Yes, well, there are different setbacks, front setback or front build to lines. There are different heights. There are different numbers of stories, all within the downtown zoning district, but they all have the 1.8 floor area ratio. And
Maybe that's where that came in.
yeah, and so it's a little bit confusing for staff, and it is difficult to use for most developers when they're looking at this code section, trying to figure out what can I build here, and you have to read through and say, well, it's between this street and this street, it's east of this, and it's north of Estero, and so it's a little bit confusing. But I wanted to point out that if you build to the setbacks and you count the bottom floor, you get to 1.09 with just 1 story over flood. So you can really only use 1 story of that building most of the time. Then if you look at 2 stories, you're at 1.64. So that's more doable. That does fall within the range. It's below the 1.8. But it also kind of, in my mind, when you're thinking about where you want the intensity, where you want to have more ability to build, the downtown would make the most sense. That's where most people think of taller buildings, and it doesn't really, if it's on the north side of Estero Boulevard, it doesn't impact view sheds necessarily, especially since they're all the way up to the street. So I just wanted to put this example in front of you so you can see what that looks like.
So Sarah, not to try to muddy the waters any more than they already are, but you've got the max FAR of 1 to 1.8 up there.
Mhm.
That's the max. That's not what they're allowed to do by right. And I think some people don't understand.
No, that's what they're allowed to do by right.
1.8, the max is what they can
Yes.
do by right.
So if we look at the future land use districts, that's when it has the total max, but the zoning district doesn't allow you to get there by right.
Got it.
So this is the by right 1 to 1.8. And then if you were to request a CPD, a commercial plan development, or an RPD, a residential plan development, you would be able to request to have additional floor area ratio, additional height, additional things.
And what is that max amount?
It's 2.5.
2.5 is the max
Mhm.
anywhere on the island.
Yes.
Okay.
That's 2.5 in a CPD. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. And that's not a guaranteed 2.5. That's a, give and take between council and, what you're providing to the community versus what seems appropriate in that location.
And this is only just informational. I'm not
Mhm.
showing any bias because I'm just trying to understand because we're
Oh,
going
yeah.
to talk about this on Thursday. So the cap is 2.65, did you say?
2.5.
2.5.
Mhm.
And then, but at the same time, then if somebody comes in with a CPD and an amendment to the comp plan, then theoretically they could go higher if approved, right?
If approved.
Just trying to
yes.
understand what the process would be or
Yes,
how
but
it would work. Yep.
The comprehensive plan is that top. That's the ceiling. They can request to change the comprehensive plan to raise the ceiling, but within the paradigm of the existing comp plan, it's 2.5.
And this will be the question for Becky on Thursday, is if somebody comes in with an amendment to the comp plan to go higher, does that amendment change the entire comp plan or just the proviso in that particular CPD for which it's offered? And we can maybe talk about that Thursday, but these are some of the things that I think I'm hearing a lot of questions about.
And-
Or if you want to answer that, Sarah, yeah, or Becky.
And I will tell you that you can change the comp plan as to particular areas of land use. So it would, for instance, if you change something in one part of the commercial, it would not necessarily change another part of a commercial if they are separately addressed in the comp plan, if you want to do that.
And so with the downtown area, all of the downtown falls within the same future land use district. So if there was a change to the floor area ratio for that land use district, it would apply to all the uses within that land use district. I don't know that they could do it specifically for a development.
And I think, and not to try to put words in your mouth, but I think what you're trying to ask is if developer A came in and said, I want to make a comp plan amendment to go from the 2.5 to a 3. If that comp plan amendment was approved, would it then be applied or could it be applied as a max of 3 throughout that entire zoning district? Or would it be
Yes.
specific to that?
No,
Is it-
a developer can't change something in the comp plan that only applies to the developer.
That's really interesting because I've heard a wide variety of opinions on that. I'm not arguing with you. It's really helpful to get some clarification on that because I'm confused still about.
But I will, like Sarah said, I mean, the comp plan is meant to be the ceiling. And I think messing with the comp plan opens up a can of worms that could have huge ramifications for densities on the
No, there's no advocacy. I'm trying to understand just what the process is. So if a developer wants to get to 3 on FAR and they file a CPD they wouldn't necessarily need a comp plan, or they would need a comp plan amendment? And if they did do a comp plan amendment, it would impact an area broader than the district of the CPD?
A change in the comp plan will change everything in that designated area. The,
So-
the
so-
ability to get it. And then you go to the land development code, and it doesn't necessarily, the comp plan sets the ceiling. The land development code can have a limit of here.
And so you're talking about just FAR at this point, or height. In other words, if somebody came in to change the comp plan, to change from being in a marina district to a business or to the commercial district, that would just affect that particular location, correct?
If there are, someone could come in to change the designation of their property to put it in a different district.
Okay, and that would be a comp
But
plan
it would need
amendment.
to make sense to do that.
Right, but it would be a comp plan amendment that would
Yes, it
only
would.
apply to that particular property.
Well, whatever other district it went into, it would apply to that district.
I got you. Just because it becomes larger.
Well,
I-
or smaller, or
I think,
whatever.
yeah, I think the question you may be asking, I may be incorrect though, is if there was not, like if they wanted to create their own designation for their property as something different than the other future land use districts, like create a special, since we're at Diamond Head, a special Diamond Head district, and say that this has a different requirement, like you could, that would be difficult to reason why that would be okay if it were not a larger district. But I believe that is something they could pursue.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it for one development unless it's a very large development, and then it is possible to do it.
I'm just trying to understand all the avenues here. Yep.
There, you can get very creative with zoning and with the comp plan. And my suggestion is, I believe Sarah would agree with this, if y'all come up with a goal that you want, let us work together, and I think we'll be able to accomplish it in a legal fashion.
I'm just trying to understand procedurally how this is all going to work. My sense is there's a relative agreement amongst the council for broad comp plan and LDC goals, but there may be exceptions that come in that are unique. And I'm just trying to understand the path that they would take to be successful should they be deemed in the public benefit.
Okay, well, one possibility would be to raise the comp plan level, but not raise the land development code level, whether it's the height or the density or whatever it might be. And then for individual projects, you could have them come in and ask for a commercial plan development. Or they could come in, you have a very interesting tool already existing in your land development code. And that is a development agreement with deviations. I think either one of those paths, the latter being probably a little easier than the former. And so you could have a very special project that you would be able to have a zoning district, which a PD, a CPD is a kind of a standalone zoning district. As long as it's in conformity with the comp plan, you can go up to whatever the height, density, whatever it might be, to a maximum of what's in the comp plan. But it might be above what's in the land development code. So everybody can't do it as a matter of right. They have to come in, and there have to be a lot of determinations made by the elected body saying this is appropriate for this reason, and then you're allowed to do it.
Just a point that got me thinking about this. Okay, now if we wanted to change the FAR, that would take a change in the comp plan. right? If we said
If
for any.
you-
now,
Okay,
I mean,
assuming that
here
the land development code in the.
Just here, let me get the complete question out.
Okay.
Okay, you can see where I'm going.
Okay.
So if we were to change the FAR on a zoning district, that would take a comprehensive plan change because that's where the FAR is written, right? Now, if we change the way we calculate the FAR, are we in a sense changing the FAR that would trigger something in the comprehensive plan? Because it's kind of like we're changing the way we're counting something, which is critical in the comprehensive plan.
And honestly, I've got to study the comp plan about how it says that they're counted. I don't know the answer to that.
Because that's
And possibly Sarah knows the answer to that. But
I do not believe that the comprehensive plan defines how the floor area ratio is counted. That is within the land development code.
I think that's the question you were trying to get at. Can you, if this change were to be enacted that we're discussing, it would be a land development code change, not a comprehensive plan change.
That is correct.
unless we go and change the FAR for certain districts.
The
Don't do
actual,
that, then we
the
go
actual number, not how it's calculated. Yeah.
It seems like quite a loophole.
Well, you still have the backup stuff with the
The
height
height
and
and
all
the
that other stuff.
setbacks and all that, yeah.
This is just a calculation that we're discussing. Okay, keep going.
Well, it's not working again.
Oh, appreciate it. Does it mean I'm talking too much?
You can just click forward for me if you want.
And just with this little pause here, Mayor, I've got to take off in 10 minutes to get to an appointment.
Okay. Full steam ahead. Well, they're dealing with the technical issues. Since you have to leave, Bill, do you have anything that you'd want to have cover real quick?
You know,
under
I went through
Councilmember-
kind of my list. I do have quite a few things, but I think all of them can wait for the M&P
Okay.
on Thursday.
Bill, could you take us with you?
And I didn't even mention there might be food
Vice
somewhere.
Mayor Adderholt, I have my feelings hurt.
I was gonna say, how dare he makes an appointment on a Monday afternoon?
I thought it was
I don't
plenty
know,
late to
yeah,
make
I
it
feel like
happen. And it's not something I can get away from either.
should have looked at the agenda first, right?
We'll all be
It's a
doing Monday
beast.
with the mayors tonight.
Good thing it's here.
Yeah.
So you want to talk us through some stuff while we're waiting for this line?
This is really very much a visual presentation, just so you can see what these look like. And in the next ones,
One thing that kind of comes up to me when I'm looking at this is that, is there anything in the way we're doing this that encourages people to build from setback to setback? You know what I mean? If there's,
people will build from setback to setback. We don't have to encourage that. So I think that if you set your limits, that's where people will build to. And, you know, I also think that that's an important point to bring up, that, you know, if you give less setbacks, they will take less setbacks. If you require more, they will give more.
although I think one thing that's kind of interesting about that is, and this is the illustration we used a lot, is that, you know, if you're the same amount of area like this or like this, it's the same FAR. But if you allow height with the same FAR, then maybe you're encouraging people to build a little more up and have more open space around it.
Yes.
Which is not, I'm not advocating for it, but that's certainly something that some people have expressed an interest
Well,
in.
and let me jump to a further one. So in this one, you know, if we require different massing, if we say over a certain height or over a certain number of stories, we require different massing so it doesn't feel so large. Say, for example, if the side where the little person is standing is the roadway, if we want it to feel less imposing, we allow them to have additional height, but we force them to push it away from the street. It feels less cave-like on the road. So just the change in massing requirements changes the way it feels a lot. This one, I'm showing larger setbacks. So this one, I'm showing how our height and stories may move us away from getting what we actually want along the beach side, which is those larger setbacks. So you have more visibility. You know, giving people the same amount of floor area ratio. So looking at ways that we could modify the code or allow some flexibility so that we get view sheds that we want, that we currently nobody can give us unless they ask for a lot. And then they're putting all these asks out there and it sounds like they're asking for something really major, but they're still below the 2.5 FAR. So I just wanted to put this in front of you guys so you could see the options and see what it looks like with our code required setbacks.
And Sarah, this 30 feet on each side that you're showing there, that's greater than what is required now.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, and this one, you know, I'm showing, I put it as a CPD because they couldn't do this. These are kind of typical sort of setbacks except for those sides. You know, those are great big side setbacks, and that might be something we would want to see on the beach side of Estero so that we can really get that visibility, so that we can get that, you know, extra walkways going through to the beach and, you know, what we may want, because we've seen what the tall buildings look like along the beach side. We've had them, and maybe if we get the big setbacks on the side, they don't feel so bad. You know, if you push them back off the road a little bit, you change the massing a little bit, move things around, it doesn't feel as, it doesn't feel like giant towers like when you're in Miami. Because I know we don't want Miami, but we might want to look at what options are out there to make it feel like FMB and still have those view sheds and give developers an ability to build something that they could actually make work.
Yeah, I want to be very careful as we're talking about this, though, that what we're specifically talking about is how you calculate the FAR calculation. When we start talking about heights and people start seeing this, they automatically inherently think they're talking about heights, and that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking specifically on how you calculate that first floor. That is it. This is, you're just showing options.
I'm showing
that could potentially come down the road,
visuals,
right?
Yes, so that you can, I'm not saying that we're talking about changing the floor area ratio. I'm not saying that we're changing the heights. I want you to see it all in front of you so that you have the option to think about it before we make a decision. And that is essentially my whole presentation. I wanted to put the information in front of you, give you some visuals, discuss what the options might be. I am curious how the council feels about the option to not count first floor if it's all parking, or not count the portion of first floor that is parking. I think I included in your staff report examples of what different communities in the area, how they calculate it.
Yeah, I've always been a proponent since the beginning about, you know, if we change it and you go to that max freeboard and things like that, and the bottom stays open, that just seems to make sense. And most of the people that I've talked to understand that. Again, this doesn't mean that they get increased height or density. This is just a matter of calculation. It's promoting that open parking. It's promoting the visibility corridors that we've talked about. It's just allowing a little bit potentially more flexibility down the road, but it's not adding any more height or density to what we're talking about. So I think if people are, my personal opinion, if people are willing to go to that max freeboard and keep the lower area open, it makes sense. But they also know that if you decide to enclose it, that obviously becomes air conditioned space and it counts towards your floor area ratio. So I think it's a pretty good compromise without having to go into comp plan amendments and change things, to be able to allow some flexibility to those that want to invest in our community. But if you're looking for direction, I will heed to the rest of my council members.
I would associate my comments with the comments of the mayor.
Yeah, I'm basically in total agreement, Mayor.
Councilor B?
Well, I do. I think the benefit of having the ground floor open as possible is a good incentive to give people to leave that open. And it's, you know, it's not particularly usable space. But I do also would like to just make sure, like they said, the devil's in the details. Sometimes you don't know how people can game it or whatever. So in some places like the downtown, the pedestrian commercial, you really want something on the ground floor because that's where the pedestrians are.
And I think that most commercial development will want something on the ground floor if they can do it.
Counselor King,
I think we've reached consensus.
there you go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And that was all for me.
That's it. You sure?
Yes.
I mean, we've got time. It ain't afternoon yet, or late afternoon.
Late afternoon.
That brings us to final public comment.
John Cameron, if he's still here.
That's
Hi,
personal,
John.
John. I'm going to take the opportunity to get out of here.
Thanks for sticking it out, John.
Hello, everyone. John Cameron, 8098 Escaro Boulevard. Came here today because I'd like to take a moment to address the disparaging comments made by the June MERTF board during their meeting.
John, can you pull that micro down for us? So you can, thanks.
About the homeowners in our neighborhood. We were labeled poison to the environment effort on the south end of the island. Those comments were unfounded, insulting, and antagonistic, quite honestly. For most of us, owning our homes on the south end is the fulfillment of a lifelong dream, brought about by a lifetime of hard work. And nobody cares about that south end more than we do, and we proved it when we moved there. We've all worked with the FWC in the past to protect the area and the wildlife. The whole area of the graded sand on the south end of the island is privately owned, and the owners have always been there to help the FWC and the Audubon Society during bird nesting, suffering through the barricades and ropes and everything that prevent us from using our own property. And how have we been thanked? The Audubon Society is suing the town for its approval of the neighborhood's access to the beach. Audubon continues to wave conflict in everybody's face, and so yes, our neighborhood is very frustrated at the Audubon's actions. MERTF is correct about there being poison, but it sure isn't coming from the homeowners and residents of the south end. In June, in the June MERTF meeting, Steve Johnson's comments are clearly aimed directly at the applicants of the project and the 11 neighborhood property owners, including myself, that will be participating in this project, calling out Mr. Cromer and Mr. Rude by name. The animus toward our neighborhood was clear. He did in fact refer to us as the poison of the south end. No one on the town council owes the MERTF board an apology. To the contrary, MERTF owes the property owners on the south end an apology. The current MERTF members are out of touch and appear unwilling to understand or work with the needs of the property owners of the south end. They are unreasonable fanatics. They have an elitist attitude of a San Francisco politician, and I think they should have the right, and they think they should have the right to dictate to the beachfront property owners what's best for our beach. The MERTF board was appointed by the council to represent Fort Myers Beach, but instead they have aligned themselves with the Audubon Society by supporting their lawsuit against our town. They need to be held accountable. It was MERTF who made the attack against the South End property owners, and it's just unbelievable. They are now attempting to turn this around and make the property owners the villains. MERTF clearly has an agenda to stop our project that benefits all of our neighbors and the environment
Take your time.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
I got a little wrapped up. MERTF clearly has an agenda to stop the project that benefits our neighborhood and the environment, and they support a position that is not in agreement with this council's decisions. consider that you have appointed a board of people that have taken the side of an organization that is suing the town that you were elected to represent and protect. Our neighborhood supports all efforts of the FWC and want to work in conjunction with them to protect our beach and the nesting and shore birds. After all, it is literally our backyard.
I do need you to wrap it up though.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Two of our neighbors want to become certified bird monitors to assist the FWC once they have access to the beach. I have to ask the council, is this current MERTF board really who you want to represent the interests and well-being of the property owners and our unique wildlife and work towards a harmonious relationship? This council has made a good start by getting rid of some of the anti-resident members of the town staff. You should do the same with the anti-resident members of the whatever it's called.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All I have.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Mr. Rude?
Wrap up where I started. I know that I haven't been here for several months, and I
You got to state your name again, even though.
I typically am.
No, you got to state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, what?
You got to state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed Root, 8150 Estero Boulevard. I haven't been here for several months, and I typically am kind of the voice of the area down there. That being said, we have been watching and listening to this small handful of people that oppose our project coming in and time again and beating y'all up for the decision that you made last March. And my only intent today was to come and make sure that all of you knew and were aware of how grateful we are. A lot of the other people that are in the area are grateful, and how much support that you actually have for the decision that you made, even though we're not here every meeting giving you that support. That's basically the intent. 3 years ago, the council, we were asked to include some of the neighbors in our project that Kurt and I started. And we were kind of led to believe that if we were willing to do that, that we could move forward with this project. And then before it got to council, there was a decision made by the previous powers that be that that adding our neighbors to our project wasn't good enough, that we needed to open our private property up totally to the public so that the public could have total access to our project, which we declined without even a second thought. But I am happy to tell you that, and Jim was a part of that request and that we honored. And I am happy to tell you that since your approval of the project last March, it has created a bit of extra excitement. And now your request, or the previous request of us opening this project to the 7 residences, myself and Kurt, and the houses on each side, we have had discussions, and every single resident that is landlocked behind that pond is now wanting to participate in this project also. So it's went from the 7 that the town originally requested to 11 total residences now. And because of that, it is every property that's landlocked takes care of all of it. It solves the problem for the entire neighborhood, the residences in that neighborhood. And so I just wanted you to know, I come here to let you know that you have the support, and that there are a lot of supporters down there in the decision that you made, even regardless of the few people that keep coming in here and trying to beat you up about it. So that's all I've got to say, and thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Terry?
Good afternoon, council members. Good afternoon, Ms. Voss. Welcome to Fort Myers Beach. My name is Terry Prasad. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach and was a business owner, washed away. I'm here before you once again, trying to resolve our legal differences. I've been reaching out to Ms. Voss through my attorney and our town manager, and they've both been very helpful, but we're still needing to get a sit down where we can discuss some of the issues at hand. We've made great progress in getting most of the requirements initiated and very close to completion. There's a couple of issues that we need to address, but I don't think we'll be able to address that unless we have a sit down. So I'm hoping that council will approve a sit down with the town's attorney, my attorney, so we can get this thing resolved. I mean, it's been going on for too long and we need to get this resolved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Terry. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone left? No. Seeing no one else, we'll close final public comment. Town managers items.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, we'll be as brief as we can. I've got three staff members, or actually four, that are going to take about 30 seconds each and talk about a couple of things. But as Steve's starting his way up here, we're doing some reorganization staff-wise. I'm instructing Talisa to start hiring some more people to interview. We're just reigniting some of the process and kind of re-energizing and flipping the paradigm up a little, upside down a little bit to do it a little differently. So we're just trying to change up things a little bit. And so hopefully we'll see some positives. The next couple of days, there'll be budget reviews with each one of you. So there'll be some of this that I would have talked about today that we can talk about it again, but I'll talk more about it. There's important things that need to be discussed by three of these. So Steve, he's going to talk about water and wastewater.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, council. Steve Matuska, Utilities Manager for the town of Fort Myers Beach. On June 20th, 2023, the Lee County Board of Commissioners adopted Resolution 23-06-33, which includes a 5-year, 8% annual increase on all Lee County utility services effective immediately at July 1st, 2023. Residents within the town of Fort Myers Beach receive their wastewater services from Lee County Utilities, but are billed on behalf of Fort Myers Beach Utilities for these services. Florida Statute Section 180.136 requires that customers be notified prior to the increase of water or wastewater utility services going into effect. We have added that to this month's bill to serve as a notice. We would also like this to serve as a notice to the residents of Fort Myers Beach that Lee County will be hosting and reviewing their utilities rate increases during the next county commissioners meeting on August 15th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. This will be located at 2120 Main Street, Fort Myers, Florida, 33901. If approved, all billing changes will be effective to the town of Fort Myers Beach residents on September 1st, 2023. Additionally, on September 1st, 2023, the town will be resuming all of their typical utilities policies and procedures previous to Hurricane Ian. And what I mean by that is the town has not disconnected people for non-payment. The town has not charged trip charges, inspection fees for cutting caps, or anything which is set forth in our fee structure adopted during the town resolution 20-25. We will be implementing this all at the same time, along with any fee changes that Lee County Utilities approves. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. As Jason comes this way, I'm going to let Frank talk a little bit about Bayside Park.
Bayside Park, as promised, will be opening September 1st.
Can identify yourself.
Sorry, Frankie Kropacek,
May want to move that mic to-
Operations and Compliance Director for the town of Fort Myers Beach. As promised to you, Mr. Mayor and other council members, Bayside Park will be opening on time and on schedule September 1st. We've met with some of the previous vendors individually instead of going through the firm that got them all together to begin with. Originally, you paid 1.2 for that park to be opened over a year ago. We're going to be coming in at just about 1/3 of that cost with all the official and original amenities that that park had.
And just to clarify that that funding is FEMA reimbursable.
Yes, sir. Everything that we've done.
Jason?
Great. Jason Friedman, Public Works Director for the record. I just want to give a quick update on the clock. We do have the Times Square clock in our possession, so which is great news. We're taking a look at it. We think we're going to have to redo the foundation into Times Square there. We thought we might be able to keep that post, but it looks like we're just going to replace it. So just coordinating with some electricians. We've been indicated that the speakers for the clock are actually going to be bigger and better than we had before, which is pretty exciting. So we're just making sure that we do everything safely and also correctly to get that clock fully up and functional with everything it can do.
And it should adhere to the decibel requirements of the town.
Correct. Yep. Around Christmas time, we should do
Full
Christmas
circle.
chimes and that sort of thing. So.
Jeff, how are you going to come and talk about Bay Oaks Park and the news we got just about 4 hours ago now? But
Yeah, it's been a day. Jeff Hauge, Culture Parks and Rec Director. Had a lot going on since the last meeting, of course. I'll start with the ball field. Jason Clark and ICS has donated their time and some supplies to do the field work to get the ball field ready. So that's a huge thank you and a huge expense that we don't have to incur. So right now they're currently down there. They're sifting through all the debris, getting that all off the field, and then it should be ready for MLB and Scott's to come in, hopefully in the next couple weeks. So that's moving forward. The water line, we had some cracks in the water line on the campus, so they're providing the water line replacement for that. The pool itself, we've had 3 pool companies come in. We're working with I don't know if you know John. He's the one that donated the prints. He's got some connections. He's an Olympic swimming coach, so he's got hopefully some connections to move the pool along a little quicker. But we are working on that. We've had some electricians out for the electricity part of it, and then the 3 pool companies will give us their estimates on what that might take to redo the pool, and I can answer any questions on that too.
Do you have a time frame, and once you get those estimates of when the pool will be up and running? Does it depend on the?
It depends. Yeah, they're saying at least probably 3 or 4 months just for the equipment. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a 6-month turnaround, but I want it to be. We're still pushing it to go as fast as we can. We want it to be open, and we want to get at least the lap pool open. So that includes all of the pool equipment, the pump room equipment, and then getting the lap pool open, at least for our residential lap swimmers that want to be on the island. We have reached out to a couple companies or a couple pools on the island too to see if we can provide our staff to do water aerobics, that kind of thing. We haven't had much good luck with that, but we can keep working on that. But we do want to provide services still, and if anybody has a pool for us, we'd love to do it. The softball field, so the assessment is being done on the softball field and the relocation. ICS has actually agreed also to do the current softball field, leveling that out for future projects. So they are going to go above and beyond for that. Bay Oaks, the big one now. We just got the fire department. We just paid the fee to get the approval from the fire department. Hopefully they'll send that back. Once they do, that should be our final step in the permitting process. And then they can start work. And Gleason Construction is ready to go. We've had a number of meetings with them. We had a pre-construction meeting already. So they are ready to go and going to meet our timeline for sure. So sorry, that's a lot. That was more than 30 seconds, but we've had a lot going on. Also, summer camp was a big success. Thank you for all your support.
Huge success.
Before you run off, before the storm, obviously you're talking about that fitness thing at the front of Estero Boulevard. Where is that project at?
Yeah, we just met. I'm working with Jason Freeman on that too as well. There's going to be some additional funding. We had a meeting with them last week, a Zoom call. We're on our way to redoing it. There is going to be some more costs that we need to dig into and get some new things ordered, but they are willing to write us another grant for that. But there will be some cost to the town for that front parcel, but it's something we're definitely moving forward on.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you.
All right, that's it.
All you got? Town attorney items. Becky?
I just want to say that I'm really happy to be here.
We'll readdress that in a few months.
Keep that thought.
All right.
Can I ask a couple quick questions to the town attorney? Number one, town attorney, procedurally, these various litigation issues that the town has wrestled with for the last few years, is there a procedural plan of attack? Are we going to have another shade meeting? What do you need from us to help resolve some of these outstanding issues?
We will be having some more shade meetings probably pretty quickly. I need to ask for the shade meetings in a meeting. And I may very well be asking for a future shade meeting when we have the meeting on Thursday. I may be doing that.
And you're talking to the various parties that we've been in litigation with in the interim?
Yes, and I've been talking with the attorneys for the, who work for the Florida League of Cities. They're representing the town. And I think we're probably ramped up to have some shade meetings pretty quickly.
Okay. The other item I had was, and Sarah, you can perk up your ears on this one. I believe we were on a conference call the other day with our building official, the town manager, I believe the town attorney. And one of the things we talked about was a reticence or reluctance of the building official to utilize internally the administrative variance or administrative deviance, not deviance, deviation that he has potentially in his authority. And the building official asked, and I think appropriately so, if we could look for an ordinance or our code to determine whether we could set some guidelines for the permitting staff in terms of how much we're delegating and how we're delegating, so they feel like they've got a little bit of support and cover from the council. There's a litany of examples. I'm sure Sarah knows a lot better than what I could opine on. But one of the things that comes up a lot, or at least over the last couple of months, this concept of replacing your fence, an existing fence, with the same thing, same location. Somehow they're being required to come in for a variance when it's, at least I'm told, that it could be covered by an administrative variance. These are the types of things that you, Becky, working with our staff, working with Sarah, could maybe come up with some, obviously the council is not, we can't talk about it together, but if they come to you with ideas as to how we could empower the staff, especially when there's 2 or 3 inches involved here, or I'm sure there's a litany of examples aside from the fence, where whatever we can do to continue to move the process along, take some of the burden off staff, take some of the burden off our residents, because the variance process is costly and timely, as those poor souls who stayed here till late this afternoon to get their variance heard have found out, and it's costly. If we can eliminate some of that grief administratively where it makes sense, not trying to, circumvent anything, but I just would encourage, I would want to sort of, I guess, poll my colleagues to see if they would be supportive of such an ordinance. Obviously, you want to see the details, but the concept of exploring it and giving Becky permission to proceed to begin to draft something.
I'm certainly open to looking at that.
Agreed.
I'm in full support.
That's all I've got. Thank you, Becky.
Anything else for Becky? No? All right, council member items and reports. Councilor Woodson.
So it is my understanding that Rick Lothry is going to be making a statement at 6 p.m. tonight at his house. And he is inviting every member of the community and every member of the council to be there. I have no idea what he is going to be announcing, but I was given that heads up. And I just want to comment on Mr. Cameron's comments. I think that was very courageous. I agree. And I think it's something that we should be looking at for consideration of our advisory councils and just what they're there to do and what the requirements are and how they address the community. So thank you.
That's it. Councilor King.
What I Did on Summer Break by John R. King, age 65 and a half. I was installed as a secretary for the Southwest Florida League of Cities President Holly Smith called me the amazing John R. King, and the town manager can verify that. It's coming soon to my business cards, by the way. I attended meetings of the Fort Myers Beach Fire Department Commissioners and the Fort Myers Beach Library Board, and I'm happy to report both did not raise the millage rate. For Councilor Veach and his backup, Councilor Woodson, I attended the Resilient Lee meeting. That was interesting. There's a lot of interesting dynamics there. I think there's issues maybe between the committees and county staff. They are going to be extending their meeting this month by an hour to meet with county staff. And they'll also be going to 2 meetings per month starting in September, I believe. Also had a Teams meeting with the project manager on the Matanzas Pass Bridge project just to get a better understanding of that. I have a tendency to forward information. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to or not, but I like to share. So I shared it all with you, as well as what I did with the Resilient Lee. I shared also with our public information officer, Jenny, the Matanzas Pass Bridge project updates. So, and then I had a handful of other meetings. Thank you.
That's it. What you've been doing.
I tried.
Right.
You were a lot more productive than me on my break.
Vice Mayor Holt?
I just have one additional thing that I don't think's been covered. I wanted to suggest to my colleagues to see if they're comfortable with this, and obviously it's dependent upon your schedule, but I was thinking about having the town manager invite Matt Caldwell to come and present to the town council, maybe during the budget meetings, maybe during the meetings in the morning before the budget meetings, to talk a little bit about his assessment as to what the town's tax base is and potentially will be down the road. I think we have a lot of people on our island as well who are understandably wondering and concerned about what their tax obligation will be with their property, particularly since many folks are not in their property and it's not usable. We were offered a little bit of grace the last quarter of last year, and I think people are hopeful that there'll be additional grace. And Matt is a extremely knowledgeable public official, and I think he could shed a lot of light for both the town and for our town residents and businesses as to how he sees things playing out. I think it could be good exposure for him, but certainly more importantly, a great public benefit for the town. So just think that might be helpful. That's all I've got. Assuming everybody's good with that, we can maybe send the direction to the town manager. Are you okay with that, Mr.
I think that's a great idea.
I would love
All
to
right.
see that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I've just got a couple of things. A reminder that the 15th of this month, there will be in this room, I believe it's in this room, the CDB GR presentation. The county has their plan out. We will be here with our plan to share with the county, so they understand, where we're coming from. I think is it 5:30?
Yeah.
I believe it's 5:30 on the 15th. It'll be in this room, so I encourage anyone that is interested in understanding how this works to come out and listen and potentially add their comments. I believe there'll be some ability to have comments at this one, but I don't know that for sure yet. We have sent in all of our appropriation requests of the $350 million that was sent down graciously by the state legislature. It will be a little bit of a process to go through that. They've explained to us how certain projects will be in what they call tier 1. Some of those projects for us, obviously one is the lighting, the Cerro Boulevard lighting, town hall, and some of the other infrastructure stuff that we've been working on. So we're hoping to get some more information on that. We did have a call specifically about just a lighting update, since I know so many of you are worried or wondering where that's at. We did have a little bit of a hiccup between FWC and FPL, where we were able to, I believe it was a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, get on a call with Representative Botana, Dr. Trindle, I think it's Trindle, myself, Andy, a few other people to discuss what the hiccup was. The light that we were moving forward with was rejected by FWC because it was too bright. Apparently there was a little bit of a communication breakdown between it being a dimmable light and not understanding. So they are expediting the new information to hopefully get that to us so that we can send that up the chain to FDEM and hopefully get that island-wide solution that we've all been searching for over the last 6 or 7 years. And then the last thing I have is I will not be here this Thursday. There is a congressional hearing in regards to FEMA response in Fort Myers that I've been asked to go and attend. So I will be there, and Vice Mayor Adderholt will take over. Afterwards, the congressional members will be coming to the island, where I'll show them around and hopefully show them some of the things that we feel they did a good job on, and a few things that I think that they could improve on. And if we have any asks, to hopefully get those asks out to them while they're here. So I will not be here on Thursday, but I will be following up to see how it went and paying attention when I can.
Do you get to testify then at this?
I have not found out. I did get an email from them saying they would like me there to be in attendance, but I have not heard that I will be allowed to speak. As you can expect, there was some confusion between Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. So I'm hoping I will get an opportunity to testify. I do not know for sure if I will or not, but I want to be there just in case to be able to answer any questions, and also to have the information I need when we take them on the trip around the island while they're here, to answer the questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
One final thing, I'll be at the Florida League of Cities on Friday
Oh yeah, I'll be there too.
with the mayor. I did